What's up?
Hi, we're live.
We are live.
Yes.
I thought about making some like crazy like intro.
Yeah, but then you didn't.
But then I didn't.
Yeah,
I just wanted everybody
I
to
do
know
that kind of thing a lot.
I thought about it.
Yeah. That's cool.
Which, you know, that's really, it's the thought that counts. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Absolutely.
That's what they say. Yeah.
Well, I've already gotten a text from somebody in London saying Happy New Year, which I had to explain to them I'm still in the past. It is still
You're still in the past.
Still 2021 here.
Mm-hmm.
But in less than 5 hours, it will be, well, much less than 5 hours. My gosh, 4 hours.
4 hours, I was gonna say.
I mean,
five hours for Jess.
It's still correct.
Yeah,
yes, 5 hours for me because I'm even further in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And
I burnt the shit out of my thumb. Thank you, Nerdy Guns. And I had to suffer for it. My mother always said you have to suffer to be beautiful, and it's true because I burnt the shit out of my thumb with my curling iron, and I have a blister.
I seriously do that. I do that all the time
with your curling iron.
Yes,
it sucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the worst.
And I've got sequins on. I promised sequins, and I've got them.
Yes,
I live. Them, so
beautiful. You look gorgeous. I wish I had.
I got dressed up too. I put on a sweatshirt.
I know. I don't even know what I'm wearing. I have dog hair all over my shirt.
Oh my god. That's my life.
That's the official sweatshirt, right, Nae'Blis?
Yeah, this is the one you buy from
Amazon.
Yeah,
I haven't. I mean, yeah, I was sort of waiting to see if anything else got added to that store, but there is stuff there that I do want to go pick up. That being one of them.
I like the there's one that a Moraine quote on there that I really like that I want, but I can't remember which one it is.
I think they'll eventually add more. I'm a little surprised at how little there is up on that store.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, to let everybody know like what we're gonna do tonight. This is a New Year's live stream. We're gonna be on for like a long time. So
we're here, baby.
We plan on being entertaining. Yeah, you may see some of us walk away for a little bit. Probably not me because I have to control the live stream, but those two can leave whenever they want.
Are you just gonna pee into a bottle or what?
Yeah, I put in a catheter before we started.
This is quality content, people.
Nice.
Hey, we're not monetized right now, so we don't have to worry as much.
Fuck.
Love it.
Okay, Jess. I'm gonna get my channel pulled down. I'm joking.
Haha, sucker.
Well,
that's what you get for being friends with me.
Ooh. So I thought we would do this. So we are currently raising money, folks, for the Trevor Project.
Yes.
Brian, do you care to tell all these good people a little bit about the Trevor Project?
Gosh, I mean, the Trevor Project has been around for a while, but their primary purpose is to they provide a resource for anyone who needs help, who is a queer person who may be thinking about harming themselves, who also just needs someone to talk to. Their primary purpose, this is as far as I know, is to provide that resource. They have a call line that you can volunteer for. They also do a lot for the LGBT community, mainly LGBT youth, and letting them know that they're not alone, and creating their mission is to let kids know that they're not alone and make that better for them. Kids who may be in some serious trouble. So they've been around for a while, and that was what their mission statement used to be, but they've been doing a lot of other stuff. So they've just always been an incredible resource to the LGBT community, and it's a very good cause. It's for anyone who needs someone to talk to. That's what they're there for.
Well, and so we are raising money. The link is in the description of the video. Basically, the way we're going to do this, I think we will just start doing or playing stuff and doing things for money because that's what we do. However, you'll notice I've turned off the we don't want any super chats tonight. This is not about making money for channels. This is about making money for the Trevor Project.
Oh, I didn't know what a super chat was. I was like...
Yeah, so no sending money in the live streams. However, we would love if you want to see some funny commercials and little bits, please go donate. And as we see some donations come through, for everyone we see, we'll do a little something. here and there. So,
yeah.
But the other things that we'll be doing kind of in the meantime on that is we have a bunch of guests coming in starting at 8:30. We'll have a bunch of people coming in. We'll talk a lot about the Wheel of Time TV show, a lot about the books, a lot about how stupid I am, all of that.
Sure.
Now I will let everybody know I am going to try to not pass out in the middle of this. I got my booster yesterday and it has hit me hard today. I've been sleeping on and off all day because I've just been exhausted. Some people, I didn't have any reactions to the first two at all.
Do you have Pfizer or Moderna for your booster?
I don't even know. I didn't pay attention. I think it was Pfizer, but it just hit me. So anyway, so if I pass out,
we'll just keep going.
Don't be alarmed. So we haven't really had a chance to talk we have, but we haven't. I mean,
I know that was so.
We barely got to talk, but what are your overall thoughts on Wheel of Time season 1? Overall positive, overall negative, decent. Where do you put that for you?
Which
Brian.
one of us in particular?
Let's start with Brian because Jess is dealing with somebody getting ice in the kitchen. So,
I really, really had fun watching season 1. I had a lot of fun, and it could have been bad, and it was not bad. It was good. I liked it. I enjoyed it. And it's not perfect. I would honestly, you know what I would say? I don't know how people are going to feel about me saying this, but I would put it on the same scale as the books. I feel like as much as the books have their issues, the season 1 has its issues. That if I'm comparing it to book 1, as much as I loved book 1, I feel like season 1 had its own issues finding its footing. Are you hearing me?
I am. I'm just confused because I saw a super chat come through, and I thought I turned off monetization on this video. So continue. Sorry.
All good. No, I just it wasn't perfect. If a lot of people talk about we want 10 episodes, and I understand that impulse. I agree. I hope we get 10 episodes next season. However, I don't think it's correct to say that the problem was we didn't have 2 more episodes because we didn't pace this as well as we could have, and there were issues that I think could be improved upon. All of that said, I loved it. I had a lot of fun with it. I enjoyed it, and as a fan of this story, I'm always going to cheer for the show. And I love most of all that my friends and family are watching it. That's the biggest thing for me. So I love it. I'm having fun with it. I don't think it was perfect.
Well, I agree with you. Real quick to address the super chat. I just want to say this before everybody keeps going. I'm not sure why, because I did check. Monetization is turned off. So I'm not sure why we were able. Thank you, Nicholas, for doing that.
Stealing money for his next yacht.
Yeah, that's what it's for. I would ask everybody, do not super chat. Please donate to the link in the description of the video for the Trevor Project. I am refreshing that as we go, and you can make comments there, and we will read your comments there, and we will do funny stuff for whenever you post. Which, oh my goodness, it's already happened. Okay, so hold up, Jess. Before we get to you,
what happened?
Oh,
hey, what happened?
Beth went ahead and donated $515.
Damn it,
Beth. And then Carrie followed up with another 15. We had an anonymous 20. We are off to a start here. So let me think, Brian, or when did you want to debut the Very Aiel Christmas New Year or Very Aiel New Year? Do we want to wait for that?
Very Aiel Christmas New Year.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
let's wait for that one.
We can save it. Maybe how many viewers we got right now?
We're at 86. So
hey, look at us. Okay.
For every $100 we get, or actually I take that.
Let's set a money amount for it. I think money amount
for every $200 you guys get a commercial.
Okay.
Or a little bit that I've got a ton of them uploaded here, so I'll just play them.
What are we at right now for our donations?
We are at $572. So I'm going to play 2 of them. And I've got just the 2 because we did these way back. They were like commercials, but they were like a series of commercials. So 1 and 2. So I'll play this first one, and then I'll play the second one right after it. Here we go.
Have you been stuck in a rut? Shearing sheep every single day of your life got you down? Sick of the same old village life every day? Do you think it's time to get away? We do too. We here at the Greater Abu Dhabi Tourism Council believe that you deserve the vacation of a lifetime, and there is literally no better place for you and your family to visit than historic and beautiful Abu Dhabi. Scenic beaches, incredible shopping, and that fresh ocean air. Doesn't that sound like something from your dreams? Witness the ancient traditions of stabbing your husband if he displeases you with a marriage knife, or the rustic charm of the Rahad on one of our Rahad safaris, where a guide and a guard of 100 brave the ancient streets of the Rahad and try to return alive. Your kids will love it. Come for the horse race gambling and stay for the smell of rotting fish. We have it all. If you book your vacation here in the next week, however, we will throw in a 5-day cruise aboard a Seafolk vessel. Get ready for fast sailing, and the best part is it's free. There's never a cost to sail with the Seafolk. Just bring a gift of passage, but make sure it's a big gift, or they will throw you over the side of the boat. Wouldn't that be fun? And if you're a nudist, don't worry, we've got you covered. On that cruise, everyone is topless. Sun's out, jugs out is the saying we live by. So don't wait. Book your Abu Dhabi vacation today. It will be the best and last decision you ever make, especially if you visit the Rahad.
Brought to you by the Greater Abu Dhabi Tourism Council. Not responsible for any death that may occur on the trip. All vacations non-refundable.
I forgot that was like the longest commercial I think we've ever done.
I forgot about that one.
Sun's out, jugs out.
Sun's out, jugs out.
Okay, and then
That's
there
my
was
motto.
there was a part 2 to this. So here we go with part 2.
Is your life as a Marath Damane giving you stress? Is being a danger to everyone around you wearing you down? We here at the Greater Abu Dhabi Tourism Council think we have the solution. Now that we are under new management, we are specifically designing vacation packages for Aes Sedai or Marath Damane, or whatever you identify as. Come visit Shanchan-controlled Abu Dhabi for world-class kennel accommodations. Get your own cage and private lessons with some of the most talented Soldam on the planet. You'll get regular exercise, you'll be walked daily, and you will even get the freedom of lifelong captivity. If you book your trip now, we'll throw in some complimentary neckwear and a beautiful white dress that will honestly be the last dress you'll ever put on. If you are sick of following the orders of a tyrannical Amerlin and stressed out by the fact that you are too dangerous to be left to your own freedom, come visit Abu Dhabi, the only place in the Westlands that will value you for what you are. Property of the Empress. May she live forever.
Brought to you by the Greater Abu Dhabi Tourism Council under advisement from the Shanchan Empire and the Empress. May she live forever. Not responsible for loss of freedom and permanent captivity that may result from visiting Abu Dhabi with the ability to channel the One Power.
Who wants to go to Abu Dhabi? Come on.
I know.
I do.
Like, Brian, you have the perfect like commercial mocking voice. Like, I don't know. I
sound like I
nail
want to go to
those.
Abu Dhabi.
Like, and Jess, before, like, or maybe we'll take a break and then do this, because in the meantime, while we played those two, we are already at $1,000 raised.
All right.
What?
Yeah, I need to
Okay.
make my donation. I think when we hit 3,000, we premiere a very
I think
ideal
so.
New Year.
That was
I
the
think
first
that
goal.
that is
Easy.
good.
So I
That
agree.
should be I think that could be our halfway point. We're gonna raise
So-
some money for these folks.
Let me read some of these because people did make notes. So we have Anonymous, Happy New Year, and thank you each of you for your content and this fundraiser. Thank you to you.
Thank you
Dan-
for watching. And
Danny L said Happy New Year, Tarval at After Dark. Well, she said Happy New Year, Tad, but I'm assuming that you meant TVAT because I don't know, but Tad. I'm gonna assume.
Who is Tad?
Yeah, I don't know.
Tad.
He was one of the
Dare Tad steal our thunder?
One of the stable boys that the Waynes bring in was Tad.
That actually sounds like an Emmons Fielder name.
Yeah, it does.
Lude
Or a guy you
Theron,
met at the country club.
Lude Theron,
which is a great name. Lude Theron made a big donation. Daniel Durgan made a big donation. Darius Sadai made a gigantic donation of
course he did.
Hey, bud. We love Darius.
Heck yeah. Sherbet Mango, one of our newest patrons, who we love with a passion,
who we love,
donated and said, "Thank you for supporting such an amazing charity. Happy New Year." Happy New Year to you, Sherbet Mango.
Happy New Year.
And then we've got Jay Diggity. Great cause. Stay safe and be happy. Water and shade. Thank you. You guys rock. You're the bestest. And I'll say this again, guys. If you can refrain, I tried to turn off the super chats for some reason, and for whatever reason, it did not work. So please don't donate to the super chats. Send the money to the Trevor Project, not to me. Anything that you do put in there, I'm going to end up giving, but I would prefer not to. I'd prefer you just to give it straight there. So, okay. So we have what does that make now? We have 3 more we have to play, but before we do that, we're going to stock those up. Jess, what were your thoughts on season 1? Because we kind of cut off midway there.
Overall, I loved it. I think that they hit all of the major plot points. More importantly, they got the characters right to me, which I think is really the biggest thing. Like Brian said, it wasn't perfect. And there are things that, I didn't care for or didn't agree with or just didn't like. But overall, I'm easy. I give it 10 out of 10. Would watch again many times. So
can I spin something off of what you just said?
Yeah.
About overall they got the characters right, and I agree with you 100%. And it was funny. I laughed at myself because at the end of season 1, I was like, I really didn't love Perrin's arc, and then I was just like, I guess they got Perrin right, because that's it. I mean, it does. I get it. So I think they got the characters right, and whatever complaints I have, I agree with that. We have our characters, and that feels good.
And I agree with you guys on that. I'm probably a little bit, I don't want to say more negative, but I probably have some more criticisms than especially Jess, because Jess has the rose-colored glasses on. We'll go.
Jess just fucking likes to like things. So
and I do too.
Love that. I wish I were like that.
No, and I think to a degree, all 3 of us do, because
of course,
and I wouldn't expect otherwise. You don't come to a Wheel of Time fan, you're going to view the world through the lens that you kind of already do. I want to like this show, so I'm doing my best to like the show, right? And so the things that are good, I'm going to like. Now, there are a few things that I'm like, oh, why did we do that, right? And even in hindsight, again, with the Perrin, I thought they had such a great chance to make Perrin's arc actually an arc. And there just isn't an arc. So,
yeah.
There just isn't one.
Well, I guess I would argue that there aren't really a lot of arcs for the other EF5. I mean, okay, Egwene and Nynaeve figure out that they can channel. Rand figures out he can channel. But, I guess they're just, I don't know. I guess I didn't feel like there was anything. Matt didn't really get that much either. So.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think said this on our podcast, but I view everything through an analytical lens because I write. I analyze stories. That's what I like to do. So when Wheel of Time or any other show, I tend to go in deep on the things that I nitpick. I do. And I certainly most of the things that I've talked about that I didn't like over the season, I'm nitpicking. It's really fun. And above all, I would want to have the characters in place, and we have that.
Yeah. I'm not, like I said, I don't want to say I have concerns about the writing in the future with some of the corners I think they've written themselves into. but they may have creative ways of getting them out of the holes that I think they've gotten themselves into. So I think that there's certainly, I'm very positive about the future, although I will say this. I'm a little bit more skeptical about the reception of the first couple episodes than I might have been 2 weeks ago. That I'll say.
What's that?
The reception, the public reception?
Well, for the next season. Like, I'm a little bit more concerned about season 2 than I was after episode 7, right? After episode 7, I was like, I thought they had a chance to go out on a real high to nail it. And I just don't. I think that final episode really did hurt things. So, again, I don't want this to be a total negative because it isn't. There's a ton, and we're going to talk about a lot of the things we like. But before we do that, we have even more fundraising come through.
Hey,
here's what I'm going to do. I am going to play. We have 3 commercials that we're owed right now. So I'm going to play one of them. Actually, you know what? We'll play a bedtime story instead of a commercial. Break it up.
Awesome.
And then we'll come back and read some of the new donations and we'll play some more. So here we go. This is a bedtime story. If you are a watcher of my channel, you have actually not heard this one. This is a new one. So here we go. And now it's time for a bedtime story from Emmons Field. Once upon a time, a little boy and a little girl lived with their mommy and their daddy in a village. They all loved each other very much. The mommy and the daddy would work hard so that they could give the little boy and the little girl a good life and good food to eat. The daddy would work hard shearing the sheep and tending the farm, and the mommy would help on the farm and spend all day cooking and helping heal the sick people in the village. The little boy and the little girl did chores around the house every day, and if they were a good little boy and a good little girl, the mommy and the daddy would give them one sweet before getting into bed after their chores were done. Sometimes their chores would be to clean their rooms, or even to help daddy with the sheep. Now one day, the little boy and the little girl wanted 2 sweets before bed instead of just one for doing their chores. When mommy and daddy said that they would get sick if they ate more than 1 sweet, and that they could wait until tomorrow, the little boy and the little girl got an idea. They decided to wait until mommy and daddy went to sleep, and they snuck down to the place where mommy kept the sweets, and they each took 1 more. They laughed and they giggled as they ate the sweets because they tasted so good. But a little while later, the little boy started having a rumbling tummy. Rumble, rumble. Then the little girl had a rumbling tummy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Mommy told us we would get sick, they thought. Just then, a slash of light rotated in the room, and a lady dressed in all white stepped out. Hello, little boy and little girl. My name is Cimarrog. I heard you were feeling sick. Can you help us? The little boy and the little girl asked. Oh, yes, Cimarrog said. Then she used the 1 power to savagely torture the little boy and the little girl. She pulled the little girl's arms off and used them to smack the little boy in the face. Then, as they were bleeding to death, she said, little boys and little girls who eat too many sweets will always get a visit from Cimarrog. Good night, little ones. And then she used balefire and burned them from the pattern forever. The end.
Your shit is just fucking sick. Sick
Beautiful.
man. I love it.
I can't believe you wrote that, Jess.
Yeah, I know.
Made me read it. Oh boy. So while
I think I could.
Well, yeah, it's not really your style. So we have a ton of new donations. Like, I can't even keep up with them. You guys this is nuts. Like, we are at now currently.
I'm gonna get my I have like party horns, and I feel like I
Get
need
it,
them.
yes.
Yeah. Just give me a sec. Yeah.
Okay, and while he's doing that, let me read off some of these because there are so many here. So Nicholas Starrow, I hope I read that right. For my good, this donation is goes out with a dedication. For my good friend for over 15 years, Amanda B. You're one of the greatest people I know. I wish you and your boyfriend a long and happy life. I know you don't need my help to fend off the haters, but if you ever do, I will be there. That's very sweet. Lunatic, I love your name.
I totally have hats and glasses and like all kinds of stuff, but I'll have to find it when I take a break.
No problem.
For now, I've got a bag of these though. So donations.
Lunatic, which I love your name, says, thank you for doing this. Love you, folks. We love you too. Kevin Chittenden, I guess at Shaitan's Taint, which my goodness, says go fuck off. Great cause. And hey, Kevin, you fuck off too. And by the way, if you're new to Tar Valon After Dark, which I know some of you are, fuck off is a term of endearment here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually a positive to Kevin. Knuckles Mustache, thank you for your donation. Jennifer Nerdy Guns, fantastic organizations. Thanks for bringing the light to this Tar Valon After Dark. We have With Love from Rogaine Ablar. I love that. Liz Willoughby, thank you for your amazing content and always giving back. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Liz. Lance Cowley, Happy New Year, Tar Valon After Dark. Big supporter of all three of you. Right now, you are at the top of your game. And this is an amazing cause. Thank you. Thank you to you all. Tyshar, Tar Valon, the Admiral, Gray Ashman. Thank you very much, sir. We have another anonymous donor. Thank you, Mr. Anonymous. Darren Raymer, thank you. Tracy Sutherland, this so important that this is available. Again, thank you all for donating, which right now we have just broken 15. We're on the verge of 1,600. So like we are at, what do we have now? We've done 3 bits.
It's been a half hour.
I know, right? So we've done 3 bits. We are owed, if I'm doing my math right, we owe basically, we have 4 more that we have to do and about to have to do a 5th.
Thank you, everyone. Wait, for everyone who I missed for. These are.
Yeah. Thank you, Lightblight.
Fuck off, Nae'Blis. But honestly, like, yeah, true that.
Yeah.
just fuck off.
But really do that.
Really, just
like for real though.
Yeah.
Just fuck off.
For real though.
Well,
I love that that's our term of endearment here.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the donations. When we get to 3,000, you're going to see the premiere, the world premiere of a very high yield new year.
Premiere.
I'm looking forward to it.
Very.
Have you watched it?
No, not yet.
I did.
Oh.
I did.
You did. All right.
I was too busy doing this.
Yeah, no, I would imagine. I mean, for me to get my hair to look like that would take years because it's not long enough. But yeah,
I spent hours doing this too. Okay, let's play a bit. Here we go.
Hey men, what I'm about to say could save your life. If you're a channeler of the One Power and have used the power in the past, the next 30 seconds will change your life. How? Well, I'm glad you asked. Every male channeler needs to have a good taint cleansing. If you haven't yet had that slimy oil slick cleansed off your source, come on down to Nynaeve Almira's Taint Cleansing Emporium. With just a little coin, you will walk out of there in just minutes with a completely cleansed taint. If you haven't yet had that vile black sludge taken care of, it's not your fault. The Dark One put that taint there. Come get it cleansed. No one wants to have the effects of that nasty, black, oily taint ruining your marriage, friendships, and forcing you to murder everyone. Come get your taint cleansed today. This weekend, due to the Beltane holiday, Nynaeve Almira is offering 50% off all taint cleansings. 50% off! But wait, there's more. Not only will you get your taint cleansed for 50% off, but this weekend only, you will also get 3 free training lessons with Lan Mandragoran, Nynaeve's husband. He will teach you famous moves like sheathing the sword, kissing the adder, one of his favorites, and of course, Nene's favorite form, the viper flicks its tongue. You can't beat these bell-time deals, so come on down to Nene's Taint Cleansing Emporium and get your taint cleansed. You won't regret it.
I love that one.
Love it.
Who doesn't love a good taint cleansing?
And a shout out to
Yes.
Did Ionica do that artwork?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Ionica is the one who's done all of, like, we have fun art with for a number of our commercials, all courtesy of Ionica.
they are a delight.
Yes.
are
And you will
indeed.
see
Happy New Year, Ionica.
you will see more of Ionica's work tonight if you we have a lot of donating left to do, but if you all keep up with it, which we're so far behind on bits we're supposed to do. So okay.
For a while, we'll be fine.
Well, we have somebody joining us here in a minute. We have a guest coming on.
Yay!
Who's joining us first?
It'll be a secret. But while we're waiting, we will play one more bit because I think we are behind, and then we will we'll go back with a very early one here and more Ionica art. How about this? Here we go.
This weekend at Staffs R Us, all staffs are 2 for 1. Since the eye of the world, staffs have gone out of fashion in Randland. But at Staffs R Us, we understand the benefits of wielding a staff, crafting each one with confusing powers no one really understands. Our staffs don't have the power. It just really, really seems like they do. So stop by our store and buy a staff today. Staffs R Us. Because things do not have the power. But staffs do sometimes. Or maybe not. Don't worry about it.
Thanks for joining us at The Thirsty Tinker. Remember, what happens in North...
Apparently that didn't get cut out. So
I love
not
that artwork so much. I love that it just says they always look cool in little tiny font. It's amazing. It looks so good. God, I love that.
I kind of miss reading the commercials like in the middle of the show like we used to because all of the cracking up afterward makes me very happy.
That's true. We don't really have the chance to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Well, let me go ahead and bring in our very first guest, also one of our very first supporters, Mr. Darius Sadai.
Hey, buddy.
What's up? Okay, am I like
Happy
tripping?
New Year.
Am I tripping, or is your background like?
Yeah, what's up?
You got a party going on back there.
I do have a party going on back there. It's actually my Christmas lights against my blinds in my room. So.
Oh, I was like, that is crazy. Whatever that is.
Cool.
It looks very cool. It reminds me of an aquarium.
That's when I first turned it on. I was like, because the blinds are new, and I was like, oh, this is cool. Like I didn't intend that. Cool. Was it Swan Sanche and her 3 unintended consequences or whatever? That's mine.
Welcome,
Thank you.
sir. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So let me brag on Darius Sadai. If I always say that wrong, because I never know how to say your name.
I think it's Darouche.
Wait.
It's Dariush, but
Dariush.
Darius
You're
or Darius.
kidding me.
They're all... No, it's an English version of a Persian name. So
I wish I should have asked. I've been saying Darius for so long.
It's
I just copied
Dariush.
Brian.
I'm glad. Yeah, I know. I feel like I've been. Yeah, that's terrible. I should have asked.
And I remember him saying it differently than how we were saying it, but obviously did not remember.
You just
I know
blew my
nobody ever
mind.
gets it. They're like, "What?" I'm like, "It's fine. Darius or Darius works."
I like Dariush. Okay, Dariush from now on.
Dariush Sadai. I love
Dariush
it.
it is.
Okay, I'm gonna get it right now.
Yeah, this was good.
So Dariush Sadai is not only like the supporter of every single Wheel of Time content creator that exists financially, but he is also one of the very first Valon After Dark supporters.
Yes.
And I would say even more importantly, he is like he's the director of marketing for WatCon, which is a big deal. A big deal. What is WatCon?
WatCon. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's this thing that we're doing. It might be taking place in Columbus, Ohio, in July.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, what's happening?
Check it out. It is a WattCon is a fan-created, creator-created convention for all things Watt. Like, I think it is the intention of this, and our heads has always been make it this amazing, open to anybody who's a fan, you know, regardless of why or how you're a fan, just sort of no holds bar. But I also think it's going to be awesome because all of you guys and all of us guys who are fans on the background get to interact, and it's meant to be about us being a community more than anything. That's my take on it anyway.
Yeah, I think it's
Absolutely.
perfect.
Well, I'm getting my ticket.
Yeah.
No, I have my ticket.
I was going to say, you already have
Yeah,
your
no,
ticket.
I'm kidding. I'm just saying, you know. Good
I
pitch,
know.
is what I'm saying. I do have to get my plane ticket and all that. I gotta like make my arrangements, but I'm super excited.
I'm excited that I can drive. Like, I don't have to
Hey.
sit there this time.
Hey,
Like,
holler.
Well, and it's fun
yeah.
because like we're all going to be at JordanCon here in the not too distant future, and then near after that we're going to be at WattCon together. So it's exciting.
I keep forgetting that there are like two of them. It's gonna just that like we've got a fun year ahead. It's gonna be really cool.
Well,
Good
and I
couple
think-
months.
Fill the gap. Fill the gap.
It's gonna be
between
I'm
the
excited.
seasons.
Exactly. Because whatever you feel about season 1 being over, we've got so much fun stuff filling in that gap. I'm excited.
Well, and that was sort of like, I mean, not to be all serious about it, but like that was sort of how this all started. We like a group, us here and a couple others were hanging out at JordanCon, and we're like, this was so much fun. Why? I wish we could do this again because it was really cool. Because last year, because of COVID, if you guys are not aware, they pushed JordanCon back from its normal date. So normally it's in April, like the weekend after Easter, but it got pushed back into the middle of the summer last year. Well, what was really cool about that is we were all there in the middle of the summer. And we thought, oh, great, it'll be even sooner before we get to come back because it wouldn't be a full year until JordanCon. But then we started thinking, gosh, wouldn't it be cool if there were like another one of these to go to? Because I would totally go, right? Like that's kind of how that started. And everybody was like, well, I would go and I would go. And then it's like, well, okay, let's do another one.
Yeah, let's do it.
So I see a couple questions coming around here. I'm going to do virtual con or WattCon virtual.
Uno's eye patch.
There will be a virtual option. You will see those tickets come on sale probably sometime here in the next year. But that is going to happen. They're going to be $2,000 or $3,000. I'm joking.
I think we decided at least 5.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
In our last meeting, we were like, that sounds right. Yeah.
Charging a premium for not coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It saves
If you're
us
not
all a lot
coming,
of
you
work.
owe
Thank
us.
you.
So we fully expect, in our first year, we fully expect to sell out. I would say we are nearing halfway there right now to being sold out. Which is funny because like we have 2 separate tickets. I just think this is going to be a blast. We did a VIP ticket, which has like an extra meal. So we're providing food at the con, which part of that came from the feedback of like when I was at JordanCon, I think I spent like $350 on food while I was there.
Most
Like,
of your money gets spent on
right?
food. It's a
Yeah.
thing.
So
yeah.
It's the biggest expense.
we thought, what if we could do like really good food, but still have it be like a part of the con? And so that's kind of what the tickets have some food built in. Well, there's a VIP ticket that has another meal built in. That's like a banquet. When we initially thought of that, we were like, I doubt anybody will want to do it. It'll be like 20 people that'll want to do this. Right. And I would say a good half of the tickets that have been sold have been those VIP tickets.
Dang.
So we're going to have a very large dinner with everybody. It'll be a lot of fun. So,
and I'll say my husband has not decided yet whether he's going to be able to come, but I am honestly at the point where I'm worried that he won't be able to get a ticket. Cause I'm like, you need to like, it's time to get your ticket and reserve your spot if you want to go. So,
and I want your husband,
cause I want him to go, but I need him to decide that sooner rather than later. Cause
I want some Patrick at the,
I hear that.
Absolutely. Watching you guys' videos on the season was so entertaining.
He's
like,
very insightful. It scares me.
Yeah. You can tell
Like,
you can tell how into sci-fi fantasy kind of series he is because he very quickly picked up on what they were laying down and just sort of like the broad-based this is a fantasy story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's just like that with like, we'll watch a movie and he will get the twist ending an hour before it happens and whisper it in my ear and I'll be like, fuck off. But like, it's also amazing. But but with Wheel of Time, that's been such an interesting dynamic because I know what's going to happen. So I allow him to say whatever the hell he wants. And it's like, okay. it's kind of crazy what he says. Yeah, it's been fun.
Patrick is getting all kinds of love in the comments right now. For those of you who you Patrick lovers,
I should be in our YouTube chat.
You may or may not be in for a treat tonight. Maybe. Let's check real quick. Let's check our fundraising levels here. Oh my goodness, you all are crazy.
Yes, I like
crazy. We are up to $1,800 already.
Okay.
We're not even an hour in. We are not even an hour in.
Wait,
Trevor Metcalf, thank you very much.
Who are you people?
We have a 9LZ Nils. Thank you. And he says, I just want Tony the Tinker to say hi. Can we get a Tony the Tinker hi here?
Yeah, let me get my wig.
Oh, good.
Right? Sorry, I just found the YouTube chat. And so now I'm going back to our StreamYard. Okay. Let me get a bag of wigs. I got a bag of wigs here.
Okay. While he's doing that, we'll come back to the Tony the Tinker thing, and let me keep reading here. Uno's eye patch. All the love in the world to Valon After Dark and our fabulous Watt family. Thank you, Uno's eye patch. And then we have Keep It Wheel from Anonymous. You all are awesome. I can't believe that we've raised $1,800 and we're not even an hour into this. You guys are crazy awesome.
This is insanity, and I love it.
Yes.
I'm really glad that we decided to raise money for Trevor Project tonight. We were like, should we do something for New Year's? This is awesome. I'm so excited that this is a good way to spend New Year's, everyone. You should feel good. Everyone donating.
Oh, Tony the Tinker, blue hair, huh?
I'm going to change my hair every time someone donates. Which means taking off my headphones. So that means I really love y'all.
So I thought Tony had longer hair. Does Tony have longer hair? Or is this just Tony in his like
right now? This is Tony
punk rock phase where he's
right now. This is just what Tony's feeling.
Tony, can we get for 9LZ? Can we get a high?
Hi, night. Wait for who?
Hi.
For 9LZ.
Hi.
I'm Tony. Who wanted a high?
Tony the Tinker is
I would read their name
right now.
I would read their name. Is there a name I can read?
9LZ.
9LZ. Hi, 9LZ. I'm Tony the Tinker.
All right.
Really, that was some quality.
I think that's time for a commercial. So we will. Here we go. We will head for a commercial. The following is a public health announcement from the Yellow Aja.
These past 3,000 years have been very difficult for everyone, especially if you or a loved one had suffered with the ability to touch Sidene. We have endured mandatory gentling, unexplained madness, and death on a scale that has changed the very fabric of our society. Many of you have had to make sacrifices, and it is our great pleasure to announce that we may be able to get back to a level of normalcy. The Yellow Aja is pleased to announce that after several blind studies and intense scrutiny of data, those who have had their madness removed may again touch Sidene. You should be able to touch Sidene in public as well as at home, even in the presence of other users who may not have had their taint cleansed. Of course, this only applies if you have had your taint cleansed and madness removed, and those who have not should refrain from touching Sidene. You should also respect the local establishment's rules regarding taint cleansing, as the local rules will still apply. If you are still in need of a taint cleansing, Nynaeve Almera's Taint Cleansing Emporium is still accepting walk-ins at this time. Please make sure to get your taint cleansed so that we can all get back to normal. Thank you.
Brian sounded very serious on that one.
Well, if you didn't get the subtle hint there that was sort of an allegory to getting the fucking vaccine. Anyways, go get vaccinated, people. Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry.
get
Go get
vaccinated.
vaccinated. Seriously,
Preach.
go get vaccinated.
Yeah. But yes,
For
we
God's
have-
sake, help us end this fucking nightmare.
For real though.
we have a new hair. Oh my gosh, Brian,
I know.
that is.
I decided to
awesome hair.
level up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You really did level up.
Yeah, I'm looking good. Yeah. It's
Well-
my Avi punk rock look.
We are dangerously close to $2,000 now. We are up over 1,900. We have another. Matthew Welker donated, and here's what he says: Jess, your hair is fabulous. I agree.
Oh, thank you.
Well done on looking fabulous. Brian and Nae'Blis look. You can both fuck off. Agree there too. I still love you both, though. Thanks for working for Trevor Project. I'll have your babies if you need them. Thank you, Matthew. You can fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Light Blinded Fool. But I'll say this again, guys. Please don't super chat. Throw all your money at Trevor Project today.
For real though.
I tried to turn it off and it wouldn't let me. But
It'll make us happier to see the numbers on Trevor Project. For real. That's what
Absolutely.
we want to do tonight.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yes. So that is awesome.
I can see the chat now.
We are way over on our number. Like we're still not even caught up on all the bits we're supposed to be doing. But yeah.
Well,
So we've
we're
got
going to be here for 5 hours.
I was gonna say we've got 5.5
There's no
hours. I feel
rush.
like we're
Well,
okay.
there is a rush if everybody donates $1,000 or $2,000 an hour, and we
We
never
can
catch up.
create believe if it keeps going, we will create new boundary. We will create new levels. We
that
will
is
create
fair.
something new.
That
That is not a
fair.
problem.
That is fair.
I have lots of wigs, people.
So Daryush Sadai, I said it right,
Yeah.
right?
You
Yes,
did. You did. You got it. Nailed it.
Daryush Sadai.
Nailed
What are
it.
your big plans for New Year's?
Oh, I mean, I have a couple friends coming over in about 20 minutes, and we're probably going to sit and watch possibly
Tarvalin
Wheel
After
of
Dark?
Time. Right. I might make one of them watch the Wheel of Time.
Have they watched yet?
With me. One of them and I have been watching it already. So he's like Patrick. He's into fantasy already. So he's never read the books or watched the show. So
But the
he's
others have
already
not.
picked up really quickly on what's going on. So he's like, oh, this is. I'm like, okay, you're picking up. It's funny because I wasn't sure how people were gonna pick up on some of the more subtle things that book readers know. And I mean, even my mom, who watched the show just because she knows I read the books, she watched it. I came home for Christmas, and she's like, "Oh my God, this is what's happening." I'm like, "Wow, who knew?" Like, 75-year-old lady's gonna pick up on what's happening in this show pretty quick.
It's so funny the things non-readers comment on, not to be like non-readers, but I'm saying when I talk to people who haven't read the books, the things that get commented on shock me. I'm like, oh, I guess I would be. I mean, like because well, what's our spoiler situation tonight? Wait a minute.
Full spoilers.
Full spoilers.
Full spoilers.
Before, I mean, talking to my family, the thing with Ishamael and the Dark One at the end was really fascinating to talk to them about because I watched them have epiphanies of like, but that can't be the Dark One, and like watching them have that discussion was incredible for me. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, because but like we had to wait 3 books, so I'm interested in just seeing people watch a TV show and talk about it. It's amazing to me.
Oh yeah, and people who haven't watched the side content that a little bit spoils that it's a Ishamael, but it's like my mom's first comment was what he was wearing. She's like, "Well, he's wearing the same stuff that they were wearing at the beginning." In the past, and I was like, "Oh, you picked up right away that he's a man in an outfit,
right?
Yes,
making a choice."
Go, mom.
So, did you?
I didn't think you were that smart.
No, it's funny when people pick up on stuff.
Yeah.
But okay, I have to know: did all 3 of you pause it to see what they named him in the Amazon credits down below?
I didn't.
It's a little wild.
What did they name him?
They named him Ishmael the Man. Ishmael with no first A.
No, Ishmael,
call me
right? Yeah.
Ishmael. Yeah, they said Ishmael, and then in parentheses, the man.
Mhm.
Ishmael the man was how they titled that character. So if you hadn't read the books and you paused it, what you saw was Ishmael the man.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Sean Sine made a comment that I think is really cool on this note. Watching non-readers discuss the show gives me a lot of faith in the way the show is telling the story.
Yes.
My family had a gigantic debate about who the Dragon Reborn is, and I was just sitting there chuckling. Like,
what did they think?
Most of them came to the consensus that it actually was Rand, but only because they thought they were trying to mislead them by not having him do much.
At what point did you have that discussion?
So this was after episode 5, maybe.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was because I think that's interesting because I think what my family had the same discussion at episode 5, but at episode 1, 2, 3, they thought it was Egwene.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
It is.
Okay, it's time for another commercial. Here we go.
Yay!
This is a very early one. Also, shout out to Ionica for the graphics. Here we go.
Spring is coming to the Two Rivers, and that means one thing. Your roof is a fucking mess. Send Bowie is the premier, and by that we mean only, Thatcher in Emmons Field. With over 70 years of experience, Master Bowie offers no warranty or guarantee of quality, but it's probably better than climbing up there and sticking various flora to your roof yourself. Stop by the common room of the Wine Spring Inn from sunrise to sunset to make your appointment today. Tell him that you think Nynaeve is a shitty wisdom for a 10% discount. Roof Thatching by Sen Bowie. You'll take what he gives you and you'll fucking like it.
That artwork is amazing.
It really is.
Oh my god.
That's one of the only commercials that I've written.
That was great.
I don't write any of the
great.
commercials, but
I like the Nynaeve. Tell them that Nynaeve's a shitty wisdom for a discount.
Nothing
It makes
will
me
get
wish
you a
I was
discount
wearing
like
my
that.
Go Thatcher Roof sweatshirt. I'm wearing my weekly wheel
Yes!
news one right now.
yay!
I actually
like,
next commercial I'm gonna go change costume because I've got my quote shirts.
Legit a virtual business. You know, you could hire Sen Bowie.
If you want to deal with
The only
Sen
option.
Bowie.
I mean, right?
I mean, it might be better to just have your roof cave in, but you could hire Sen Bowie
You could hire him.
and just deal with him.
Let's pose the same question to you. I get the hiccups all of a sudden. What were your overall thoughts on season 1? Like, if you had to give it a rank out of 10, what are you putting it at? Yeah.
I'm somewhere between Nae'Blis and Brian. I think it's I'd maybe give it like a 7.75. I think there was some patchiness to a few parts, right? Like, I mean, I think everyone's complained about the pacing of the first couple episodes, whatever. I think the characterizations were great. I think they nailed all of the kind of like the core of all the main characters. I think they were very clever in laying out the storylines for the long term. And I liked, as a book reader, I liked that they told the story that was going on during the Eye of the World that wasn't the Eye of the World, right? Like all of the side stories, all the things that you learn about throughout the series kind of get brought in and you start seeing some of that stuff, which I think is kind of cool. Like they put on screen, stories like Logain. But I do think that they missed in a few places. I mean, I think episode 8, my one big complaint about that was the whole burnout thing. I didn't like the way that this is sort of was pieced together. It felt like it was a rewrite. And I feel like there's a few things after Barney's departure that felt like rewrites. So it lost me a little bit there. But overall, I was super happy with it. I will watch it again and again until the next season comes out. Probably nitpick, but I think I'm more forgiving of some of the lore changes than what I've seen online. Like I like new content, so I'm happy with that.
Well, and one of the things that I've really been enjoying about this is, I feel like I'm able to enjoy this because I feel like they're hitting the major plot beats, and the characters have been really, really good. And so what I am enjoying is the theorizing that we get to do. Like the people who've already read the books, we get to theorize again. We get to say, okay, they changed this, so what does that mean? You know, and that's fun. That's exciting. You know, when I first started reading this stuff, I wasn't part of the community. I didn't have anybody to talk to about theories and shit. Like this is new for me. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Dariush, I feel like since you're our first guest, we should do a thing where we ask every guest what was your favorite part of season 1.
Yes.
Right?
Ooh, favorite part of
So I'm gonna put you on the spot as our first guest. What was your favorite part of season 1? And if you get it wrong, we're going to talk about it for the rest of the night. We're going to be like, why did he say that? So I just want to, you know, put that out there.
Oh,
you know.
I think, I don't know if it's like okay, this is what comes to mind immediately. And it's sort of a tie situation in the characterization of Leandrin and Alana. I think that like they were both like changes enough from the books without really being it's subtle in some ways, but I think maybe it's just the acting of both Priyanka and Kate Fleetwood. They were both just amazing. But like that whole scene where Alana reaches back and gets the piece of fruit and is just like, you
don't
just
go
so
that way,
into
sister,
that character, right? Like she's so into the character. I love that, and I just loved like how subtly, like not so subtly bitchy like Leandrin was. It's just like, oh, I got this. Right? So
I love that answer.
To me.
I love that answer. I can't tell which side.
I am 100% in love with Alana, and I know that I'm probably going to get my heart broken. But like I'm all in on Alana. I fucking love her. And honestly, Priyanka's she's so beautiful. She's such an amazing actress, and she's just like so nuanced and so amazing. And every time she's on the fucking screen, it's like bisexual sweating intensifies. I'm like,
same.
Jesus.
I'm not even bisexual, but I'm like, I do her.
Girl, I'll take it. Absolutely.
I'll be like, yes, bring me into that throuple.
Yeah. And I loved how they dealt with that. I thought it was all really nicely done.
You know, what I really like about how they're dealing with non-straight relationships is that they just are.
Yep.
They're a thing. They're not making a big deal out of it. It's not like a whole big discussion about it. It's just like, hey, Alana's warders are cuddling. And that's a thing that they do because they're together. And that's just what it is. And I love that. Yep. It's just like, oh, it's a normal thing, just like it is in the real world.
I think you could say sexuality in general, they're making less of a deal out of it than is made in the books. Because even like Egwene and Rand having sex in the first episode, I found very refreshing. Because these are adults who are about to go off and change the world or die. And I think it's okay that they're having sex. And I thought it was nice that the show just let it happen when the books are like, that's not okay. We have to, this is a big deal. I found that very refreshing. I thought that was a step forward for the story.
Yeah.
Well, they're also very sex positive as well.
Yes.
You know, it like Nynaeve coming back into Lan's room, like, all right, you want a boof? Let's do this.
Especially if I'm probably going to die tomorrow. Of course.
Yeah. So why don't we let's get it on, you know? And
and Egwene's making fun of her for it too. She's like, oh, well,
I liked that.
Girl,
She's like, who got it?
She, I wasn't anywhere last night. You were somewhere.
You were climbing one of the towers of Melchior. And
did he show you all 7?
You were nowhere last night.
Well, and on this note, this is a good segue.
Nowhere is Lan's dick.
This is a good segue into a commercial that we need to hit for this particular topic. So here we go.
Do you like bumping uglies, but you don't want to make babies? Is it harder for your man to pull out than to take Calendor? Does wrapping your man's junk in pig intestines gross you out? Are you planning a trip to the 9-horse hitch? Introducing Erotica Sedai's Sex Juice. Sex Juice will keep you from becoming pregnant 100% guaranteed. How can we possibly promise this? Well, Erotica Sedai's Sex Juice is made from 100% organic heart leaf extract, sung by an ogier. All you have to do is drink a bottle of sex juice at least 1 hour before you want to do the bad thing, and you are good to go. Erotica Sedai's sex juice, keeping the world from repopulating one drink at a time.
Pick up a bottle at your local Erotica Sedai's Pleasure Palace. Not responsible if you get pregnant anyway.
And we've reproduced guests. We have new ones.
Oh my goodness!
The first words that were in my ears when I joined was Erotica Sedai's sex juice.
And Jenny, you know, the first thing you thought was Hot Swain. I'm just going on record now. All about Hot Swain.
It's gonna happen. I'm so worried.
Well, let's give a big welcome here to Rebecca from Reading the Pattern, and then Jenny from Lesbi Nerdy. Welcome.
Yes, look who's here.
Welcome to our party.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's Rebecca can't hear us apparently.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What the hell?
Oh no.
What the hell?
Oh no. It's a
Hang
bubble of evil.
on.
Well, while we are waiting on Rebecca, let's do a quick update on the Trevor Project and our donations.
I think I'm
There
good
she
now.
is.
There she
Yes,
is.
yay!
Welcome.
That's where my audio was going. I don't know where it was going, but
She comes.
Welcome.
Hi.
I was just about to do. Let's hit this real quick. We'll do a quick update because we have broken the $2,000 mark by a significant margin. So in our first hour, we've raised $2,000 for the Trevor Project, which is awesome.
Oh wow.
So let me read. We've got Debbie Green. Thank you, Debbie. We've got Jeffrey. Yes, whatever that was. Jeffrey Eddy. Charity appears too much to be for the redemption of the giver when it should be for the liberation of the receiver. Ooh, that's deep. Tyshar Tarval and After Dark. Thank you, Jeffrey. And then Chris Van Winkle. Love your content and love that you're raising money for such a great cause. 100% my favorite shills on the internet.
Yeah.
Well,
Give me that cash.
we brought in some more shills tonight too. So I'll give the season an 8 out of 10 considering the circumstances they were working with. RJ wrote some amazing things, but he also wrote some stinkier plot lines. True dat. I'll allow the writers a few flubs while finding their footing. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate the donation and agreed.
Yeah.
So,
By the way, I'm going to keep blowing these horns, and if people think it's annoying, I'm just going to keep doing it.
Okay, I got to say your wig game has really stepped up there.
Is it though? I didn't even pay attention to whether it was forwards or backwards when I put this one on. So I'm surprised to hear you say that, but thank you.
Sarcasm might not read so well with the avatar.
Hard. The emoji doesn't show the sarcasm, but I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm on the same page because it's not.
I mean, it literally doesn't. I think your wig
I'm
looks
so
great.
glad you both are here. This is fun.
Same Z's.
Yeah.
And by the way, any of you that need to pop off, do that whenever.
I gotta bounce, but
Darush Sadai, now that I know how to say your name right.
I'm so glad you told us that. That's like my New Year's resolution is to say that right.
All right. I love it. I love you
Happy
guys.
New Year.
I love you for supporting Trevor Project. I will see you in April at JordanCon and then in July for WatCon.
And in
Thank you
Discord.
for supporting this community. We love you.
And all of
Thank
you.
you.
Happy New
Bye,
Year.
guys.
Happy New Year.
I have to
Oh.
adjust the thermostat. I'm freezing.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, hey, welcome, you two. We have been talking random stuff and showing commercials and raising money and all that kind of stuff. One thing we have been kind of asking everybody as they've hopped on is you all have videos. Well, first of all, for people who may not know who you are, who the hell are you? And tell the people who the hell you are. Let's start with you, Rebecca.
Oh, me. Okay, cool. So I'm Rebecca. My YouTube channel is Reading the Pattern. And yeah, I have a lot of videos. I've been
many
doing
videos.
Many videos.
That is lesbian nerdy. Oops.
No, I've been doing, stuff for the Wheel of Time show a lot for a while, but I'll get back to doing some book stuff too.
Same. I'm kind of actually excited to get back to doing some book stuff, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I have watched your videos. They are lovely.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, everyone check out. We don't have people on here unless they make good content. So check out
That's
these
true.
movies.
We actually talked about that before we.
Yeah. We were like, if it, you know, it has to be good enough for people to watch, and we were like, these are the people. You know, you got to get on there. So. Yeah.
And I'll also just say, like, I like to talk about the show as like an adaptation, like how it functions as an adaptation. So that's kind of my particular angle on the subject.
Which is very cool. You're very insightful. I would say one of the more insightful people on the internet. So, like, if you guys are, like, there are a lot of different types of fans out there, right? Like, there's especially in the Wheel of Time world, like, you've got people that just love there's like 5 people that love the relationships in the Wheel of Time. But
are there even?
Are there?
I can't count them.
There are. I had some comments that told me that some of them are the best written relationships ever.
Sounds like bots to me.
What?
That sounds like people who've never been in a
Sounds like
relationship.
bots or someone who's never been in a relationship. Yeah.
Right. Well, Brian, I think the most heartwarming scene in the books is where Elaine instantly falls in love with Rand when he falls in the trees. It's just so realistic. It is.
Oh yeah, you've seen my.
I really I'm all for when Gareth spanks Swan. That's like such a.
Really, all of the spanking scenes are just. You know, we really need them.
Yeah,
all of them.
Yeah.
A single one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're so.
They're just. I can't imagine cutting those out because, like, how could you tell the story without all that spanking?
I once went through all of my comments because I made a video where I talked about how I think the spanking needs to go, and I went through all of my comments and collected them for my for people in my patron chat. All the comments were people saying that they wanted the spanking, and it was alarming. It was really, really alarming.
Yeah.
People was like, or people who would say like, oh, they could get rid of the spanking, but they gotta keep Matt spanking Jolene. That's so important.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. That. Why are people obsessed with that? Because I was gonna bring that up because I did a video on my top 10 Matt moments, and so many comments were your top 10. I completely agree with, except number 1 moment is when Matt spanks Jolene. Yeah, and I have to say, I was like, what?
Why? I know it's shocking. It like
I think
look at
that
these
they
faces.
need to do some soul searching.
Shocked
like
me.
their
I
kinks.
was shocked.
Because there's nothing wrong with that. We're not shaming, but like look inward.
Screw the last battle. Screw the moment when Matt shoves the golem out the doorway.
No.
We want the part when Matt spanks Jolene. I was like, folks, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, no.
The only remotely excusable, and I say this with a grain of salt, the only remotely excusable spanking in the entire story is Cadsuane spanking Cimarog.
Yes. I like that.
Right?
I like that part because it actually, there is a reason you spank her specifically.
Right.
Yeah, I don't particularly like it, but yeah, it is.
It's the only one that's excusable.
It is very different from the moment Matt spanks Jolene. If we're talking about why it happens in the story, Matt spanking Jolene is very clearly done because Matt thinks this kind of thing is funny, and Jolene is a woman who has been dominating this male, and Matt's taking control, and it's funny. Fuck that shit.
And by the
However,
way, Matt is
Cadsuane spanking Cimarog is different.
Okay, let's reframe the conversation.
Sorry,
you're 20 years old, and you think you're in charge. You're 20, 21, and Jolene and Aes Sedai, who's probably in her 80s.
Easily.
Oh my god! You put the ages to it.
It's not better.
Now that you've got this picture in your head, you're 20 years old. Grab your grandma, bend her over your knee, and spank her.
But that's why that is why it's supposed to be funny, is the idea that the Aes Sedai look like young women, and yet they are so much older than women who look like that. And the fact that Matt gets to spank her because she looks like a beautiful young woman, and yet she is this woman with all these years of experience, and Matt spanks her, and that's so funny is the idea in the books, and I hate it. I'm sorry.
It's a humiliation.
I get mad about it because I hate it so much.
Real quick, Jenny.
Sorry,
I don't want to get away from this, so we'll forget to come back. Jenny, tell them who you are.
Yeah.
I'm this person. I'm lesbian nerdy. I have a YouTube channel as well. Also, apparently, a ton of videos. So I talk about the Wheel of Time. I was going to talk about other stuff, but I mostly just talk about the Wheel of Time. So that's my channel.
Well, and very much like in a very different way, I think both of you make very unique content, which I really enjoy. I was saying, I think Rebecca makes very intellectual, like very smart observations, like really, really good points. And Jenny, for you, it's the same thing. And I think like what I always get from your channel is like a completely different perspective, right? Like I always feel like you look at things in a way that I go, God, I'm an idiot. How come I didn't see that way? Or like, I don't know. I really enjoy both of you. So thank you for coming on.
You. Also, Rebecca has a Jeremy Bearimy poster or sign behind her, which makes me very happy every single time I see it.
I always love when people comment on Jeremy Bearimy in the comments of my videos, because I'm just like, oh, I found the
person. We have some more. We are now over $2,200. Got a couple more donations here, so let me read these. Bree Bridges says, "Complain more about Matt and Jolene, please."
Sure.
I mean, we can do that. Elizabeth,
we could go till next year.
Is that Bree? Is that mostly Bree? Is that you?
Is it?
It could be.
It is.
Yeah.
We've got Elizabeth Klimas. Hopefully I said that right. Happy New Year from Mark and B to all of you and to all Nae'Blis's future babies.
Hi, mostly.
Did I miss something?
Well, yes, you probably did, because for all of our patrons, we love them so much that the moment they figure out how to do like the science, I'm willing to bear their children.
Oh, okay.
That's our thing.
I see.
Yeah, once the technology is there, he's going to be having lots and lots.
Basically,
of
yeah. It's good. There's going to be like a switch flipped, and Nae'Blis is going to be just in the hospital giving birth.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I am making no such promises. Just putting that out there.
Now,
yes, it
for
was
all of you,
good.
I had the wonderful pleasure. You should all follow Mostly Bree.
You should.
I had the pleasure of doing the Nerdist like live reaction to the episode 8 with Mostly Bree, which was awesome. So definitely check them out. Okay.
Well, now you look like you have a mullet.
Yeah, that's very
gosh.
mullety.
It's like funny if you don't pay attention to which way is forwards or backwards, you just get a crazy hairstyle every time you try it.
Yeah.
That's what people don't understand about wigs. I'm really good with wigs.
Yes.
I'm like really
like Joe
I
Dirt.
do things with wigs no one's ever done before.
He does look like Joe Dirt right now.
Yes, Joe Dirt. Oh Lord.
I do look like Joe Dirt. Oh my God. Remember Joe Dirt. All right.
So let's Rebecca, for you, like one of the questions we've kind of thrown around to everybody, what is your overall feeling like about the whole season 1 as a whole? Like, what are your general thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just basically pretty thrilled overall. Like, I mean, I think if you like think about how difficult this task was, like how challenging it is to get this started, Eye of the World material is not the easiest to get started with when you're trying to like show the whole world of the Wheel of Time. And they just trying to have it be an ensemble show, because that's the one book that's like not really written as an ensemble.
Right.
And then you throw in like the pandemic and Barney Harris leaving and everything. Like it was enormously difficult what they had to do. And you have something that is like really solid, really good. And I think can get better from here too, because like hopefully they're not going to be dealing with every single one of those challenges, the entire time through. So I mean, I'm just super excited and pumped about it.
I 100% agree. I think it's easy to discount those things, and I guess there's a part of me, I said this in my episode 8 video, they're not really excuses, because at the end of the day, we're going to judge it based, like the people in general are going to judge the product on what the finished product is. Yeah, they're not going to look at it and go, but this and but that.
Yeah.
But for us that follow it, in terms of giving us hope for next year, like none of us, I would say, want an exact repeat of this season. Like I think we'd all be on the same page to say we would like the show to improve. There are areas where we think it can improve, right? And I think we can excuse some of it because of those things. Like I think the Barney thing is a massive problem that I think it's easy to underestimate.
Huge.
I think people notice it.
Well, but they may not notice the changes to the writing that may have had to happen though. Because
like I have some theories about what should have happened in episode 8 that would have been so much. I don't know if I'm right. My theories could be completely wrong, but there are some massive things that I think were changed. Like for me, a pet peeve I have is what was that tracking thing? I think that was entirely added to cover up something else. Because it's like it doesn't make any sense.
She has
it's
a
bit weird.
Yeah. I think my theory, I said it in my video, but I think Perrin was supposed to go with Lan and use his wolfy abilities to track.
I like that a lot.
Interesting.
I like that.
See, this is what I'm talking about with Jenny.
Imagine that. I really like that.
Super smart. Yeah, that's a super interesting theory. Because you're totally right that Perrin was doing a Matt role in that episode. Because somebody needed to do it.
Exactly. Which means what was Perrin supposed to be doing? And that's the only thing I can think of that he was supposed to be doing. And that would have been so much better. And you wouldn't have had this weird, like, really? Lan just hasn't noticed Moiraine's tell for 20 years?
Right. Thank you.
No, that's
Jenny is the queen of awesome theories. This is so
it's
true.
It's a great theory. It makes a lot of sense.
Before your heads blow up, let me blow them up some more from Jenny. Jenny, tell them your theory about Swan.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let's see. What's the very first thing that we see Swan do with the power? The very, very first thing.
Untangled
a knot.
Yeah. Okay.
And what do we see her doing when she's like in her love shack waiting for Moiraine? She's practicing her knots and lures, which is what her dad told her to do. And I think that Ishi tied the weave around Moiraine.
Yeah.
She's an expert with knots. I think she's gonna be the one to undo the weave. Plus, somebody pointed out in my comments, what was Min's wording? That the Amerlin will be your undoing.
Yeah, I think Jenny, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. I will say, I think you're right. I think you're a genius, and I think that's brilliant. And we should all celebrate. How fun is that? Like that would be awesome. This is back in the time when we got to like celebrate these kinds of theories. And yes to you. Thank you. Taking that in though. I'll be honest. I feel like so much of what has happened, this idea of Nynaeve healing what cannot be healed has become so much less important now. And I'm having a hard time with it. And hearing you say that, I think you're right. I agree with you 110%. And yet, I'm having a hard time with it because I like that Nynaeve is the healer. And I'm sorry, I'm actually like having a moment.
I think it's different because I think what's happened
having a hard time.
I think what's happened to Moiraine is not stilling.
I don't think
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think they had to do.
It's a completely different thing. It's not healing anything.
To Rafe's point, this is the part that I think I wish that here's the way I wish they had changed it. I'm cool with what they did there for this reason. Moiraine does jack shit in book 2. Like she does nothing.
Right, but she's early in the story.
So like
for them
they needed to do
something like this.
Where I would have liked them to have done something different is I wish we had not found out about the knot. Like until the beginning of the next season. Right. I actually, because right now I think it's made people unnecessarily angry. Like it wasn't cliffhanger in the sense that I thought, oh gosh, what's going to happen? It was more of a, what the hell did they just do? Like, does that make sense? Like it wasn't a cliffhanger.
It's interesting because like literally my brain, as like a book reader, my brain immediately when it happened was, holy crap, that's different. Like what's going to happen next season? And then my brain, like the next thought in my brain was, oh, that's why they did that. Because something has to happen with Moiraine next season. Because otherwise she's like reading books for 8 episodes.
Yeah, but this gives us nice storyline with Lan and talking about like, you know, they're probably going to do some thinking. Is this actually, they're going to figure out that she is instilled. Like they're probably going to start talking about like transferring the bond over to somebody else, which I really am hoping that they make that something that Lan and Moiraine compromise on instead of Moiraine doing it without his consent. You know, I think that it sets up a lot of really interesting potential stuff to be happening with her next season. So I'm into it.
And I think the other thing to remember too, as far as like how people react to that at the end, because I changed my thinking on that as well, but like we're all book readers and I think we're going to react to it very differently than non-readers. And I think that's the other thing that I would say, I think overall about the season is that's been so encouraging is like the great response from non-readers.
Oh, it's so wonderful.
So like, I just think that's great because that's ultimately what they need to do is make the show work for people who haven't read the books.
Yeah.
Well, let's take this break real quick, only because I want to keep talking about the fundraiser. We have broken $2,200. We've got a couple new ones. Now, as a heads up to everybody, when we get to $3,000, you will see the world premiere, the universal premiere of the New Year, A Very Aiel New Year's, which is the sequel to A Very Aiel Christmas, which is my favorite thing on the internet. So
mine too.
So I cannot wait to see that. But we will go ahead and play a very short commercial right now. We'll come back to this conversation.
Yay.
Hey guys, can we be serious for a moment? Have you ever left your Beltane celebration because you were afraid of where it might lead? Seen a well-turned calf and not had the reaction you should have? Is your Tower of Genji not exactly getting it done? Herbs from the wisdom not helping? Erectile dysfunction is a very serious condition and can affect not only your self-esteem, but your most important relationships. If you are dealing with erectile dysfunction, you and your partner do not have to suffer. You can get help. Introducing the Water Bond. The Water Bond will give you greater physical prowess, the ability to sense shadow spawn, and the ability to literally fuck for hours. But don't take it from us.
My name is Maureen Damodred. My husband, Tom, is great with the mustache, but we met later in life, and when it came to sheathing the sword, it was more like the eel among the lily pads, if you know what I mean. Then came the Water Bond. I was walking bow-legged for weeks after I bonded him. He can literally go for days. Let's just say that man never misses with his dagger.
Don't suffer through erectile dysfunction alone. Seek out your nearest Aes Sedai and ask about the Water Bond. You won't regret it. Side effects include mental domination, manic behavior, and the death of your Aes Sedai, loss of privacy, and emotional mood swings. If you're in a monogamous relationship, it is not recommended you seek out the Green Aja for your bond. Water Bond. Who doesn't want to fuck for hours?
I don't know that I appreciate this leading into the Moraine Tom canon. I don't want to think about that at all.
Too bad.
How about Brian now?
I mean,
what is this?
This is
What do you mean? What is this? This is my fierce Tinker New Year's look number 7.
Yeah, he does look fierce.
Very fierce.
Yeah,
very fierce.
Especially with that lip curl. That's.
Let me read some. We're up to 2,300 now. Let me read some of these donations.
Yay!
Thank you all. Where are we at? Great show, big fan. It's from an anonymous. Thank you. Denise Malone. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Thank you very much, Denise. Excuse me. We have Sherry Ford. Thank you, Sherry. She says, wonderful project. My trans grandson has been through so much, and this warms my heart to donate. Thank you, Sherry.
Aww.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. So,
thank you, Sherry.
Guys, thank you for supporting. Again, the Trevor Project, if you're not familiar with what it is the largest, basically it's a support network for LGBTQ plus teens, or adults too, but mostly kids.
Yes.
They do counseling, they do suicide prevention. I know they do some social work stuff. They try to connect people when they get kicked out of their homes for just being who they are. These are all really, really important things. So appreciate you donating to them. It's one of the best charities out there.
It really is. They provide a resource for queer people who have nowhere else to go. It's an incredible organization.
Yep.
Really
and that truly is something that's unfortunately very common. So thank you to them, and thank you all for helping support it. So we had kind of left off. We were talking, Rebecca. We got going because Rebecca told us what her thoughts on Jenny. Let's ask the same question to you.
Oh,
general thoughts on the season.
Generally, like positive, overwhelmingly. Like there are things in it. I've been very upfront with the things that I didn't like, but the stuff that I liked, the way I expressed it the other day was, what was I saying? It weighs more than the stuff that I didn't like. Like it's heavier. So there's stuff that I don't like, but I can just ignore it to get to the stuff that I like. The show is so much better than I thought it was going to be. And I'm amazed. For me, the most important part was the characters, and the characters, the ones that were important to me, they seem to be nailing. I think Tom in the show is different than Tom in the books, but I like them both. I think they're both interesting, nice guys, and I like them both. So the fact that they veered off.
Sorry, I got excited.
Oh, go ahead. No,
I
please.
like what they did with Tom. I think that making him a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more kind of, dickhead with a heart of gold, I think is much more interesting.
It is
I
interesting,
think then, Tom in the books was a great character, but he did, like, if you really think about it, he is kind of one-dimensional. Like, he is a gleeman, and he like has a thing about young men who can channel because of what happened to his nephew, and that's kind of This just, and I mean, I feel like they did this with all the characters. They really fleshed them out. They added more layers, and
definitely,
but without losing like the essence of who the person is. And it just, like, I love it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I was going to say, Tom is the one character so far, we'll see what happens, where I have a very strong line between show Tom and book Tom. The rest of them are much more blurred. And for me, it's not with show Tom and book Tom. It's not that I like one more than the other. It's just they're different people.
They're different.
And I'm okay with that.
I agree with that. And I feel like a huge part of that comes from the way they introduced him, not to like put that on what you're saying. But for me, I agree with you. And for me, it was because of how they introduced him. And, that song was a bold choice. I respected it. I respected that they wanted to do something different, something bold. But when I did my video with my husband, who has read the books afterwards, he asked me this question. And I'm curious how you all would have answered this, because people on my comments were like, no. My husband asked me, is Tom a sad character? And I really had to think about that. Is Tom a sad character? And I thought about it and I said, yes. And then my husband said, okay, well, then that song makes sense to me. And that was a fascinating conversation, because I wasn't thinking about it in those terms. When he said that, I really had to like ask myself, is Tom a sad character? And I would say, at least at this point, yes. But that was fascinating. And to have that be his question made me sad, because even though there's validity to it, that like, he's not happy, he's had hardship, and maybe that's what they want to introduce. If I'm introducing this character, this bard, this gleeman, that's not how I would choose to do it. I would choose something up and happy. Right. I would have a scene where he gets the room moving. And it was really interesting to have him ask that question, to be like, you're right, that's why they chose it. But is he sad? I don't know.
That's interesting that you say that, because I always thought Tom was a sad character. I had I thought basically his entire introduction, in my opinion, was somewhat sad, because he's this person that was at the top of his game. Like, he was a court bard, like in this the basically the concubine to the queen of the largest nation in the world, and now he is performing at this village that I mean, like, and he's disgusted by it, and
Well, not only that, he's experienced heartbreak as well. Because I mean, you can't make me think that his falling out with Morgaze wasn't heartbreaking for him. Definitely. And losing his nephew the way that he did, knowing that he wasn't able to help, like, that he's heartbroken about that. Like, that's the kind of shit that like makes a person deeply, deeply sad. But he has this persona that he has to put forth, because he's a performer, and you have to always be on. And it's. Yeah, that was very insightful of your husband.
It's a good question, right? I love hearing those takes, because like I agree with both of you. I said yes, he's a sad character because of those reasons, but also like he is the bard, you know,
And
for
he's
this story.
funny.
So it was a difficult question to answer. So I'm interested in all this. Yeah.
Your husband's takes were some of my favorite, by the way.
I'm obsessed. I'm like,
you're obsessed with your husband?
I'm
Really?
obsessed
That's
with
so
my
sweet.
As you
husband.
should be.
I'm gonna marry him or some shit. Yeah.
You should.
I'm pretty obsessed with him too. I can't wait to have
it's
him
fun.
on. Real quick update: we have broken $2,400. Thank you.
Hey!
At an hour and a half, y'all are nuts.
Nice.
I mean, it is
Totally.
nuts. John Joyce, thank you for the donation. Selena McAlpine, great cause, great show, great people. Now fuck off.
Now
Thank
fuck
you.
off.
Thank you,
Well,
Also, you need to
Selena.
fuck
You can
off.
fuck off too, and appreciate your donation.
We love you, but fuck off.
But really,
Hey, you said fuck here. Last time I said fuck on Nae'Blis' channel, he got a little annoyed with me.
well,
Did
Well, it's 'cause
Really?
we're not monetized.
we're not
Oh, that's
supposed to be
right.
monetized, except that yeah. It's not the normal show. I'm gonna this one. I'm not
Next
trying
time he
to
gets
put
another thing, you
advertisers
just need to
on.
tell him to
Yeah,
fuck off.
Fair.
Yeah, fuck off.
I wanted to say though, because I really agree with Brian about like the way they introduced him, because I was thinking like Green Spring is like this totally like down, everybody who lives there is miserable. Like,
Mhm.
can you really have the Tom persona where he's coming in and he's like flipping his juggling and like, you know, flipping his patches and like, you know, stroking his mustache and stuff? Like, I don't know, that persona I think wouldn't work in that
He's reading the room,
location.
which is another
Yeah.
thing he would have to do, right?
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah.
love what you're saying, but I would say, yes, you flip the scenario where instead of having the room be like, oh yeah, we really love this Gleeman, he comes here all the time, he's great. You have this Gleeman who's fucking incredible and no one's paying attention. That to me is a better way of telling that story. You show what Tom can do and how it's wasted in this town of like people aren't paying attention. That to me is like heartbreaking. And then you get to see what he can do. The way they did it, I wouldn't have chosen it because it's like it's just very low energy. It's not to say it wasn't artistic or beautiful, but it was very low energy. And for what Tom can do, I don't feel like we've seen our Gleeman yet, to be honest.
Yeah, I do.
Let me pop in here. We have a new guest coming on here. So while we're getting that person situated, it's commercial time. So here we go.
Ooh.
The following announcement is for everyone in Faldara. It's a huge secret, so don't tell anyone. The Horn of Valir is under Agilmar's throne. We can't let enemies find it. If we're attacked, here's the plan. Grab a pickaxe and start hacking at the floor. It will take a minute, it will be loud, and our enemies might figure out what's up before you reach it. So use some elbow grease and really hack the shit out of the dais. If someone evil walks in, here's plan B. Shout something at them. Even if they run for help, they'll know this is a huge secret that they're not supposed to know. Defend the Horn of Valir, because in Faldara, we protect our secrets. We protect them with pickaxes and yelling and desperation.
Yelling and desperation.
Yeah, and then they just left it there. Oh, there you are.
Hey,
Master.
Hey, girl.
What is up?
You look fancy.
Hi.
Yes.
Well, I heard somebody was going to be wearing sequins, and I could not let that stand.
Oh my
Look at,
God.
I know, it's a shame we're not seeing them. You look
Amazing.
amazing, Jess.
I was going to say, also, it's dark as shit in here. I need to turn the lights on.
Look at your sequins, yes.
Sequin twins.
Look
There
at
we
you.
go.
Oh, look
Now
at
we
these
can see all
hot
the
ladies.
Look at you two. Welcome, Master of the Deck. Happy New Year.
Oh, hi.
I love that. I love your
almost New Year.
I love your skeletons kissing behind you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I figured that was kind of like on brand for me, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of is, yes.
I live.
Well, and you know, for everybody, welcome Master of the Deck here. Master of the Deck is like the master mod or one of the mods of the Dusty Wheel. But most importantly, she's known for her incredible fan fiction.
Indeed.
Tell them a bit
those
about
are the two
yourself.
things.
Tell them a bit about yourself. What are you known for, and where can people find your fan fiction if they wanted to read it? Or can they?
Well, I am Master of the Deck. I'm also named Kayla. In case somebody calls me that today, so it's like not a secret. And primarily, I am a fanfic writer. I write for a variety of fandoms, but I read real time, and I felt very frustrated that it was 14 books long because I was like, okay, I need to get to the end of this so I can see what the fanfic is like. And I also am a moderator for the Dusty Wheel. I moderate the live streams. I'm a moderator on the Discord, which is also a place where you can find me frequently. If you are interested in the fanfic stuff, a link to my archive of our own is on my Twitter account, and that's primarily the social media that I use. So I'm at Pan Malazan, and my cats are running around the room, so that's the thing that'll happen.
It was adorable.
I was going to say, what are kitties' names?
We were asking, what are the kitties' names?
What are their names? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, what are the kitties' names? Sorry, I was staring at the cats.
Yeah.
My oldest kitty is Bobo. He
Bobo.
is 13 years old, and he's a sweetheart. And he was the one that you just saw behind me briefly. And Silchas Ruin is white and fluffy, and he's kind of a dick, if I'm being honest.
It happens with pets, but
it's true.
Aren't all cats dicks? Like
no,
isn't
not all of
But
them.
some of them are special.
Some more than
some of
others.
them are. But
it's easy for us dog people to say that all cats are
there are
dicks.
sweetheart cats out there. I've had one. They might be a rare breed.
Someone is demanding a cat tax, just so you know, when you have a chance. Also, for those who don't know,
I mean, they're both in here. We'll see.
Kayla and I are also the reigning Jordan Con karaoke champs since 2019.
Congratulations!
So, 3 years running.
Because we haven't had karaoke for the last 2 years.
Hey, that means you're the double year champs.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Kayla, or I don't know, I'm maybe Master of the Deck. I don't know what I'm supposed to call you. I'm just going to say Kayla because it's
whatever.
It's
fine.
The question that we pose to everybody else, I'd love to pose to you. Like, what are your overall thoughts on season 1? Like, just you excited, upset?
I mean,
I forgot to also
overall,
say Kayla moderates the our White Cloaks Reddit as well.
Right. Yes.
I'm totally joking, by the way.
If I was gonna my moderator Mercy of that would just be like, and shut it down. Although at the same time, it's like if they're there, at least we know where they are.
They're not other places. Yeah.
Right.
They don't have
Let
to,
them stay there.
Have to stink
That's
up
fair.
the place and the rest of our
They
our
gave
places.
themselves an appropriate name, so
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna pay my cat tax while I tell you about season 1.
Yes.
So overall,
has
I'm thrilled
the
with it.
sweetest
I
face.
mean, he's a good boy.
He's sweet.
I agree with what Jenny said earlier that overall the things that I loved about it are they count for more than the things that I didn't love. And something in particular that I really enjoyed about this first season, and I feel like the biggest evidence for me personally that it is being taken seriously and handled carefully, is that there are so many layers to the things that are happening that other people notice, that I maybe haven't noticed, or that get talked about after rewatches. It's very much like the experience of reading The Wheel of Time, where you go back and you get more on a second time or a third time. It benefits from being talked about. And honestly, that's maybe the best part of it for me. I certainly think there's room for improvement, but I mean, there's hardly a television show that's gone through its first season where you don't like come back to that first season and a couple of, after a couple more and be like, oh yeah, they got better.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I have an interesting question because you are a writer. I'm going to totally put you on the spot here. So be prepared.
Please.
Okay. Episode 8. Obviously, episode 7 and 8, they had to deal with, I think, a big wrench thrown when Barney doesn't come back, right? Like they have to rewrite the whole thing. Like episode 8 specifically, I think, is the one people had the biggest trouble with. Are there any things that you as a writer would be like, here's what I would have done?
Oh, that's a difficult ask. I've actually said from from almost the beginning of knowing this was happening that it's a transformative work, right? This in a way it is fan fiction, and I don't use that as fan fiction derogatory, because I don't think calling something fan fiction is an insult.
Adaptation.
And I think that by and large it's been very good. In terms of episode 8, what it felt like to me sometimes is that this was someone who and this has happened to me, where you're like, fuck, this thing doesn't work anymore. And so you cut it out and you have to like replace it and take bits and pieces of it so that it works within the whole. And then you got frustrated with it and then you just published it. You didn't edit it. Maybe more than maybe you should have done more of that. I think in terms of episode 8, I may have de-emphasized Agomar and Amelisa. I didn't really care about them.
Didn't care about them at all.
And, in the books, I didn't really care about them that much in the books, and the show didn't really make me care about them more. And it did seem like that there was this whole scene which might pay off later in some way that I don't know. I just heard a really great theory that maybe Agomar is a dark friend. It's a difficult. I would have to think more about it, but in terms of something that I would have done differently, I would have used Amelisa and Agomar differently in the final episode. Even if I still killed one or both of them, I may have done it in a different way that was more beneficial for some nebulous future that I don't know about, which means that I could be totally talking about my ass right now.
Yeah.
That's the hard part, right? Like, because we don't know where some of these things are leading to. Even, we think we do, but we don't know everything.
But I think those are fair points to bring up, especially since what they did with Amelisa, especially, she doesn't channel at all in the books. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, she doesn't.
She's the one who gets compelled. Yeah. So there were already enough questions with that. But the fact that they chose to do it with that character when there were other things to do, that was my issue, was the Amelisa stuff at the end. But I think you bring up a good point that, it is not to fan fiction is a term, but like also, it's an adaptation. And I think that you bring up great points that it did its best. The Amelisa stuff gets me. It does a little bit. That's where I get worried.
Yeah.
Well, I really, they were under, I mean, think about this. This show was delayed a year. So
they were under impossible obstacles.
Absolutely.
But so my point though was it was delayed a year, and I think Amazon incorrectly pressured them to get, because I thought the editing was pretty poor also. Like it looked unfinished to me, and I'm just talking about specifically episode 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It felt very much like the post-production work on episode 8 was far less well done than the other episodes. And since not only the editing, but some of the CGI was a little wonky in that last episode, and I think there could have been some rewrites and given a little bit more time to look over there, because their rewrites happened at the last minute.
Yeah,
right?
That's the thing.
So if they had
hard,
time to think through that more, and I think Amazon just pushed them. I would hope in the future that we take the time to get it done right. And honestly, we need more episodes, but that's neither here nor there. So
I don't think that's going to happen until season 3, because I think there's already
I agree with that.
And I'm going to keep saying that was not the problem with the season. People can come for me. That was not the issue. They could have told this story in 8 episodes. I'm going to keep saying that.
No, I see, but I don't think those things are mutually exclusive, Brian.
No, I know, and they should have 10 episodes. I'm just saying that, like, as far as that's the issue, I don't think the issue was 8 episodes. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what I was saying is I think they could have told the story they tried to tell in 8 episodes, but I don't think that story was sufficient. I think they could have left in more, is my point.
Sure,
so,
of course, yeah.
I think there was more that could have gone into that I think would have been low-hanging fruit had we had 10 episodes. So neither here nor there. Let's get a fundraising update here.
Yeah.
And then I have to say goodnight, but yeah.
Wait, real quick. Happy New Year. But what's your favorite part of season 1?
Me?
You have to
Yes.
answer.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I have to pick one thing.
You have
Yep.
to pick one thing. You're not allowed to like. You have to answer.
That's such
I
a
know.
hard. Brian, you're mean.
I know.
That is mean.
I know. You have to pick,
I mean,
but it has to be right.
there's a right answer.
No, I'm messing with you.
I know, I'm just kidding. I mean, so I think the things that are like basically added, like that we don't really get in the books or next to nothing in the book. So it's sort of like between like the Lan and Nynaeve romance and then like Moiraine and Swan. Like, I mean, I'm romantic, whatever. I love those.
The relationship moments that we
Yeah.
don't get in the books.
Yeah, because
I think that's a great answer. Yeah.
because it's like we know those things happen, but we don't get to have the investment in seeing it. And there was such wonderful potential in both of those, and then we got to like actually see it play out. So I love those so much.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to like tell you couldn't leave, but yeah.
No, I love
Rebecca?
it. You put me on the spot. I love it.
Thank you for coming
You're
on.
stuck
Now,
here
I think,
forever.
I think this will be a good thing to send you out on because you can't miss this.
Okay.
We did just break $3,000.
Wow.
That's amazing.
$3,000 in less than
Hot
2 hours.
damn.
That's
So-
amazing.
I am gonna
Oh,
read
you
through.
people are insane.
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna-
everyone. You're all amazing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read.
Unbelievable.
I'm gonna read through and hit the people that donated. But first, as we promised, so that the Rebecca can see this before she goes, the world premiere of A Very Aiel New Year. Here we go.
So then Zoralia stumbled over super drunk. That one could never hold her oozquai. I know, right? And she asks Savannah, what the is up with your jewelry? She did not. I swear, Amis. And Savannah said, it's a fashion statement. Oh, please. Zoralia was like, I know Guy Shine, more fashionable than you. And then she threw up on Savannah's shoes. I'm dead! I usually hate drinking with Zoralia, but that was a good night. You sent for me, wise ones? We did, Avienta, and you took your sweet time. You are to list all of the things you need to improve on next year. Gonna be a long list. You will wear this hat and these glasses while you do it. Why do I have to wear these? Did you hear that, Amis? This child is still questioning me. Why don't you just slap Bear in the face while you're at it? Are you trying to fit in as much toe as you can before the new year? You have so much toe, Avienta. So much toe. If I may, wise ones, why does everything say 2022? It's 998 New Era. This was all that was available on Amazon. Do you have a problem with Amazon, Avienta? No, I love Amazon, wise ones, I swear. Good. Fetch us some champagne. What is champagne? We don't know. We read about it on the intranet. Tell you what we do know. If you're not back with some in 5 minutes, you'll have so much toe your shoes won't fit. Okay, your turn. Okay, I have a lot of toe. I ask stupid questions. You can't stand me. Avienta! Yes! Love this game. So good. Okay, my turn. Okay, I suck. Nobody likes me. Avienta! No, we already did Avienta. I forgot. This isn't cold enough. No. What a disappointment. Okay, I wear stupid jewelry. Oh, Savannah. Yes! But I knew where you were coming from when you said Avienta. First thing that came to my mind. Totally. Wise ones, Zoralia is vomiting right outside the tent. Ew! Again? Why are you telling us? Go hold her hair and clean it up when she's done. Yes, wise ones. Then find Rand al'Thor and tell him you want a kiss at midnight. Oh, that's good. No, you can't make me do that. That's funny. As a wise one, I'm Pretty sure I can.
Pretty sure you can.
But I'll be filthy! You haven't seen Sora Lee's mess! You should have thought about that before incurring so much tow. If you do better next year, we may have sympathy, but right now, you have so much tow. So much tow. Why do you hate me? You're ruining my life! No matter what I do, I always have so much tow! I have so much tow! God! What am I gonna do? She'll thank us one day. Or maybe not. Who cares? Oh, Happy New Year! Oh, Happy New Year. This is fun.
God. Oh my God.
You will have so much toe, your
shoes won't fit.
Right?
That was the best line. Totally.
Yeah.
Fucking
That's
God,
all I
that was
wanted
the
to
best
say.
part. Absolutely.
So much toe.
Oh, God, so much toe.
Okay, if you want to see that full video when it goes up, that'll be on Recapacitize Wheel.
I'll put it live shortly now that it's premiered, but yeah.
Before, I know Rebecca needs to go, so one last time, Rebecca, where can they find you?
Reading the Pattern. YouTube. I am Reading the Pattern.
Yes. All right. Thank you for joining us. Have a great New
You all
Year.
are awesome. Have a Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I love hearing Rebecca talk about things. I should really watch her videos.
Yes, she's
She
awesome.
has lovely things to say.
Master of the Deck, famous for not watching anybody's content.
Is that a thing?
No, she doesn't watch anything.
Yeah, no.
It's a thing.
Although, in fairness, I shouldn't judge because I don't watch anything either.
I don't watch anything. I was gonna say, if
I
that's
watch
a thing,
all y'all.
I'm in trouble because
I watch all y'all.
I watch every video everyone puts out, and I listen to every podcast.
I don't listen to every podcast, but I watch all y'all.
I'll tell you what podcast that whoops, I didn't mean to do that.
Brady
one podcast no one should
Nae'Blis
listen to
is very
because
big.
it's hot garbage.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of Watt Spoilers? That podcast is total garbage. The people that run it are garbage.
That's trash.
Oh,
the worst people. The worst people you've ever met.
No.
I had no
Hi,
idea.
Seth.
Oh, look! I didn't mean to do that.
Why is
See,
it
I was
doing
fucking with you from behind the scenes just because I knew you were going to come at me hard. Hi, how you doing?
Hey.
Happy New Year, Seth.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Indeed. Happy New Year.
Uh,
Nice cloak.
Oh, thank you very much. I figured it's a special occasion. You got to dress up
He's
for it.
He's a
Good
good
This is
ad.
why I have a crown.
I've got to go change.
That's
You
why I
gotta
have
put the patches on the inside now, Seth. You need to
All right,
have
hold
the
on, let
inside
me-
patches now.
Oh,
That's
this
pretty
has
cool.
been-
That is a good point. That is a good point. Fortunately,
oh man.
it is
Ooh,
reversible.
reversible.
Ooh.
Stop
Oh,
Fancy
reversible.
ad.
That's right.
I'm
Not
gonna
on
leave.
purpose, but it is reversible.
That is
Brilliant.
fantastic.
Give me a second.
That's fierce.
There's a cord in the way here. It's making it harder.
That's weird.
It's freaking everyone out.
While he is
No,
doing
Yeah.
that,
Well, he
I
can't
want
That's
hear us
incredible.
anymore, so he's
I-
gonna talk shit now, right?
I want to give the fundraising update that I promised because we have blown past 3,000 now.
Hey.
We are on
Wow.
to 3,300. So let me hit these.
Ooh,
We have a lot of people.
blown.
to pick.
I'm changing my
That's
wig.
Oh my
awesome.
God.
Here's my wig.
Okay,
There
so
we go.
let's
So now the
that's
pocket's on the
literally
outside,
blown.
but
let's hit this. So first of all we have an anonymous. Love TVAD, keep up the work and happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, anonymous. Michael Bingham, thank you very much with the hearts. This one makes my heart sad, but it is what it is. Andy Liu donated and said, as an American living in Singapore, a country where sex between men is illegal, I thank you guys for doing such a wonderful thing. Happy New Year.
Our
Thank
thoughts
you.
are with you. That's,
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andy.
But thank you also for bringing that up because sometimes it's easy to
the
forget
truth.
that it's not
The same around the world.
the same around the world. Yeah.
Now Keely Brailsford just decided to go ham on this donating part and donated more than $500. Keely, crazy.
Wow. Oh,
We love
thank
you.
you.
And she says,
Thank
You are
thank
you.
insane.
thank you to all of you in the larger Watt community for all you do. Thank you, Keely, for that.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
And then we have we have more big donations too here. So we got Punk Rock Pollyanna of the Blue Aja, which I love your name.
That's a fantastic name.
Awesome.
Ooh, dog.
Okay, I don't know how to say this. So
Hell yeah.
Saraghe Jenny, is that a Korean word that I'm not?
I don't know because I can't see it. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Sarangheo, probably.
I am putting it in the comments of the
Okay.
video, or yes, in the chat, so that you can see that. I don't know how to say that. Jenny, thank you.
Saranghe. That's I love you.
Oh, I love you. Okay.
I love you too, Jenny.
That's nice.
Oh,
Thank you
It
for
could've been
all.
anything.
Thank you for all of your content and having this fundraiser. I am enjoying discovering all of your channels. Much love and support from Colorado. We love you. Thank you, Punk Rock Pollyanna of the Blue Aja.
Of the Blue Aja.
Claire Rogers, thank you for all the laughs, TVAD, and raising funds for such an important cause. Thank you, Claire. Another anonymous donation. You guys are the best. Thank you, Anonymous. You're the best.
Yes, indeed.
Daniel Brown, always happy to help a good cause. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Carlos Flores didn't say anything but donated. We appreciate you. Same with Marilyn Reed. You guys are all awesome. We are at $3,300 right now.
Wow.
That's awesome. I'm so happy about that.
Yeah.
I know.
It's
What
nice to
time
walk
is
into
it?
something that's already successful. It's knowing I really can't ruin it. Right?
Yeah, I've done so much to help
Right.
this.
So whatever happens,
Yeah.
it's not anyone's fault.
Right? Exactly.
Yes.
So you have to now. People have to donate money so Seth will get off the stream.
That's a good. Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
Wow.
So
Harsh.
you know what?
but Harsh.
You're coming at me hard already.
Well, for
So
those
how's-
that
Go
I was going to say real quick before you get asked questions, you have to introduce yourself for like the two people that might not know who the hell you are.
Hi, I am Seth from Watt Spoilers. We've been doing a Wheel of Time spoilers podcast based on the name. It's chapter by chapter. I've been doing it now for 4+ years, 400 episodes. So there's plenty of content to listen to. We go long on those episodes too. They are 1 to 2+ hours. So yeah, there's a lot to listen to, and we have just finished book 7. And we're on middle of book 8. So we took a break for the TV show. But yeah, there's some YouTube content about the show if you want to. We're separating the show content and the book content, two houses that shall not meet.
We love Seth also because he does something very special here for Valon After Dark.
Oh, do you want to make that public or
unless you're sabotaging it deliberately?
No.
Seth is the editor. He's the man behind the scenes for the podcast. So.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, no, this is after what was it? Jordan Con, where we met and we talked. You were like, man, it just takes up so much of my time to edit Valon After Dark, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm not on it, so I don't have to listen to myself. So yeah. So ever since then, I've been editing the Valon After Dark,
and now you guys know why the editing is so bad.
Yeah, now you can blame me for all the cuts. And
truly, if you've read the books and you haven't listened to Watt Spoilers, it is a remarkable podcast because it covers chapter by chapter in depth, with the kind of conversations you want to hear if you just finished the chapter. And if you have like people in your family or friends who have just finished the first couple books, tell them to go, because it's all broken down by chapter, which is special. That's not something you always get. And it's a remarkable podcast, the detail with which you have covered the books. And it's been a resource for me. It's really recommended to people. If you haven't listened, go listen. It's fantastic.
I like to think of it as a reference. Like it's not time.
It's great.
It's if you want to listen to a chapter, you go listen to that specific chapter. You don't have to listen to it in order if you don't want. But please do if you want to as well.
It's a really, really good. I mean, they're like the OG spoilers podcast. The question that I have for you that I know you've gotten before, and I'm never sure, Seth.
Yeah.
Is your podcast? Do you guys do spoilers or?
He loves this question.
I love this question, and you ask me it every time. So, and I just realized I didn't share the link to the radio, so she should.
Well, you just shared it with me again.
Oh, damn it! God, hold on.
I was gonna say that wasn't
Excuse
a
the
radio.
cursing.
That was
go.
me. We never cursed on this show, so you did.
Oh, right, I know.
Better fuck off.
No, yes, there are lots of spoilers on the podcast. There are spoilers from start to finish. It's spoilers from the beginning. It's not just spoilers up to that point. It's spoilers for the entire series. It's even spoilers occasionally for other Brandon Sanderson related projects. So be very careful.
But are there spoilers though?
I mean, I know it's in the name.
All right, now we're gonna bring in the real brains behind the Watch Spoilers podcast.
Hello. Thanks for sharing the link finally.
I assume
ready in 15. I'm like, I'm ready. And then I get in the stream and he's there already with his cape and his whatever. The rest of you are all beautiful. It's lovely to see you.
Hey, when I ask if you're ready, it assumes, hey, are you ready? Do you have the link? So when you say yes, I assume you have the. Okay, anyway, Names. Why didn't you? Anyway,
we are professionals.
Professionals. We've been doing this for how long?
What are you doing, Brian? Sorry,
I can't get my hair to get out of my eyes, so I'm just adjusting.
Okay,
this is fine. I look like Ariel now. I look really pretty.
It's true.
You look beautiful.
We're like that.
Better.
Aradia and Seth, we're going to ask you this question. We've been asking everybody this. What are both of you? So we take turns answering this one, but overall thoughts on season 1, like general thoughts. Like, are you happy, sad, amazing?
I'm over the moon. I'm happy. Definitely, there's been a lot of adjustments on what do I want from the show. I've had to make a lot of adjustments on the fly. And I'm watching other shows that are adaptations also, and sort of like stacking how this adaptation and this production works compared to others. And overall, like in a sentence, I'm absolutely 10 out of 10 over the moon. I do have criticisms and thoughts and feelings and opinions, but overall, I just more, just more in my veins, more.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who's like 10 out of 10. I am also 10 out of 10.
Hook you up to a drip.
I'm a 9 out of 10. Like I think the criticisms do give me a place to, like, there is improvement. There can be a better episode. I love the show. I love what they're doing with it. I'm so happy to be watching it. But again, because I have some criticisms, no, I'm not going to give it a 10 out of 10. There were some real pacing issues. There were some real bad issues. There were some issues in episode 8 as well. But that doesn't mean I don't love the show and can't wait to get more of it.
So
yeah, I'd say my biggest criticism is they took a hard magic system and made it a soft magic system.
Yeah, I agree. But follow-up question to that. What have you guys done with the money that Amazon paid you for those opinions?
Well,
have you seen this cloak?
I got a yacht.
I bought this crown.
Yeah. It looks good. Bro.
It's funny. Apparently, you're not allowed to like it.
No, we were called grifters in our own Discord server for liking it. So yeah, clearly sharing our opinions freely and giving a Patreon link to support our opinions existing freely is a grift, which I happen to be obsessed with a podcast right now that talks all about grifters. That's the entire, well, not the entire shtick, but it's a huge part of what this podcast talks about. So I'm very, very aware of how far from a grifter our podcast is.
We didn't even get flown out to London for free. I mean,
I know.
Like, no, I mean, if anybody hears a grifter, it's Nae'Blis.
So I'm the one that apparently hates it the most. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. But yet you're also an Amazon shill.
But you're a shill.
Yeah.
So
well, obviously.
Very clearly.
First of all, I want to be clear on this. Like, if Amazon wanted to pay me money for my opinion, I would 100% take it. So like
it would
I just want to be clear.
A lot of money.
Like, if you're coming to me, like a guy who's been a Wheel of Time channel that talks positively about the Wheel of Time, and you're expecting me to be like, cancel it, I hate it, I don't know what you're thinking. Like, and of course I have criticisms, but like, if they want to pay me for my opinion, please back the truck up and dump the money in. I will take it, man.
Absolutely.
I would take Amazon money.
I got
I'm
bills
not too
to
proud.
pay. Come on.
I hear that, honey.
I've got a new house. Mama needs some money.
Can we force our guests to say their
Right?
favorite part of season 1? I like torturing everyone.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Oh.
I think it's a fun game.
I mean, if you don't say Blood Snow, are you blind?
No,
Right?
you can say Blood Snow.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I have to, right? Blood
I think that's a good answer. Yeah, that's fair.
Because
it's not my answer, but I think it's a good answer.
The battle scene is incredible. It's not the most complicated, but I think it's the most well executed. I also think it was.
I agree.
Executed almost entirely by the stunt team, completely separate from the rest of the team. Because I saw that little. What was it, Prius that they showed, which was amazing. It was fantastic. You should definitely go look that up. But yeah, that whole thing is just spot on to a T. What I thought Aiel fighting would be like, what I thought spear fighting would be like, what I thought Ileana's would be like, all the way up to Taim. It made me cry when he put the sword in the ground. I mean, and there wasn't a word spoken. And I love scenes that make me do that without saying anything. So, I mean, I from beginning to end, that whole scene it's why episode 7 I raved about it as my favorite episode, and I think a big part of that is the cold open.
Yeah,
that scene was unbelievable. I was just basically screaming the whole time. It was incredible. And the actress is also the stunt person.
Yeah, she was the stunt. Yeah.
So
they
she
cast
did it
a
all.
stunt person. Yeah.
Yeah, and
incredible.
That's why I said the stunt team did it. Really, the stunt team 100% did that. And then
face acting is just
yeah.
And then number 2 is Nynaeve's healing scene, which I just also screamed out loud at. So it was cool.
What did I like most? It's hard to say. Honestly, at this point, my current favorite is the Eye of the World battle.
Really?
Because in the book, it makes no goddamn sense at all. In the slightest. And the show actually brought like 2% more sense to how that went. And the part where the hero does his job, passed out in a woman's lap with a knife to his throat, and respecting a woman's right to self-determination. And that is the big climax between two big dick energy characters, like having this huge, massive test. It could have been a fucking punch-out fight. It could have been a sword fight. It could have been every other Marvel, action sequence. And instead, it's him respecting other people's autonomy while completely physically vulnerable. And I just, mwah.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see a cord. I'm joking.
I hear.
I mean, there
everything
may
you're
be
saying.
some.
I think you put a really you make a really good argument that this is what we got in the books, and they took it up a notch. They really tried to make it accessible for us, and I appreciated that. I will die on the hill and say they didn't have to go there at all, but that's another conversation. I think if you're gonna do the Eye of the World, they absolutely did it as best as they could, and I agree with you.
Well, and I like what they did by making the Eye one of the seals on the Dark One prison. And I like, and somebody mentioned it in chat as well, that what Ishii did was trick Rand into releasing him. He was stuck. And so his whole thing was trying to trick Rand into doing exactly what Rand did so that he could get free.
I mean, that's my headcanon about the book as well, that the whole thing was Ishii luring them to the Eye of the World so that he could find it.
Yeah.
He couldn't find
it.
So he followed their career and sent.
And
I also this was a no-lose scenario for him.
Yeah. Yeah. If Rand had turned, he won. If Rand lost, he won. He was
so. And the other thing that I really like is Rand had the presence of mind. This was fast thinking for him. He had the presence of mind, and I don't believe that he questioned for a moment what his decision was going to be, but he made Ishii think that he was thinking about it and got him to teach him how to reach the source and channel.
Right.
Clever boy, clever boy, and then was like, fuck you, dude. I like that.
Yeah, I thought that was the part that I thought I was not expecting them to do that well going into that episode. And that's the part they did well. And the part I expected them to knock out of the park is where I thought they blew it.
That's exactly my thoughts as well. So I was not expecting the eye to be good. I was not expecting the eye to be good, and the eye was good. That was so weird to me. It's like, oh, okay. All right. I was expecting this sandwich to work differently.
Well, let's hit the fundraiser update here. Let's hit a fundraiser update.
I'm stealing that.
We have a couple more. So we have Anonymous. Thank you for supporting such a great cause. Wish I could give more. You know what? We appreciate anything. Thank you, Anonymous. Yeah. We have the Black Tower podcast who will be joining us a little later. Thank you. They said, how could we as Guardians not support other Guardians? Noble cause. Thank you, Valon After Dark and company for doing this fundraising and helping make the world a better place. Thank you.
How many wigs do you have?
I was just wondering that.
We have a lot.
How many hair colors are we going to witness?
Well, he brought a bag of wigs.
I have a bag of them.
A bag of wigs.
Wow, this is not all of my wigs. If the wigs I had, these are not even like my wigs. This is just a bag of cheap wigs that I happen to have that I ordered on Amazon that I can change quickly. And they also look really good when I do it, which is why I choose them. Because they always look like whenever I do, they just look so good.
They do.
Like right now.
Perfect.
Knockout every time.
So
that's
great.
why, I always choose.
So great.
But no, I have more wigs than this. Some of them are actually like lace front and real wigs, but these are not those.
Yeah.
So Carlos Flores donated. Thank you, Nae'Blis and others for the wonderful Watt camaraderie. Thank you, Carlos, for supporting Trevor Project. Matt Daggers Watt donated. Ty Shar, appreciate you. Paul Martin, happy to help a great cause. Happy New Year. And then we had another $200 donation anonymously, which takes us to $3,756 so far.
Wow.
Folks, you're amazing.
You guys are on a major upward trend.
It is now time. It is now time for another commercial. Thank you all. I think we lost Master of the Deck.
Also lost me for a second. Just a second.
Well,
you look there you are.
You look wonderful.
I have to
so we'll bring Master of the Deck back after this next commercial. Here we go.
Hey, Valon residents. Are you and your special someone struggling in the bedroom? Is the fire gone? Do you need some adventure to reignite your love life? Nothing will set your groins ablaze more than a visit to Erotica Sedai's Pleasure Palace. Erotica Sedai's Pleasure Palace offers the finest and most luxurious intimacy-themed ter'angreal. How can Erotica Sedai help? Well, I'm sure you've heard of a red rod ter'angreal. Well, the Pleasure Palace carries 3 sizes: standard, Aiel, and of course, for you adventurous ones, Ogier. Hey guys, embarrassed that your bits and pieces are a bit too small? Well, you need Erotica Sedai's specialized mirror of Miss ter'angreal. It will have you looking like the Tower of Genji. While we're on the subject, guys, you ever wonder if she's faking it or not? Well, Erotica Sedai has this patented Keeper of the Chronicles figurine ter'angreal. When she hits her climax, the ter'angreal will play trumpets and announce, "She comes, your Amerlin seed," telling your special lady that she's the most important woman in the world. And of course, letting you know that you did your job. And I'm sure you've heard of Dreamweave ter'angreal rings. Well, the Pleasure Palace has ring ter'angreals that will help you stay in the mood all night. And for a limited time, Erotica Sedai is offering a once-in-a-lifetime discount. If you book your session here in the next week, you and your significant other can get your very own specialized fantasy dream shard session for 50% off. Erotica will use her dreaming skills and create the fantasy of your dreams. You want to watch him with a Trolloc? Anything is possible. So come on down to Erotica Sedai's Pleasure Palace. You can find us right next door to the Thirsty Tinker Inn in the Valon Red Light District near North Harbor. Once you come see us, you'll never have a problem coming again.
imagining this in the moment. I'm just.
Beautiful. That's fucking beautiful.
Oh my god.
He gets all the credit for that. He wrote that one. That was...
Well, I think
Wow.
your sexy like 900 number voice that you're doing there.
I keep waiting for the 900 number, pen and pad ready.
Want to watch him with a trollic? The 3 sizes. I'm like, the third one's going to be Ogier, isn't it? Yes, it's Ogier.
Yeah.
I like that the second size was Aiel, though. I mean,
everyone knows what they say about Aiel, right? They're
Yep.
good spear fighters,
right? They're great with their spears. Oh.
Wow.
Shit.
Did we get Kayla, did we get your favorite moment from the first season yet?
Not yet.
Let's hear
You
it.
can have it.
Let's have it.
Logain's monologue at the beginning of episode 6.
Yeah.
Should have started the series.
I mean, I think that Alvaro Morte has killed every second that he was in this show. I mean, his
absolutely.
Obviously, the Blood Snow is the best moment in the entire series. It's not my favorite, but it's the best one.
Okay.
Because Logain, I don't know, at that monologue, there were so many, especially once you get Swan's like response to what he did, what he's doing. Like you can see this is what he's trying to get her to execute him, right? You know, he's trying to do a psychological manipulation, but there's also the layers of, you know, talking, like getting the world building of, you know, the White Tower politics and their position in the world. But like, you know, Alvaro's sitting there and, you know, when you realize what's happening, that he's sitting there like trying not to just like break down into pieces is just amazing. And you know, the cold open of episode 4, that where, you know, he's with the King of Gildon, is just, it's so good. So his monologue at the beginning of episode 6, I think, is my favorite thing. I know you were probably expecting me to say like Matt and Rand, which is
I love that choice.
That's fan service to me.
That was awesome.
No,
I literally thought of you at that moment. I was like, oh, this is for Master of the Deck. This scene.
I thought of it for myself too. Watching it, I tweeted, I was like, hold on, I've written this fanfic. I'm pretty sure I've written this. What is for me specifically?
Yes. I think I mentioned you in one of my. No, I mentioned you with non-sexual nudity. I think I mentioned you in a video.
There you go.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
Well, and I have to say that one of my favorite memories of Kayla, and like we've got some memories because we live near each other, so we've spent some time together, and we got real drunk the last New Year's. That like you could do
that
stuff.
was going into 2020, I think.
Yeah.
God, it was absolutely shit.
Yeah. But I like. My favorite memory is at Jordan Con this past year. There were a bunch of us sitting at a table in the restaurant in like the downstairs of the hotel, and we're all talking. And then all of a sudden there was a lull in the conversation, and Kayla just says really loud, "Are you a monster fucker or are you a coward?" And I just will never, ever forget that. It's my favorite, most like seminal moment of our friendship so far.
Oh my god!
And that's what goes on at Jordan Con.
Oh, that is a small slice of what goes on at Jordan Con. It's a big pie.
Just a little bit for a treat.
Well, while we're on that subject about cons, we talked about this earlier. It's time for some more shameless promotion. All of us that you see here right now are going to be here
in that circle.
Right there.
And, like if you look at that circle, we're gonna be in it.
Just stare into it and blink quickly.
Yeah, we're gonna be spinning downward.
You will go to WatCon. You will. Okay. But WatCon is going to be awesome. It's along that line. We were talking about this earlier, kind of how this all started. Like we all love going to like SpoilerCon has been a thing for a while.
Yes.
Cons are fun, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Con was fun. And then we were like, why can't we just do more of these? So hence more of them. So come to WatCon and hang out with all of us.
Do it.
Indeed.
You know
if you want more information, it's really simple. It's watcon.com. It's very difficult to remember.
I know, very hard. It's
very difficult.
A little difficult to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
That's fair. That's fair. We'll give you that.
Quick update, everybody. We just broke $4,000.
Holy shit!
Yes!
What the fuck?
Julietta Garling.
It's like this community is amazing.
Wow.
It's like real amazing.
Unbelievable.
We were like
so that's
1K
now, is what
in the
I'm
last
saying.
20 minutes.
Right.
Wigs.
Julietta Garling says, Happy New Year. Thank you, Julietta. Christopher.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
Christopher Boutwell says, love you guys. We love you, Christopher. Now, this next person that donated, I don't know if I really like them that much, but the first name doesn't make any sense. It's like a rad.
Yeah, I know. We're not doing that.
A rat. What is a rad?
Try Aradia.
Aradia?
Yeah, that's one.
Aradia?
You guys have missed Aradia and Aradia.
We have.
I like Aradia. That sounds like Aradia.
There are a lot of different ways.
That's the most common mispronunciation when people see it on paperwork is Aradia.
Aradia Sedai. Sounds like an Aes Sedai name.
Yeah. I was bored
Like
waiting
Erotica
for getting into the thing, so I thought I'd donate while I waited for the link to get shared to me.
I mean, if you're bored, donate.
We love you for it. I'm gonna change wigs for it.
And then we
I'm
have
just so
Jennifer.
glad that we're here.
Thank you. And Jennifer Grossman, Taishar Tivad. Thank you, Jennifer. You guys are nuts. I can't believe. I was like, oh, is $3,000 going to be too much for a goal? I was stupid.
Have you met this community?
I didn't realize 3,000 was
we know
the
what's
goal.
up.
I thought like, oh shit, we're heading places. We're making progress. You not only met your goal while I was here, you just like fucking annihilated it.
Smash past it. Yeah.
Pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Pretty nuts. So that's exciting. What
And
are
it's
you
only
guys?
7:30. I mean,
Well,
And maybe on your coast.
on my coast.
what do you guys think? Guests, let's hear this. So, like, what are your predictions for season 2?
Okay,
Rand goes
I'm just
to the
gonna get
IOA.
out there. Well, that
Go ahead, Aradia. You go first.
I think to specifically push back on the magic system's too soft. I think we're going to get a lot more hardness to the magic system. I think we're going to get training montages. I think we're going to get mechanical explanations. I think we're going to get channeler on channeler battles where we can actually see what's going on. Like that's my big hope that I'm quite confident about, is that we're going to get more to do with channeling, and it's going to get less wishy-washy and more recognizable.
So it's going to start soft this year, and then it'll get really hard next year. Is what you're saying?
I mean, we went to the erotica shop or whatever it's called. So you know,
yeah,
we got some of those magic pills that the yellows have been cooking up.
I mean, Nae'Blis, you can't just start with a hard magic system right away. You have to make it look soft in the beginning and give it a little massaging.
These
and
jokes
then
are
over
not safe for
time,
lesbians.
It's all about the fingers, you know. It's all about the finger work.
Oh, there we go. That's where I get it.
But we don't know the rules. I think that's for sure. Even if there are rules, we don't know what they're going to be. I think there's definitely going to be changes in those rules. I think that's the biggest thing that we're going to see is magic channeling in the show won't be channeling in the books. It's going to by necessity, by so many reasons. Runtime being the number one, I think they're going to cut it way down. But yeah, I also think we're going to see like, obviously Rand on the run, Moraine trying to either break her shield or get power back somehow. Land with her. I think we are going to see the tower and the training montages. Sean Chan are going to be a big deal. I think we're going to see a lot of the Great Hunt combined with a lot of the Dragon Reborn.
Yeah.
I
think Perrin's going to be a big thing as well. I think they're going to finally explain him. Yeah.
Because he was my favorite character in early books, and he is not my favorite character in the show right now.
I don't know. I feel like the way he looked at Podon Fane while Podon Fane left, like That was heroic. That's all the parent I need for a couple seasons, you know? He snipped him while he walked out, and I was like, whoa, dude, don't go too far. You know,
he made that one
scared
joke
the shit
about
out of me.
Soup. That was enough humor out of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't need any more.
Yeah. Like, I understand why. At least,
Sure.
okay. And Brandon, in the watch party, Brandon said, like, the reason was that they couldn't, like, front load his wolfiness, because then it would have been obvious that he's not the dragon. So they had to back burner it. I get that. But yeah, I'm assuming that next season it's going to be like, and Wolf Boy, you know,
Right.
we'll get,
I hope so.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's a lot of
Wolfman
decisions that were made at the behest of we can't let anybody know who the Dragon Reborn is. We have to keep it a mystery. And a lot of the complaints I have about this season do come from let's make sure no one can figure it out when it's the redhead in the village. Like, I mean, come on. Like, it's just obvious. Sorry.
Fair.
Yeah.
It's fair. Yeah.
It's always the ginger.
It's always the ginger.
It's always
Like,
the ginger.
Put on the ginger, God.
Right, yeah. Come on. Like,
Damn
maybe
ginger.
maybe if he changed that, and not that I think the fan would have revolted, but maybe if he'd made Rand look more like the village people.
Yeah. I feel like that was fair. And then they kept turning into that.
Yeah.
It's fun to
so
say.
what are you saying?
Why?
We needed more leather.
Yeah.
Clearly. Less wool, more leather. And then also the fanfic about Rand's, you know, assless chaps instead of his sweater.
Yeah.
I'd watch it. I wouldn't not watch that.
Oh, God.
I wouldn't not watch that. Well, okay, so Master of the Deck, before you go, and what are your big New Year's plans? Are you gonna do anything exciting?
I'm going to lament the end of my break because I gotta go back to work on Monday.
Oof.
But
Oh,
actually, I
thing.
am going to. I finally started watching season 2 of The Witcher, and so I'm going to finish watching that.
Nice. I liked it. I liked it better than season 1.
I mean,
I haven't watched 2
reading
yet.
The Witcher books right now, and so like Blood of Elves is very fresh in my mind. I read it like a week and a half ago, and so getting to watch, you know, these adaptations. I think I'm reading the 4th book right now. I just started it last night. Watching this adaptation, I'm seeing. Comparing, I don't like to like. They're two wildly different book series, different mediums, different networks, whatever. However, there are some massive, extremely big changes in the adaptation of The Witcher that are just profoundly different from what happened in the books. Like the timeline is totally different. Some of the events are totally different. Things that happen to one character happening to another. So I am seeing some of those parallels, you know, play out in a different context, you know, in a different thing. I obviously am enjoying all of it because that's just the kind of person that I am. I just like stuff, and I'm being paid very well to have these opinions.
Well, we have some new guests coming on here. I am going to go ahead and play a commercial.
Okay.
And so we say so long to Master of the Deck.
It's good to see you.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, in my house.
Brian will
someday.
be taking a short break.
I'm probably gonna best for a little bit and come right back.
But we will play a commercial here and bring on our new
Change
guests.
wigs, all of that.
So it is time for, how about a fan favorite? Here we go.
I was winning too much in the end with my lucky dice, and now they are accusing me of cheating. I better call Gall.
I just happened to be hanging out with a murderer and someone saw it. Now they're accusing me of being a dark friend. Time to call Gall.
I'm a High Lord of Tyr, and one of the lowly peasants got mad that I murdered his brother for looking me in the eyes. Now the Dragon Reborn wants to cut my head off. I better call Gall.
Hi, I'm Gall. Have you been accused of something and you don't want anyone to think you actually did it? Do you want to get away with it? I believe everyone is innocent until proven guilty, and I can make sure no one is left alive to prove you're guilty. You better call Gall. I will stab the fuck out of your accuser with spears, making sure there is no one left alive to actually find you guilty of a crime. So, if someone has accused you of a crime, or they want to kill you, I will kill them first. You better call Gaul.
My favorite part of that was when Nae'Blis is like, when I like killed a peasant for looking me in the eyes. that part fucking kills me every time. Every time.
I mean, Gaul's a good friend. He's the best lawyer. Welcome. We have some new guests that are joining us.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Ginormous bearded men here. And Andrew and Josh.
More of them.
I vastly underestimated the power of this green shirt here. This is
Josh, identity theft isn't a joke. Lesbian Nerdy's gonna get you.
I'm sorry, Lesbian Nerdy. Does it count that I have arms?
Yes, I guess it does. That makes you a little different. You know what you remind me of? Jay Leno used to do this like bit on the Tonight Show where he'd be like a floating head. And you kind of look like a floating head right now. When you put your arms down, you're like, ooh, okay.
Literally, the first thing I thought about was Zombie from Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Throwing it way back.
Way back.
Way back.
Was that
only
Mecca Heiny Ho?
Yeah.
Only us old people remember Pee-wee's.
Yeah, the olds get it.
The olds get it.
The chair named Cherry.
I loved
loved
Pee-wee's
Cherry.
Playhouse. Look,
I also loved
growing up, Pee-wee's Big Adventure was like my favorite movie because I wanted one of those bikes so bad.
He had to get to the Alamo. It was in the basement of the
Alamo. Right? Large Marge. I was so scared of Large Marge.
When I was
Tell
in
him
college,
Large Marge sent ya.
When I was in college, every other year, my concert choir would go on a big tour over spring break, and every time our director made us watch Hairspray and Pee-wee's Big Adventure every single time.
Interesting combo.
That is a great blend, a great range there.
Well, as we are talking about random crap, let me introduce our two new guests. So Andrew and Josh are two of the three. They're 2/3 of the Black Tower podcast. Tell these people about the Black Tower podcast. Who the hell are you? What do you do?
Who the hell are you? Why are you here?
Yeah, I ask myself that every single day.
To quote the immortal words of Jack Nicholson from Mars Attacks, tell the people, to paraphrase rather, tell the people they got 2 out of 3 Black Tower Mahales, and that ain't bad.
So yeah, we're the Black Tower podcast. If you couldn't tell from the name inspiration, hey, look, there's a third.
There he is.
Now
Hey,
you're
guys.
at 100%. Now we're at 100%.
100%.
The Black Tower was already at like 99%.
We were at
which I'm used
30%,
to.
and then Daniel jumped in, and now we're at 100%.
Well, thanks for having me. Sorry,
We hate each other. You can tell that, right?
Real freaking close.
Look, I appreciate you guys coming on. So, like, you guys have been doing a podcast for quite a while now.
Yeah, this is our 4th year.
Yeah,
here's a fun fact. You were my very first collaboration ever.
Yeah.
So,
I just say,
do you want a
there's a lot
fun
of-
fact to add to that fun fact?
Yeah.
Nae'Blis, you were the first content creator I found on YouTube.
No way. No way.
Now, we do want to point out real quick, I know, right? Real quick, that we were just the first people to ask Nae'Blis.
That's true,
lots of
too.
Other content creators wanted to collab with Nae'Blis.
That's not true.
I know that in my heart.
That's not true.
However,
First of all,
we
there were like 3 other content creators at the time. Number 1. Number 2, I had like 20 subscribers, so nobody cared.
I was gonna say most of the content creators at that time are on this screen.
Right?
Like I'm perfectly honest, like White
That's
Tower,
true.
Black Tower, and Watt Spoilers and Nae'Blis.
Well, half of Watt
Well,
Spoilers.
I
I wasn't
remember-
there at the beginning.
Yeah.
When we asked Nae'Blis, I remember
And
sending 3 distinct messages because this was think it was after we had Kate and Michael on. And so we felt emboldened that we could actually reach out to people, and there was a slight chance they might actually say yes. So we hit up Daniel Green, we hit up Nae'Blis, and then at the time, the only other real YouTube channel that I happened to find that had like Wheel of Time content on it was like 2 or 3 videos, and it was Civilization EX.
Oh God, I remember Civilization.
They're still around. They were actually making some recent.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they've been doing some more recent Wheel of Time stuff. At the time, they were like, "Yeah, we're not really doing that content right now, and we're kind of busy. So thanks, but we can't."
Well,
like, okay.
On a side note, I wanted to make a suggestion. I love the Black Tower, but I think there's some areas for improvement. Your
Agreed.
logo, because this is the real logo.
Wow.
No, we have gardeners now. Now it is the Kemp Forest. It is
Yeah,
the Kemp
it is.
Forest.
Okay. It is a Kemp Forest.
It's more of a strip than like a.
Second off,
I thought it was in the shape of the
off,
Fang. I thought we told them to do it in the shape of the Fang. What the hell?
Yeah, no, like secondary wall around the entrance, and that was removed.
Second off, the Black Tower points at North Harbor, so we need to
but it's far away. I mean, it's by
maybe
Camelin.
point it up or down, or
it's just representative of the people that are there. That's all. This is what Robert Jordan had in mind. Now,
yeah,
I do think it's an interesting call for Taim to paint the buildings blue. But
yeah.
Any case,
first off, those are the soldier dorms. Okay,
soldier dorm. Okay,
yeah.
And now there's method
many soldiers.
to that madness.
But the roads are accurate. They are actually white, and they do split into 2 streams.
Yep.
And they're most active in the early mornings, or after Valentine's Day.
Correct.
Yeah. And well, and look, guys, I've got a suggestion in the comments for you for a Black Tower brought to you by Manscaped.
Immediately.
Manscaped.
I would use a lawnmower on stream if you went ahead and tastefully.
That's for our only taints content.
No. The not tasteful one is for the OnlyFans.
Well,
don't make me edit that episode, please.
I'll do it. Don't worry. I've already got the
HD close-ups.
I've already got the cameras and stuff, so we're good.
So very early on, you guys, like, I've made a couple like joke videos before. Like, I really tossed around the idea of making an OnlyFans for myself and just taking pictures of like my calves or something, and like. I wondered if I could be like, at the end of your video, you could be like, and check out the OnlyFans if you want to see, like,
you want to see my well-turned calves.
Yeah, I wonder.
I mean, we know that they're a thing, so.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of crossing your arms underneath.
You also have credibility by mailing out a red rod Tirangrial.
Absolutely, I can't believe anybody would buy those, right?
Yeah, who would?
I didn't buy one. I won one.
That's true. You did win it.
Josh's wife sells red rod Tirangrials like hotcakes.
She sells Angreal and Sangreal.
Well, Josh, do you still have it?
Yes, I do.
He's like, I thought you were.
Do you want me to go
right here?
Let me go give it a wipe down.
I think
it's up in the toy box, but yeah, I've got it.
Up in my toy box.
All right. On that note, let's hit an update on our fundraising, because this is all about Trevor Project tonight.
Yes.
We have an anonymous donation as a mom of an amazing LGBTQ teen. Thank you for everything you do. We love and appreciate you. We love and appreciate you too. Thank you for being an amazing mom to an LGBTQ teen.
Thank you for just being an amazing mom in general, but
absolutely.
Most especially if you're an LGBTQ mom or dad. Fuck yeah.
True that. Larry Jones, you didn't say anything, but thank you for the large donation. And as we say here on Tarbell and After Dark, fuck off. It's a term of endearment here. Sean Harriet, thank you very much. Always try and be the best person, or always try and be the person who will help when able. This looks like a good cause to support. Happy to contribute. Thank you, Sean. It really is. Huge fan of it. So thank you for that. And that, guys, we are now at $4,230.
Wow, nice.
I'm waiting for it to slow down.
Right?
And
yeah.
Don't do that.
Right?
Well, it's sort of like, it's sort of like, okay, everybody's very enthusiastic at the beginning. And I kind of was like, okay, well, people are going to have other stuff to do. They're going to go to bed and they're just not.
Absolutely not.
I don't know.
It is New Year's. We are
I was
here
going to
for
say.
it. We love
New
our
Year's Eve.
LGBTQ plus peeps. You know what? Everybody listening right now, if you can find like $1 or $5 in your virtual pockets, throw it out there, because you know us at the Black Tower, we love a good cause, and this is a good cause. So please. Also, I didn't mean to hijack your show.
No, I love you hijacking the show.
This is exactly what we meant to do.
That's kind of why you're here. So I think it's time for another commercial, and then we'll come back and ask you some questions. So here we go.
Does your Trolloc horde get antsy when they're hungry? Do they stand around their cookpot checking their watches and murdering each other? Introducing the Magic Bullet Trolloc Edition. This juicer is specially designed to juice human remains, so your shadow spawn can feed right after killing. No more waiting around a cookpot with Trollocs saying things like "Grod," "Arg," and then tearing off each other's heads. With the Magic Bullet Trolloc Edition, you can feed your Trollocs in seconds. You can even choose between human pulp or no human pulp, depending on your Trolloc horde's preferences. The Magic Bullet Trolloc Edition, because your Trollocs deserve better.
I didn't think that was like the blender kind of magic bullet, and I just heard the sound and I was like,
don't confuse those two, by the way.
I think my favorite part of that commercial is the terrorized look on Daniel's face.
Yeah, that was.
I'm getting the feeling Daniel has not been exposed to many of our commercials yet, because that was tame.
I thought we got
there's been so much talk about Red Ron Terror Griels. I feel like we need to bust Erotica Sidai back out.
I know, right?
I was actually going to say that, like, that kind of sensational is not what I'm used to. If you put on like some, this is a sexy erotic ad for like Red Rod Terran Grials or whatever, I'm gonna be like, cool, that's where we live. But like violent Trolloc magic bullet commercial, like
with the cheerful guitar.
Yeah, with the cheerful guitar. And
we truly are jacks of all trades.
Like,
well, there's the line.
Yeah, and then there's where you guys live.
Yes.
No, it's perfect.
Look,
it's
I only have
me,
one style of humor.
And then me jumping over the line gleefully to play with him in the space, and then Brian at the line going, I fucking hate you guys so much.
Brian is like a traditional comedy writer. So like he does this really smart, like all of our smart bits are written by him. Like all the like really clever humor and like really stuff. And then if it's like gross or sexual, that was 100% me or Jess.
I actually think that I may have suggested this one to Brian. Because there was a season, so I'm the one who came up with this idea. Because we were doing an episode where Ishamael or Morden crushes one of his
you're right, at the end of book 7. Beginning of book 8. Beginning of book 8. But yeah. Smash.
And so I was like,
Smash.
people juicer, perfect for Trollocs. And so I sent that one to Brian.
Why is that not in the commercial? That was what you just said was perfect.
People juicer.
People juicer.
People juicer.
Well,
what was that famous one? The Vegematic.
Daniel.
Hindsight's 2020. You can always think of a better line after it's done, right?
Always. Well, hey, Black Tower folks, let me ask you the question we've been asking everybody. So, like, we'll go one at a time here. We'll maybe start with Andrew here. What is your general thoughts on the seasons on season 1? Like, did you love it? Did you hate it? Are you like, where are you at with it?
It's the absolute worst television. No, obviously I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's fantastic. I've heard a couple other people, because I was listening for at least an hour and then on and off since you guys started. Like a lot of other people, I do have criticisms, but like everybody else, you can love something and still heavily critique it, right? Yeah.
We do that with the books all the time.
Do you really love it?
But I love it. Really, really good job overall.
Well, what about you, Josh?
So here's the thing. I love the show. Absolutely love it. It is fantastic.
Stop channeling into it. Jesus.
I got everybody. Wow. Okay. Weaves the spirit. Okay. No. I love the show. I really do. The only time I've ever sat back and been like, wait, what? Was episode 8. There were a couple of things that took me some time to really adjust to and be like, okay, it's different and it's a different story. And the way I've been wording it is I'm taking it on faith that we're going to see resolution to some of these things in season 2. Other than that, like the series as a whole, I've loved it. I've been screaming, I've been crying, and at the end of the Watt finale, I am left with the same nostalgic feeling of finishing a book and going, wait, what? And then finding out that the next book is, a year or 2 out. And so for that, I absolutely love Rafe and Sarah and crew and Amazon, and I'm very, very happy with it.
Yeah, I agrees. Daniel, what about you, man?
Mostly the same. I do want to reiterate I really love the I don't know what's going to happen-ness of the show. Because if we were just getting a shot for shot of the show, which some people do want, and I respect that those people want that, I don't. I don't want a shot for shot because I love this feeling of being able to do a Watt Fantasy League and not knowing exactly how many points every single character is going to get on screen every episode and being completely surprised. And I do want to throw out there, like, really quick, I am one of those people who very much takes, like, there are factual things in the books that are kind of unarguable, like the names of things. I mean, pronunciations, no, but like how things are spelled. Like, how do you spell a name? Like that's not changeable. Like that's a fact, if you will, if that makes sense. But like there are so many things in the books that are interpretation. And there are so many people who are like, the show isn't my interpretation. And you're like, of course it's not. It wasn't made by you. Like 1,000 different people are going to have 1,000 interpretations. Now, some of them are going to be closer than others. And so I very much sort of, give the production crew the benefit of the doubt that this is sort of what they thought they needed to do for the medium, their interpretation of the events, and what they thought was going to get both, book readers and non-readers to watch the show. And so far, as a television show, I think it's fantastic. As an adaptation, I think it's great. Not as good as it is as just a straight television show, but definitely still great. And I'm very much like Josh looking forward to seeing the payoffs from all of the things that they've set up, because I think they're going to be worth it.
I think that's a really good way of putting it. And I would probably agree with that, because I think if you watch the non-readers react, the majority that I've seen love it. My family loved it. My people at work that have watched it loved it. They're not picking it apart like I am. And, I was turning into that guy. I was like, but, like,
well,
shut up.
Technically.
Well,
actually. Let me explain it to you.
Yeah. My warder has been such a good sport with allowing me to do that, because he doesn't watch TV really, and he doesn't really do much fantasy, but he's been with me long enough that he's absorbed the series by osmosis, and he's been very patient with just allowing me to like vent for 45 minutes. Well, this was different and this was different, and I think this was good, and he can't get aboard in edgewise, but he just sits there and smiles and nods and pats me on the back. It's like, okay, calm now. He's willing to keep watching it. This is not the only reason he'll watch this, because I'm like, the living room is Wheel of Time now. You don't get a choice. But he's like, no, I'll keep sitting down. So if they can bring in someone who would never watch it in a million years, It's doing all right as far as TV goes.
Let's hit a quick fundraiser update because we just broke another milestone. We just broke 4,500. Yep.
Congratulations.
So we have an anonymous donor that donated $25. Thank you, anonymous.
Oh yeah.
Michael Pecorano donated a lot of money. Thank you, and didn't leave a comment, but thank you. When you don't leave a comment, I'm just going to say "fuck off" because that's a term of endearment for us.
Fuck off.
Lance,
Because we love you.
again,
Fuck you.
the Admiral for the second time came in, having the Black Tower boys on, left me up for a second round. Love you all. Thank you again, Admiral.
Thank you, sir.
And then we have 3 anonymous donations, all in different amounts. All of you are awesome. Fuck off to all of you. So we are at $4,500.77, which is awesome.
That's wonderful.
So I think now
another donation. I'll bring the Red Rod Terangreal
back.
out.
Well, on that note, okay, because I think you guys missed it. Andrew probably saw it. I could do a repeat commercial for Erotica Sedai's Pleasure Palace.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Okay, because I don't
But-
know that they've heard this. So, and Aradia liked this one, I think.
You can never see it or hear it too much.
Okay.
Here
It's one
we
of
go.
those you can just listen on repeat.
Here we
Let's
go.
do this.
Hey, Tarvalin residents. Are you and your special someone struggling in the bedroom? Is the fire gone? Do you need some adventure to reignite your love life? Nothing will set your groins ablaze more than a visit to Erotica Sedai's Pleasure Palace. Erotica Sedai's Pleasure Palace offers the finest and most luxurious intimacy-themed terangreal. How can Erotica Sedai help? Well, I'm sure you've heard of a red rod terangreal. Well, the Pleasure Palace carries 3 sizes: standard, Aiel, and of course, for you adventurous ones, Ogier. Hey guys, embarrassed that your bits and pieces are a bit too small? Well, you need Erotica Sedai's specialized mirror of Miss terangreal. It will have you looking like the Tower of Genji. While we're on the subject, guys, you ever wonder if she's faking it or not? Well, Erotica Sedai has this patented Keeper of the Chronicles figurine terangreal. When she hits her climax, the terangreal will play trumpets and announce, "She comes, your Amerlin seed," telling your special lady that she's the most important woman in the world. And of course, letting you know that you did your job. And I'm sure you've heard of Dreamweave terangreal rings. Well, the Pleasure Palace has ring terangreals that will help you stay in the mood all night. And for a limited time, Erotica Sedai is offering a once-in-a-lifetime discount. If you book your session here and next week, you and your significant other can get your very own specialized fantasy dream shard session for 50% off. Erotica will use her dreaming skills and create the fantasy of your dreams. You want to watch him with a Trolloc? Anything is possible. So come on down to Erotica Sedai's Pleasure Palace. You can find us right next door to the Thirsty Tinker Inn in the Tarvalin Red Light District near North Harbor. Once you come see us, you'll never have a problem coming again.
Brings back memories.
Right? Absolutely fantastic.
Details.
Dude, how many talents does Erotica Sedai have? Because my goodness, there were a bunch of
Well,
them.
here's a good question we had come up. What is Erotica Sedai's Aja?
Green.
That's too simple.
Purple. She has her own. Purple or pink.
The filth Aja.
She could be brown Aja
I
and
like
like be
that.
one of
I
those
like
like
this one.
Blue Aja.
Blue Aja.
She could be like one of those like lady in the streets, freak in the sheets.
Oh, I was gonna
Brown.
say she
Brown or
is
white?
now white Aja, but she didn't start that way.
I love that Andrew hangs his head in shame whenever he has to be on screen with both Daniel and I.
Well, no, it's just because I have pants that started off their life that way. So
There it is.
high school was a wild time.
Okay, so something we have been asking all of our guests. Okay, so let's come back to, we'll start with you, Andrew. favorite. You have to pick one. There's not multiple here. What is your favorite moment from season 1?
I heard her say it earlier, and like she said it as soon as I thought of it. But I'm gonna have to agree with Master of the Deck, and it is Logain's monologue to the Amerlin seat. That whole scene, because I'm like, I know what you're doing. I feel you, and then everything that happens, and I'm like, I still feel you, and I don't like that, but it's really good.
So heavy.
I love that you answer that. Can I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh no, that was all I was saying.
Okay, I have something to say about this because I wanted to bring this up when Master of the Deck mentioned it and I forgot to. But for me, I wish the opening of episode 4 was the opening of the series, truly. Because everything that I didn't get from that Leandrin prologue, I got at the beginning of episode 4. Which is why, like, that's not what I would have chosen as my favorite, but I love that we're getting that answer because I get it. And for me, that was the moment when I was like, yes, this is the thing that you were trying to show us at the beginning that you didn't show us. And like, I just wish they'd fucking done it very beginning. I would have loved that because I love that scene too.
I think that scene was haunting for book readers because book readers know what's happening. And when you're sitting there, like, it gave me the same feeling for Moraine that I got when I was first reading the books. You know, when you're first reading the books and you're like, I don't know if she really checks out as a good person. And you just see Moraine coldly looking down off this cliff. And this guy's haunting screams are just echoing off of the wall, off of the mountainside. And I'm just like, chills.
Yeah.
And then Lan's just like, okay, cool. Where are we going next?
Yeah, so it's not him. Bye.
Bye.
It's not him. We're done. That sucks for that guy.
It does suck for that guy, though.
I mean, I thought maybe that was Ewan when I first watched it because I couldn't make sense of like, what the fuck was that? Because why not just show us Logain? Why not? You know, you're kicking off the show. I don't see why not. This is my parent wig, and I haven't figured it out with headphones yet. But
we'll get there.
We're getting there.
Perrin hasn't figured it out with headphones either.
Perrin takes a while to figure things out.
Perrin hasn't figured anything.
So I'm okay with it. But yeah, I love that we're getting that answer. I think that's fun because I agree. I think that's a really powerful moment when we finally see Logain as a character because I don't think we really get much of that in the books till the end when he's just a shitty dude. But yeah.
And this is the last I'm going to say.
What did you say?
What?
Fighting words around the Black Tower. How dare you?
So this is the last I'm going to say.
I could go on about Logain in the books, but yeah.
Oh, I could go on about Logain in the books too.
That's a different episode.
Yeah, but the show has done a really good job of keeping two very concrete kind of themes from the books, right? The foreshadowing of things to come, and then the explanation of things that have already happened. So the Logain scene does a lot to explain that very first opening scene in episode 1, just like the Manetheren story sets up for obviously towards the end of episode 8.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to order a pizza, so I'm not being involved.
I was just distracted looking at Timber. He's the goodest boy.
Sorry about that. Yeah,
Timber is best boy.
Real quick before I forget, can we talk about the fact that have you looked on Amazon lately? The image for Wheel of Time that comes up is Egwene coming out of that water.
Yes,
with the colors all around her.
Give me the fucking scene.
I
need that scene. I need that scene.
Patrick, my husband, who hasn't read the books, but he's seen the trailer, he asked me, he's like, hey, isn't it that really cool looking thing from the trailer that we didn't get in season 1? And I was like, honestly, yeah, what the fuck? I didn't know what to say. He's right. What the fuck? We're gonna fix this.
And I thought we were gonna get it. I really thought we were gonna get it in a flashback.
No, it was an accident. They didn't mean to put it in the trailer. It's actually just the Teletubbies Egwene scene from their OnlyFans. It's really problematic that they put it in there. But once they had it in, they couldn't just like take it out without going ahead and making it a thing. So sorry, guys. I've seen it. It's very off-putting.
How do they fit the Teletubbies into Wheel of Time lore? I just don't understand. Like,
dude, are you kidding?
Aliens.
This was like right here.
Come on,
dude.
man.
Like, Teletubbies lore right here.
I wanted that image so badly.
Does that mean the baby is the dark one?
Yes,
probably.
100%.
Baby's the creator. Keep it. Keep with it.
I mean,
come
I
on.
think
They both talk in all
getting
caps.
Is that what the baby
scene
wants you to
that
think?
we might have thought we'd get.
No, the vacuum is the dark one. Get the hell out of here. It's definitely the baby is the creator. The vacuum is the dark one.
You know a lot more about Teletubbies.
I was surprised they chose to keep the Joya detail in that dream. I don't know why.
Oh, that was awesome.
I love
well,
that.
so what it means, so
fix,
at first, I guess it is awesome because at first I was like, well, then that means that Egwene's accepted test won't be this. And then I thought about it. I was like, or maybe it will. Maybe that's
there's
like
no reason why
the same. I hadn't thought of it that way.
It's like a dream world.
It's the same
spread of
when you get it
truth.
from her
Yeah.
perspective. And it hit me like later. I was like, actually, what if it is the same and it's from her POV?
Especially because in my sort of in the show, there's a little bit of a difference, obviously, between the books and the show in terms of how much have Egwene and Rand talked about their future life together. In the show, it definitely seems like they've spent a lot more time focusing on that. So it makes more sense that both of them very well may have named their future daughter. And so both of them would know. And so she shows up in both of their "this is the future you could have" tests.
Do you think we're gonna get a Joya Bayar dark friend?
I hope so. I really want Egwene to have that whole like, I'm going to kill you for stealing my daughter's name, the daughter I never had. I want her to do that.
Are we gonna get? Are we gonna get? What's her name? Desmond fucking Emery.
We'd better.
You know anything better than fucking Emery?
Fuck your yellow sister.
Okay, it is time for an update, folks. Because we have grown yet again. We are up to 4,600 now.
The pills are working. Yes.
Gleeman Twitch.
I'm gonna forge
swelling.
Ma'Alenir.
You're gonna what?
At $5,000, I will forge Ma'Alenir.
Ooh, I like that.
Nice.
That thing hurts.
Wait, are you going to use another hammer to forge the hammer?
No, I'm just gonna inflate it.
That's my favorite part of forging.
So you're gonna blow it up, is what you're saying?
I'm gonna blow it up.
Yeah.
With the one power.
Yes, indeed. Very important.
Well, Gleeman Twitch says the Trevor project hits close to home for me, and I'm so glad you are doing this for such a great cause. Also, fuck off. Not really though. Love you guys. Thank you, Gleeman Twitch. You can fuck off too.
But thank you so much.
In honor of that, it is time for another little break. So we will hit this one. And now it's time for a bedtime story from Emmons Field. Once upon a time, a little boy lived with his mommy and daddy on their sheep farm in the Two Rivers. The little boy would play all day long with their horse named Brownie. The little boy would ride Brownie up and down the driveway, and they would have so much fun together. Every day, right before it got dark, the little boy would take Brownie back to his stable and brush his hair and make sure that he had food to eat. His parents made sure that he was always back before dark. One day, the little boy and Brownie had so much fun playing and riding around that the little boy wanted to keep playing with Brownie even after it was getting late. His mommy and his daddy told him, "It's not safe outside at night. You need to be tucked in bed inside where it's safe." But the little boy was sneaky. That day, after he fed Brownie and brushed his hair, he said, "Brownie, you be ready. We're going to play some more in a little bit." Then, once his parents tucked him into bed, the little boy snuck out the window and took Brownie out of his stable and started to play at night with him. It was so much fun to be outside at night, but it was also so scary. While they were playing, they came across a giant flash of light that spun out into a doorway. A man stepped out. "Hey there, mister. Do you want to play with me and my horse, Brownie? And the man said, Why, of course I do, boy. My name is Agenor, and I have just the game for us to play. Agenor then tied the boy up with the one power and performed experiments on Brownie right in front of the boy. He ripped Brownie's limbs off one by one and added different animal parts. Brownie seemed to be not having very much fun. The boy watched as finally Brownie didn't look like a horse anymore. He was a Trolloc now. Can I go home now, mister? I'm sad because my horse is gone, said the little boy. Oh no, the fun is just beginning. Brownie, you're hungry, aren't you? Then Agenor watched as Brownie got a cookpot and cooked the boy alive and ate his legs. And then he ate his arms, and then his feet, and at last he ate the boy's eyeballs. Finally, Agenor said, Little boys who don't listen to their parents always have to watch me turn their pets into Trollocs and eat them alive. The end.
I'm not traumatized. You're traumatized.
I love that he ate the legs, saved the feet, moved to the arms, and then came back to all the toe.
Right?
Yep.
Well, we have a very, very special guest joining us. Jess, I'm going to let you introduce our very, very special guest because he is very, very special.
You're muted, by the way.
You're muted, by the way, but it does look really cute what you're saying, Jess. You're muted.
You're muted.
Patient.
Shut up! I know how to do this. Shut up.
Technical savoir.
This is my husband, Rich. He is not a reader. He is a watcher and
a watcher.
A watcher.
I'm so sorry.
There's a certain culture that'll be very pleased to meet you.
Watcher.
If you have been properly watching.
Well, we are having I think, by the way, Seth, were you telling me that you had to go? Okay.
I can hang out for a little longer.
Not yet. Okay. Well, we have we've got him on because we want to get the non-reader opinion. Rich, good to meet you, Rich.
Yes. Good to meet you all.
So, Jess, do you want to interview your hubby?
I am bad at asking questions. You do it.
Okay.
She might be too biased to ask the hard-hitting questions.
Just rail her husband, Nae'Blis. Let's go.
Okay,
Let's
so
do it.
Just rail him.
Wow.
Make her watch.
Put that
I thought I was over the line. Okay.
Black Tower doesn't have a
first
line.
time ever on YouTube, and this is the introduction you get. Welcome, Rich.
That's the first one. You don't know. You don't want to do it in my spare time.
Here's
I like Rich already. Rich
here's
is
the
great.
question that we've been asking everybody, and we'll start off with this. Just in general, like, what are your thoughts on the first season? Like, love it, hate it?
Love it. I mean, I'm not just saying that because I'll have to sleep in the basement if I say otherwise.
You would not.
I know. No, seriously. I mean, it's a great show.
Outside. Come on.
I like. Obviously, I already had some, understanding just kind of by osmosis, being around Jess, of what the storyline is and the theme of the books and all that. But I think it's well executed. The visuals are just incredible. There have been multiple episodes where we've both had lots of like holy shit kind of moments, including her, and she knows the books. So yeah, I've been enjoying it quite a lot.
Well, that's awesome. I know, Jess, I won't speak for you, but I'll ask this question to set you up to say this. For me, it's been fun to have people that I've never been able to get to read the books and talk about this series with, to now be able to talk about this in general with them because they've watched the show. Jess, I guess this question is for you. Is this kind of like a new cool part to the relationship now that you get to share this thing? Like, he
gets to be completely overwhelmed at the end of every episode while I info dump on him about things that were different and this is how it happened in the book kind of thing, although he asks lots of questions and I do avoid spoilers.
You're a good man, Rich. You're a good man.
Rich, are you one of the people that wants to know every spoiler, or are you like, don't tell me anything, I don't want to know?
Yeah, I tend not to want to know spoilers. I want to be able to have that organic experience the first time there's something new real.
You want to look?
What am I doing?
I feel that. So, like, what is your favorite part so far? Like, what's been your favorite episode? I guess I'll say it that way.
Oh man, that's a tough call. I think my favorite, if you want just like one favorite scene, the scene where Nynaeve hulks out, as we've been calling it initially, with what's his name, Logain.
After
after Logain, kind of sort of definitely kills one person and almost kills everybody else. Just that whole sort of very much Neo from the Matrix kind of moment was still probably my favorite scene. Favorite episode though, gosh, I got to think about that.
That one's hard.
I'm kind of bad at like, okay, this happened in episode 1, this happened in episode 4.
Same.
That kind of thing. So give me a second on that. But the finale was pretty awesome. I mean, kind of. Well, again, not knowing the books, and B, not knowing what's different from the books, where when all of the Aes Sedai are burning out. That was kind of like, because I have no way of knowing, okay, are you gonna die here, or so that was pretty suspenseful. I enjoyed that, and I liked all of the sort of the pre-battle stuff and the what's the name of the city that's never fallen?
Faldara,
right? All the Faldarans, and I do appreciate both what Jordan does with the sort of mixing of cultures and what they're trying to do on the show. So you've got a very sort of Japanese kind of aesthetic with the Faldarans, with the top knots and some of the clothing they wear for battle.
Well, and that's a thing for you because of karate, right?
Right. Yeah. I used to do martial arts. I'm trying to do them again, although I have health issues. So I kind of have an eye for stuff like that. And I enjoy seeing it, especially when it's well done.
What did you think? Go ahead. Sorry, Jess.
Oh, I was going to say, with that in mind, in the scene in that one episode where Lan and Steppen are doing the sword forms, Lan has the sword and the axes.
Yes.
That kind of reminded you of kata, right?
Yeah. That's exactly like just doing weapons kata. And the sword that Lan has is absolutely a katana, which is cool. I know from learning from Jess, Daniel Henney being Korean, wanted to make sure, that there were specifically Korean elements to his costume and etc., which is cool. But his sword is absolutely a Japanese katana, and I like that.
That's awesome.
As is Rand's.
What was your favorite? Did you like the scene at the beginning of episode 7, the Aiel and spears and
oh my god. That whole thing, yeah. Actually, that might replace the. Thank you for reminding me. That might replace the Nynaeve hulking out scene.
You're right on my wavelength. Those were my two favorite. Yeah, absolutely.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
I mean, Rand's mom was fucking awesome. While pregnant, which
Right. Well, and I mean, I've never had children, but based on what I've heard from my friends who do, women in labor are absolutely capable of that kind of violence. So
yes,
I don't think
especially if they were already capable of that kind of violence. Definitely
my
during
wife
labor is.
My wife, the crystal barista, would go on runs when she was pregnant with both of our daughters.
No, Rich, you're one of my favorite people now.
I used to ask her, like, hey, like, are we good with that, right? Like, that's healthy, right? She's like, absolutely. And so she would go on runs and she would exercise and work out. And it was like, and so when I saw that opening, when I saw, a pregnant woman whooping like 5 dudes' asses, I was, not only was I there for it because I loved it, and it was an amazingly choreographed fight scene, but it was also super cool to see a break from the stereotype in Hollywood that the pregnant woman is going to die giving birth. And it's like, okay, she did die, but it's because she got stabbed.
Right.
Yeah. Like, not because she was giving birth, because she got stabbed and bled out. Like,
can I just say,
after unaliving a lot of motherfuckers?
Yeah,
I'm like
right, exactly. Yes,
I'm 99% sure that all of that started with one of them telling her that she should smile more. So, like, totally deserved. Let's be honest.
People would like you more.
You too, you motherfuckers.
You should remove that veil.
Yeah, I want to see your face.
Show me that pretty smile.
So, Rich, who did you predict before you found out? I know what you're going to say now because you already know. Who was the Dragon Reborn? Did you know who it was?
I already knew long before that it was Rand. I do think they did a decent job of kind of making that mysterious, even though, again, I already knew. They did a pretty good job of making you think it was absolutely going to be Egwene, especially with the little bit of channeling that she does to free Perrin from the White Cloaks. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. And also Matt with all the crazy shit going on with him with the dagger. Perrin being apparently a wolf man. I call him Wolf. That's my nickname.
Dead ass. Dead ass. Episode 8, we're in the middle of watching it, and then it cuts to Perrin, and this motherfucker's like, Wolfman Jack just saw something, and I laughed so fucking hard.
My husband calls Perrin Wolfman, and he calls Matt Daggerman. Wolfman and Daggerman. That's exactly what he said.
I didn't know they were Jewish.
What does he call regular?
Wolfman and Daggerman. Yeah, he just throws because it feels
Does he call Farshaw Lampman or
Daniel? Nae'Blis, get him out.
That yet?
Get him out. Daniel that was him saying I'm done. Get him out of here.
Andrew is triggered.
That was my 2 weeks notice on the Black Tower podcast.
No, you're fired so you can get your unemployment from Amazon because we're all shills.
We're corporate.
Good luck squeezing $1 out of Jeff Bezos.
No, he's got to make another dick rocket.
So here's a cup of wine on your way out.
Well, Rich, does who's your favorite character? There's the right answer here, by the way.
Oh shit! No pressure. Loyal, followed closely by Moraine.
Okay. Acceptable.
I think that's acceptable.
Acceptable.
Right.
Wow, Loyal made an impression in
killed.
a very short amount of time. That's
I don't think we have to kick you off the island.
That's fair.
Yet.
Waiting for
Not
him to
yet.
go Gawain. Hasn't met Gawain yet, but
I think that Rich and I both relate to Loyal on a certain level because of the whole info dumping about something that you think is really interesting. That's a neurodivergent thing, which we both are.
Right.
And
plus the whole scholar thing, because I used to be, I used to want to be, I am not, but I used to want to be a PhD in philosophy. So that whole aspect of Loyal's character, I definitely relate to, the whole bookish, scholarly guy. Plus, he's just really cool. So.
Yeah. Well, guys,
sorry.
I just want to.
There's a severe.
I just wanted to.
I was going to say something real quick though. We need to just FYI, guys. We're about $400 away from Brian. What are you doing?
I'm going to forge my Allenir.
You guys are so scripted, by the way. God.
Whoever makes the donation that gets us there can add a syllable to whatever I call this hammer. It's going to be Allenir apostrophe something else. You can pick the final syllable.
Pretty good premium right there. That's,
yeah. 5,000, right? We're coming up to 5,000.
Nice.
We're 400 away.
All right. Whoever gets us there. Although any donations to forge this hammer. Look how sad it looks.
It does look pretty sad.
As this, this is gonna. Well, it doesn't actually really help.
It looks like it hasn't seen North Harbor in a while.
No,
it's a little.
It's gonna be a big job.
It needs some inflation.
Yeah,
inflation.
Big blow job on that thing.
Yeah, it's gonna have to blow.
You definitely need to keep the bellows blowing. That's for sure. You need to keep.
Pumpkin, you say Happy New Year.
Oh my God, we have an update. Right as I say that. Right as I say that. Janet Vaughn, thank you.
Happy New Year.
For a huge donation from Janet Vaughn.
Love it.
Love giving to good causes now that I'm able. Thank you, Janet. You're the best. You've got us to 46.29.
Yes!
Yes!
And she gave $200. So on
Janet, you're the real MVP.
What have we not done yet? Here we go. Here's a Brian. This is a loyal one. Here we go.
Hey.
Do you need to travel through the ways? Are you desperate? Is the nearest Ogier refusing to help even though you asked nicely? Hi, I'm Fail Nibashir Taibara, founder of Loyal Escorts. Once again, I've manipulated my Ogier friend into guiding people through the ways. Now he's oath-bound to guide customers through whenever I say so, and there's nothing he can do about it. We have a thriving business, and he agreed to be a part of it. Just listen to him say so.
I did not realize what I agreed to. I was being hasty when I said yes. I feel like I'm in hell. Is this hell? Am I dead?
If you need to travel through the ways, you need our service. Loyal Escorts. Because you promised, Loyal. You promised. I'm making bank, and it isn't my fault you made a hasty oath. That's on you, buddy.
Is
this hell? Am I dead?
Making me like feel as much as humanly possible. All right.
I incorrectly gave the total, by the way. We are at 48.35 now.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I remember.
So we are less than $200 away from.
I mean, that's definitely dog worthy.
We can do this.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Hey,
Pumpkin,
who is that? Pumpkin, who is that? She doesn't even like on TV. Pumpkin doesn't register. Yeah, but I try all the time.
Hi, Pumpkin.
Pumpkin, do you say hi?
Very cute.
Pumpkin.
Hi,
do you say
Pumpkin.
hi? Who's being good?
Hi, Joe Pumpkin.
Oh my goodness!
Hi, Joe Pumpkin.
Big yawn for a little dog. Yeah.
You know, Josh, for a split second, I thought Seth had stole Lumi.
No, right though. Hold on, let me see if I can get Lumi in here.
Oh yeah, we gotta bring in the dogs.
Well, while we're looking for our other dogs, okay.
I guess Simon wants to be part of the show.
Aww.
My lap over here. He probably wants to go out, but he can wait a minute.
This tree looks so nice.
By the way, Jess and Rich, I love the new house. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
congratulations. Yeah.
How nice to see your tree there in your new house. Yeah. That's so cool.
What is who is your least favorite character?
Say congratulations.
Least favorite.
Yeah, who do you
There
hate?
is a right answer here as well.
Yeah.
So you get a second on that, but I think probably Matt. Like, not so much because, like, with Loyal, it's specifically about who that dude is. It's like with Moraine, it's about 30% the character, 70% an unrequited crush on Rosamund Pike. Sorry, babe.
I don't think you. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I mean, come on, honestly. But with Matt, it's not. I just don't like Matt as a dude. It's not so much is it a good character, is it a bad character in terms of how it's written or how it's portrayed. It's just fuck that guy. It's all he does is get in their way, slow shit down, whine. You know,
people regularly do. By the way, just to let you know, is fuck that guy. People regularly.
Oh,
do.
in other words, fuck off, Matt.
Fuck off, Matt.
Fuck off, Matt.
Fuck off, asshole.
Okay, well,
he does.
Like, what is your what are you most excited to learn about in the second season? Like, what are you on the cliff? Like, the season ended. Like, what are you like? I gotta know this. Right?
Yeah, that's a good question. So obviously, with the Dark One not having been where they thought he was going to be, I think question one for me is like, all right, where the fuck is he, or it, or however they gender him or her. Or them. So that's probably number one on my list. Number two is where the fuck is Rand going? Because he just kind of buggers off.
And we all want to know that too.
Okay, all right. So now is that something that didn't happen in the book? Like he didn't just fuck off like he does on the show?
Not like that.
He does fuck off,
Not like
but
that.
At that moment.
I see.
Not like that.
Okay.
There are things that the characters do throughout the
reader-
series that you've seen characters do in the season one. And it may have just happened slightly differently than we expected or way sooner than we expected.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, I like how all of your questions are centered around where the fuck. Just like all of my questions are where the fuck is the Dark One? Where the fuck is Rand going? Where the fuck was Matt? Like, yeah.
I do have other questions that I don't know that will be answered specifically, but this is more owing to my background. In philosophy, I'm always just kind of thinking of other things like, is Moraine, is like some of the shit she does ethical or not? Is it virtuous that you can't lie, given the fact that you literally, physically, constitutively can't lie? Does anybody have free will in this universe, given that the wheel weaves as it wills, or what have you, including the Aes Sedai? If they can't lie, they don't have free will, and therefore, what?
So, Rich, I need to have a real talk moment with you here.
Okay.
Why have you not read these books?
Shit, I don't know. I do have ADHD like she does.
He
So
went
there.
No. Because look, all the stuff that you just asked is core to the theming of these books. Like, you would totally dig these books.
Okay.
If that's the stuff you're interested in,
that's motivating. Okay.
You would love them.
Okay.
So my ex-wife, her dad was the philosophy head of the university that he taught at.
Where at?
It was like Valdosta State University.
Okay.
It was like 15 years ago, though. I don't know if he's still there or not. I don't keep up with my ex-wife. I mean,
you couldn't originally, which is why.
Anyway,
I'm sorry. I had to. I'm really trying to get kicked off the Black Channel podcast tonight
here, and that's making all the difference. Okay,
very cute.
But we actually talked a little bit about the Wheel of Time, because when I start talking about the Wheel of Time, the majority of people, they get this look on their face.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And, I know that look. We all know that look.
Yeah, we all know the look. And he actually was like engaging in it for a moment, and I was like, yeah, let's talk about this. Come to find out, he's a philosophy professor, and it was actually kind of fun though, because while I was talking about the Wheel of Time, because it's a book series that I absolutely love, and at the time was not complete, I want to make that clear.
Sure.
I was excited to talk about it with
it's
someone, and then I realized I'm talking about it with someone who doesn't have a love for the books. They just have a love for the philosophy of the books. Okay. And it was actually a really fun conversation. So I'm just basically this roundabout way of saying I agree with what Nae'Blis is saying, that you would actually probably really enjoy the theme in these books.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. These books are very good. And it's odd, because I think a lot of times the way people view reading in general is like, if you go back to school, they assigned you a book. It's like, how quickly can I get done with the book? And that's like whether or not I want to read it. So if it's a big book, I don't want to read it because it'll feel like it's a chore to get to the end. The Wheel of Time are all massive books.
Sure.
Really long. But
we have a whole bookshelf full of them.
Right.
I would have kept reading.
The whole last one.
I just thought they were really, really good and enjoying.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
they've never felt like a burden to me ever.
I can't claim that as an excuse, because I mean, when I was especially in grad school, it's a lot easier to read. I've read a few chapters of Eye of the World. It's not like I've read nothing, but like it's a hell of a lot easier to read that than Kant's Critique of Pure Reason or some of this other shit. Some of which is also a bunch of shit that even like people who've read the original German are like, actually, it's better in English. God. Yeah.
Well,
so I can't claim that as an excuse. If anything, that should be a reason why I should be able to just devour these things.
Let me throw this out there, because I'm curious what your reaction to this statement will be, Rich. A lot of people, myself included, have always thought Eye of the World was going to be this first book is probably the hardest book of the entire series to adapt.
Okay.
I don't think it's getting into spoilers too much to say that most of the first book is written from Rand's point of view. Yes. So because of that, we really only get his perspective on a couple things. And so that obviously is not going to relate well to writing a whole series arc with multiple main characters.
Sure.
So I'm like, if I said to you, Eye of the World, like what you saw is probably the hardest job that they'll have in terms of adapting. Like, what would your reaction to that be? Do you think they nailed it then? Do you think?
I mean, honestly, yeah. If that's the toughest job they're going to have, and I have seen, like Jess has related a few comments to me that people have had that are bitching about differences from the main, from the books. And a Facebook friend of mine went on this long. I haven't shown you this yet. This long tirade. Eric Roper is the guy's name. He was one of my mock trial people. He's a lawyer now. He's a good guy, but he's wrong about some things. But I mean, he's one of these guys he wants fidelity to the story, and if there's going to be changes, he doesn't want them to like massively impact the story, and he's claiming that these changes.
Oh, they going to.
I'm not in a position to say whether he's right or not, but he's wrong. Just okay. So I think if nothing else,
he's not wrong. He's entirely valid. You just disagree.
No, fuck that guy. I'm just kidding. I disagree.
And that's totally valid as well. You should 100% be allowed to disagree.
Does he just talk about it, or is he on r/White Cloaks? That could be a very telling distinction.
I don't think he's there, but
okay. So at least that's 1 point to the positive.
Well, did his rant involve woke politics? Or
oh God, no, he's to the left.
They're all excellent.
Okay, good. Then they're probably valid criticisms.
He's an environmental lawyer. He's not.
If it was just about fidelity, then again, I disagree with him, and I think most of the people on this show right now do. But he's not invalid. Even
I
if
never said he was
disagree.
invalid. I just said he was wrong.
I was muted, and I just want to say that he can fuck off regardless. He can fuck off.
He can fuck off. Exactly.
See, are we using fuck
off?
off,
Right
as,
off.
Is that the endearing way to fuck off here, or is this the negative fuck off?
That's just our way of saying that. I mean, you know what? That's just our. I think it can be both.
Yeah.
It's like a way of just
mean,
he can fuck off.
That's fair.
It's however you feel you should receive it is probably how you should receive it.
Fair.
That's fair.
Aloha.
You took the words out of my mouth.
I like fuck off as the new aloha.
Fuck off is the new aloha. You heard it here first.
I like fuck off as the new aloha.
Okay. I think you already answered this question. I was going to ask you what your favorite one moment was, but you already said that. Right?
Yeah, like I say, probably the flashback to the Aiel War when Rand's mom just kills everybody.
Blood snow.
So good.
It's a pretty good scene.
Was there a
She
point
kills
when you
those
went from
motherfuckers.
I don't know what's going on in this show to okay, I get it, or was it always pretty clear in the beginning?
It was mostly clear, and if I wasn't certain, I could just ask Jess, and she clarified it pretty quickly. Because, like she says, I do ask questions kind of as we go. But yeah, I mean, in general, I've kind of got the gist of what's happening. It just now there's 13 more books worth of show for them to.
Yeah.
So when Jess isn't available to answer your questions, do you go to thegreatblight.com to get your ansers?
I do not. Should I?
Yes, you should.
Yes, you should.
You should.
Okay. All right. Thegreatblight.com. Okay.
The best part is that you can look around without spoilers, because those are the bane of everybody's existence.
We have a couple new donations I want to hit on. Donation update.
You have a Martin Short character right now? What's going on over there?
So we have a donation from Master of the Deck, who we had on earlier. We love Taylor. Thank you.
Hey.
Here's what she says. It always makes me feel good to know that the Watt Collective of Nerds is ready to support queer folks, both word and deed. Tell us what you loved about the show for purely petty reasons. Y'all are the best. Purely petty. That's a good question. What is something that you loved about the show for just petty reasons?
The fact that it's number one. Sorry to interrupt. But
Okay, 1.16 billion minutes for only the first 3 episodes.
That's
what?
That is crazy. Wow.
Awesome.
Actually, not number one
So
anymore,
much.
guys.
Isn't it?
Shush,
What's
Daniel.
number one now?
Third. There's a show on Netflix that's number one in streaming, apparently, with 855 billion minutes.
What is it?
Hashtag
I don't remember which one
my
it was.
number one
Well,
streaming.
that's overall. Like there
It's
was
not
a brief
arcade.
time.
Okay.
There was a brief time
But
where
it
Real
was
Time
number
was
one.
the number one.
It absolutely was. You're 100% correct. Totally down.
So, okay, we have another donation from Heather White. Thank you, Heather. She says,
Heather, we love Heather.
Every teen deserves to feel loved, included, and understood. Thank you for helping these youth with at such a vulnerable age. Agree, Heather. Thank you for the donations. Appreciate you. In honor of that, we will play a commercial. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
We all know bubbles of evil are scary, but they're also expensive. More and more people like you are struggling with situations like this.
I was mucking stalls when one of my horses burst into flame and burned down the stable. Who's going to pay for this?
I was carting ale to my village when random spikes shot up from the ground. They broke my cart and every barrel. Such a waste.
I lent my sister my best dress, but beetles poured out from her orifices while she was wearing it until she was just a deflated bag of skin. I'm too grossed out to wear the dress now, and I can't afford a new one. What a nightmare.
Introducing Bubble of Evil Insurance. For a low monthly fee, you can guarantee this never happens to you. Bubble of Evil Insurance covers damages from fire, spikes, beetles, rooms melting, rooms rearranging, and any objects that come to life and try to kill you. If you live through it, we've got you covered. Bubble of Evil Insurance, because these days, anything could happen. Literally fucking anything.
Literally fucking anything.
I mean, who doesn't
like
want that?
water, and he's like cackling from the kitchen.
If my college life had an autobiography title, that's what it would be.
Literally fucking anything.
Wait, is that a statement about you? Never mind.
Yes.
Okay, there's an asterisk on the everything. But
Is there? Is there though? This was college.
this was it involves full coitus, so yes, there's an asterisk on the everything.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
With a
Okay.
person?
Well,
Jesus.
Oh my goodness, where are we going?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
So on your knees, by the way, that's my I loved it for petty reasons. Because Suwon needs to be put in her fucking place more often, and that was the best instance of her being put in her place in the best way by someone who loves her and respects her, but also on your knees, Suwon.
Is
Like, it was
about to do
fucking
some
great.
very
I love that shit.
disrespectful things.
I didn't say she wasn't.
Well, I can't say that I agree that Swan needs to be put in her place.
Oh, she's
But-
the worst sometimes.
Oh, I disagree. I love Swan.
No, I didn't say I didn't, but she's the worst sometimes.
No. We'll fight about this.
Okay.
That's a different episode.
You know, we haven't done a Suwon episode, so we'll hit you up. We'll bring you on. It'll just be you and Daniel.
Well, so to Seth had to take off. So thank you, Seth from Watch Spoilers.
Thank you, Seth.
Thanks, Seth.
Thanks, Seth. Oh, it's
you the best.
So bye, Seth. So, Rich, what are the thoughts you have? Like anything else that you're like, gosh, I got to get this off my chest, or ask this question, or any of that?
Oh man, gotta put me on the spot a little bit. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
allowed to say that.
You're kind of the star of the show right now.
10 minutes, I'll be like, oh, I had 100 things I wanted to say. But, you know.
Well, that's fair because it's a lot. And
So can I ask you a question then, Rich?
Oh,
sure.
So in episode 8, when Moraine and Rand are in the Blight, she produces what she calls a Saw Angreal.
Yeah.
And says that male channelers put all of their power into it and held it out. What do you think about that in the context of the entirety of season 1 with the ambiguity as to who the Dragon Reborn could be? Do you think it was just like a cautionary thing? Or do you think there's like some part in the back of her mind that highly suspected?
I got the impression that by then she was pretty convinced Rand was the Dragon Reborn. Now I could be wrong. So
most of the
I mean,
audience was. So, like, let's be honest.
Well, she did have that in episode 1 as well.
Like I said, it's a question. It's not a good question, but it's a question.
Well, yeah, and the very beginning of the first episode when she's like gearing up and stuff, like she wraps it in a cloth. So she had it from the beginning. I wonder if she had one of each.
Oh.
Well, I mean, to be fair to the mechanics of the universe, I don't think she would have necessarily needed one for a female. Now, granted, a Sangreal of sorts, and Angreal, or something to enhance the abilities of the female channeler, but of course, they can't do, or the pure Sidene was the important part of that Sangreal. With a female channeler, it doesn't need to be pure because Sidar is already still pure.
That's a good point. Not to mention the fact that if it had been Egwene, she would have been able to teach her to channel.
For example, yeah. That's also a really good point, Jess. Yeah.
I'll be back.
Hi, Rich.
Oh, I was about to ask Rich.
He'll be back. He's taking the dogs out.
He
It's
left
riot
us.
time.
Who let the dogs
the
out?
dogs
Rich,
out?
Rich, Rich.
Okay, so we are 20 minutes away from 2022 here on Eastern Standard Time. Are we
Nice.
excited? What's up?
Hey.
I'm
I would
not
like
going
to
to have another
I
hour.
would like to say yes,
I
but
believe I can't
you and
find
me
my
both,
hat.
Jess.
I want to find my hat.
2022 is going to be the same as
Get the
2021.
hat.
Well,
Let's
while Brian's getting his hat, I think it's time for another little thing. We'll do a Christmas story that we did.
Oh.
So here we go. 'Twas the night before Beltane, when all through the house, all the women were decked in their best Beltane blouse. The children were happy, and hope filled the air, in hopes that the gleeman soon would be there. The family had eaten, everyone was fed, but it would not be long before they were all dead. As we sat around the fire, we heard a loud boom. We knew this Beltane we would meet our doom. The Trollocs they came in such a clatter, I could see the village green, covered in brain matter. People they ran, they screamed and yelled. I could not believe what I beheld. Trollocs were killing, eating everyone in sight. All I heard Mama say was, "They are coming, oh light!" The door came a-crashing, falling so quick. Trust me, this Trolloc was truly a dick. The Trolloc was tall, with the face of a bear. I tell you the truth, he gave quite a scare. He first ate little Tad while he was alive, which really sucks because he was only 5. Next came my wife, he put a gash in her belly. Then he ate her brains like a bowl full of jelly. The last thing I heard as the Trolloc ate my leg was the Murdral calling out as I began to beg. I heard him exclaim as I went to the light, "Happy Beltane to all and have a good winter night."
Can I get that in print to read like next year for Christmas?
Yeah, I think it's honestly, I'm thinking about we're gonna play these. So if we have WatCon, I saw somebody mention this earlier. Maybe we'll have like daycare at WatCon, and we'll just have people listen to these stories the whole time.
I went to WatCon and all that I got was a traumatized child.
I want that shirt.
Wait, is that a con baby? Like, are we talking about con babies?
Yeah.
Leafcast was very specific about con hookup babies.
Is
and
that
I
a
did
thing?
get, apparently, I don't know. It's not a thing for me.
Not yet.
No. I'm working on it though. No, but I do have my tickets and hotel and airfare to WatCon.
Yeah.
That is pretty darn exciting.
I got to do airfare still, but I got my ticket today, which is much later than I should have.
I got my lifetime ticket.
Yeah, you did. Did you?
Damn, I did.
Oh, nice.
Daniel did because he's moneybags.
I got my lifetime VIP, motherfucker.
Daniel's the strongest link.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to get, but I need a payment plan for that one. I work a government job. I don't have that
You and
to
me
just
both,
drop.
buddy.
Well, it's those. Well, guys, Amazon pays you for your opinion. Why can't?
Yeah,
you
no,
afford it?
exactly.
Oh, that's right. We're corporate shills.
Well, we spend it on other stuff. You know, the yacht upkeep, the helicopter upkeep.
Yeah.
You know,
I
the
did
super
order that
exclusivity
caviar
that just
as
comes
well.
with being
Just
a content creator,
contact-
apparently.
Make sure that you contact Jeff and let him know that you need him to buy your lifetime Watt ticket.
I call him Bees. I'm like,
Yeah.
what up, Bees?
Actually, no, I don't have to pay for airfare. He's just going to drop me out of one of the rocket's
there
fuel
we go.
balls.
He was
And
going
I'll
to
just
pick me up on
parachute
one of
down.
his drones. I was
Well,
just going to hold on.
You know what's kind of nuts? That White Cloak server has developed this like weird, strange crush on Daniel, like Green. Like it's super
thank
odd.
God.
They cannot
Wrong Daniel.
stop.
Different Daniel.
I thought you were talking about me for a second. And I was like, I don't want this. I
Yeah,
don't
you didn't know.
want
You
this.
didn't know.
No.
No, I'll take the views for the algorithm. I don't give a shit.
I I mean, like, I'm not gonna send them a
Daniel,
message
take
and be
one
like,
for the team,
fuck
damn
all
it.
of you. But like, let's be honest. If there is a more, I'm not gonna say that out loud.
Stop thinking about yourself, Daniel. Okay.
Well, so Dawson here, when is the Nae'Blis cruise? I think right now is probably the wrong time to do a cruise.
Agreed.
But hey, you know what? Let's say WatCon grows really big in a couple years. Maybe what we'll do is a
Do
giant
WatCon to the
cruise.
Bahamas?
We'll just
Fuck
rent
yeah.
out. We'll rent out the ship for the whole time.
I love it.
Brian, just so you know, you
I will
are
be
muted,
there for
Brian.
that.
FYI.
I know. I'm putting together party favors, and I feel like it's loud, so I figured I'd mute myself.
I thought you were talking, so I was
No,
like...
no. I'm listening. If you want to hear me tying party hats together, it'll just be a minute, but I want to get decked out.
Nae'Blis, if you let me know a couple months in advance for the WatCon cruise, I will save all of my allowance, and I will 100% guaranteed be there.
Well, that would be a lot of fun.
That would be a lot of
But
fun.
here's the question: are we invading or are we just visiting and trading?
Beachhead. Hashtag beachhead. Which means a different thing depending on your.
We are
context.
bringing the news of the Wheel of Time to the people across the continent because they have forgotten and they need to take new oaths.
So Jess, I have a thought for you. Everybody loves Rich.
It's true.
Everybody's like,
but I can hear you guys because he has one of my earbuds and he's out of range.
yeah.
Are you back in range? Okay,
I'm back.
good. Let me. There we go.
I
Rich,
foiled
we love
again.
you.
Rich, everybody loves you, and
you guys need to raise your standards.
Well, they want you to come on the Amerlin study. I think we need to have
They want you to
some.
come on my show.
Oh, okay.
You want to come on my show?
Yeah, I'll come on your show.
Awesome.
I think that would be awesome. Like
That
I
would
would
be
totally watch it.
You got a lot of fans now, babe.
Wow.
I'm looking at the comments.
What's wrong with you?
Congratulations, Rich. You're a celebrity.
Rich, you are a celebrity.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, so Rich, do you think, because you asked this question earlier, do you think Moraine is explicitly a good person?
I'm still undecided on that so if she's got no free will, then it's sort of a moot point. If she couldn't do otherwise than what she's doing, then sort of ethical principles don't apply to her. I think she's very much what we would call a utilitarian or consequentialist, where the ends justify the means to her. Like, she will absolutely do whatever she's got to do to get the dragon reborn to the eye of the world. If that means against their will, Scarecrow's will, then she's going to do it.
She said.
I may not be able to channel, but I will kill him before he goes.
I was just going to go there.
Right.
When she's holding the knife at his neck.
If he turns to the dark, I'll kill him myself.
Right. And so obviously, one's answer to that question ultimately comes down to, well, do you feel like that's a valid way to sort of approach the world generally? Like, if whatever it takes to prevent this horrible outcome, if you feel like that's a good ethical principle, then fine. If you feel like people have rights and there's certain things that even, regardless of outcomes, that maybe there are things you can't do to them no matter what's going to happen.
Well, real quick, I am going to interrupt real quick. I need to go get my food, so I'm going to disappear. But
Okay.
guys, we are $103 away from 5,000. Somebody, somebody take care of that.
So
we're gonna forge Ma'alenir. All right, go ahead. Sorry,
Rich. Do you know what I love about what you just said? Is that Robert Jordan in interviews has stated that when he had the idea for this book, he talked very much about the idea of self-interest. And someone saying, "Oh, you're the prophesied savior of the world," and he's like, "Oh, cool, yeah, thanks. No, just stay right here. I'm gonna step out for a moment, but I'll be back. Don't worry, I'll be back." And so he wanted to tell a story of someone who was the, prophesied savior of the world, but with self-interest involved. And that isn't a concept that had been injected into stories up until the point as he had seen.
Prophesied chosen one plus game theory. What? Andrew?
Well, right. So it's like your typical savior story is the unwilling, okay, I have to allow myself to be nailed to a thing and bleed out, to save all of humanity, that kind of shit.
Which one was that based on?
Well, I mean, it makes a lot of
very obscure,
in regards to the Moraine point, it makes a lot of sense that this "do the ends justify the means" being a question that would weigh heavily in Jordan's mind as a participant in the Vietnam War, as a Vietnam War veteran, in like the 60s and 70s. Coming out of this is still very much a time where the world and the U.S. and the U.S. military are asking that question after the end of World War II, after, dropping nuclear weapons. Right. And I can't help but feel that Moraine is kind of there as an allegory to that question, because that was a topic of conversation throughout the entirety of the Korean and Vietnam Wars. We've used them already. Should we use them again? And there were, generals that said, yes, obviously we should. And generals said, obviously we shouldn't. And I imagine that filtered down to
use them in Korea. That's why he lost his job.
And thankfully it didn't happen.
Wanted them to be used in Vietnam. So
So it just seems like an interesting allegory. And I mean, obviously, I'm going to be a little biased as a vet myself. Towards the like kind of veteran kind of theologies and aspects that may come into the show. Not to get too political, I don't want to start a discussion on whether or not that was rational or not. But
I was actually no, go ahead. Sorry.
That's just what I think of when I see Moraine in early books, where I'm trying to rationalize like the decisions she makes, because even like she's in the books, it's still a lot of the same questionable decisions but you see a lot of her do this really thought out planning that actually leads to it. And they call back to that in episode 2 when Moraine goes to write off. She's like, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. And then they write off. And in the background, you see Lan just standing there watching to see what they're going to do.
Because he will make them if they don't choose to go with her. But no, not to spoil anything for you, Rich, but I'm going to tell you right now, no one, 0 people, 0 human beings in the Wheel of Time are strictly good or strictly bad. There's not a single one of them. There's not a single one.
It's just the way people are in general, right?
Yep.
Loyal
is like the closest we get to kind of like a purely good humanoid. And like, I don't know, let's say Bilal is like the closest that we get to like
well, I mean, it's subjective.
And then the rest of it is just
everybody else is just somewhere in here. It's weird. And it's almost like everything in life is a spectrum.
Yeah. That's so weird.
Yeah.
I'm going to push back, though, and say that one of the problems I have with, not one of the problems I have, but I think one of the imperfections in the Wheel of Time that can be improved on is the impression that I get is there are characters in the Wheel of Time that are strictly bad. And I wish that they had a little bit more of another side to them.
Out of curiosity,
Lanfear, for example.
I think there are characters that more of a victim than anything else.
We just did an
entire breakdown background.
Semirog, yes, they have backstories, but I think for what we get in the story and for like the part that we get to experience and interact with as, in this part of the story, I do think there are characters that come across as strictly bad because it makes more sense if these characters were forced to join the dark. But what you get over and over in the books is that they chose it because they wanted power. And I would like to see it a lot more characters being forced to it. Because that's the books. I feel like it almost doesn't make sense to me because they are so strictly bad in some cases.
Sure.
I want to piggyback on that, Brian. I want to piggyback on that.
Triggered every bit.
With the introduction of Dana and her whole monologue detailing why she chose to go to the shadow,
which was great.
I mean, I would really love to see more ambiguity even in the Forsaken, you know, and I feel like we're possibly getting set up for that.
That was a great example. Like Dana was a great example because, like, you know, to be honest, when she says, "Oh, the Dark One is like gonna save us all," it feels a little bit like she's part of a dark cult that's maybe not got their act together, but you believe her. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, and so that's what's scary. It felt very real. And I really, really liked that. I don't get that in the books. In the books, I feel like they joined because they're like, this will make me powerful. And I think that what we're getting in the show is better. So yeah, that's all I was saying with that. But yeah, I agree.
No,
I love Dana. What a great part, right? Like, what a great role for her.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to like tell you that you're that's not, you know, but I will say, as stated, we actually just did an episode on Landfear, for example, which I'm just using her as an example, not as, you know, this is the end all be all of anything. But we were talking about how much led to her actually being where she is now, and that she does sort of have that fatal flaw in the end, but that is so not the entirety of her story. And so again, I agree with you that for definitely parts of the book, we do get like this much of their life. And if you take out, like, you know, a lemon or a melon baller of anybody's life, it can look really good or really bad.
I
like,
agree with all
certain
that.
points. But I've always actually really appreciated that even the Forsaken, to me, any that you get backstories for, it feels more like there was this much that led up to where they are, and then you see this much, versus, oh no, this is just all there is. Like, this is everything that you're seeing right now of just the pure evil of the oath that they took and the thing that they're doing. There's so much more behind that we're going to suggest to you, even though we're not going to show it to you in the book because it's not important. What they're doing right now is important. With the compulsion that they're putting on the people right now, that's what we're going to show you, because that's the event we need to give you. But like, also, there's all of this that's just like hanging around from thousands of years ago when they made this choice. And you're just like, nope, I get it. I totally don't agree with your choice, but I see it. Like,
yeah, well, you also have the interesting like conflict there. The same conflict we have, I don't know, literally every year that any country has ever existed, of a moral versus legal good and bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know, are their actions within one or the other? And if they are, which one should take precedence? Should the moral good or bad take precedence over the legal good or bad? Welcome back, Nae'Blis. How's the pizza?
Okay, so it wasn't pizza. I ordered Taco Bell because I was craving it.
Even better.
You know the worst thing that can happen? When
I
you
bet
order
I
sauce
know.
packets and they don't fucking bring them.
No, it happened to me last fucking night. My husband and I
That's a
ordered
fucking
Taco
human
Bell,
rights violation.
no hot sauce packets. What is up?
I was just gonna say.
I was gonna say that.
I would fucking riot.
I was just gonna
hot
say
sauce
that the
packets.
summer I was introduced to the Wheel of Time was literally me and my buddy Ben Lowe, which, by the way, if you're out there, fucking hit me up, bro. And we spent our entire summer hitting each other with Shania and ordering TacoEll. So I'm a little sad that you didn't get your hot sauce packet.
Well, let me
this
interject.
hurts me on a visceral
I need
level.
to interrupt
gotta
here,
be some
guys.
kind of shortage.
This
Something's
is kind
up.
of important. I need to interrupt.
There's a
I need-
hot sauce
Interrupt.
drought.
Fundraising update. We are $78 away from 5,000.
Come on, people.
Somebody
Also,
needs to take
sir,
care of
this
this.
is your
Give
show.
the Trevor Project
can't
a happy
interrupt.
new year, motherfucker.
Typing
Come
as
on.
fast as I can.
We've got 2 minutes before it's the new year on the East Coast.
that's
Right.
this many minutes, guys.
Wait, sorry,
This
that's
many
that's
minutes.
bad.
So
That many.
You can't do it like this.
That
That's
many.
bad. You got to do it like
2
this.
minutes.
If you're on the
That
West
many.
Coast and you're watching this, you've got like another couple of hours. So
Isn't that
Yeah,
crazy?
I've got 3. We're
Or
good.
in the Midwest.
I mean,
Got
another
let's
hour
make this
from here.
fundraising thing happen. We have a
Let's do
countdown. Oh, we just hit it.
Somebody was really edging you there.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Anonymous, and thank you, Shell Moniz, for you are all awesome, and I love what you do. Keep it. You're the best. Thank you. We just hit 5,000. There is Patrick.
Brian is blowing Mahalanir.
Guys, we are less than a minute away. I'm going to bring in some more people that are in the waiting room that are going to be sticking with us here. And Patrick will be joining us. And we're going to count down. We are counting down to the new year.
Pumpkin.
So,
Yay! Happy New Year! Oh wait, not yet. Although it's
look.
Yeah, no. You'll be hearing from my lawyers, Josh.
Oh, my bad. I'll take this moment to say that Josh is not affiliated with our podcast.
4, 3, 2,
1. Although it's already been a New Year here for 14 hours.
That's what I was trying to do.
Still
not
New Year
for me. Was the year that killed
Let's
Betty
be
White.
dirty is like, it's been New Year. Where have you been?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Black Tower guys, thank you all for coming on with us today. You guys have been awesome.
Thank you for having us. Sincerely, thank you so much.
Always
We really
amazing
appreciate
to
it.
disagree with your opinions, Nae'Blis.
You're allowed to be wrong.
You're always allowed to be wrong.
Piece of shit.
Wrongness is permitted.
Hey,
I've been
Daniel.
wrong my whole life. I'm not stopping now.
Daniel, fuck off, man.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. Really, truly appreciate it.
See y'all.
Y'all have a great
And
stream.
from all of us here at the Black Tower, good evening and fuck off.
That's
right.
Oh, cute.
I love it.
See you guys. Welcome, new guests. Before
Yes.
we start, we have to show off the hammer.
Indeed. Again, wait, is this safe for lesbians? I'm sorry, I'm totally kidding.
So.
I made a dick joke. I want that acknowledged.
I was about to make a dick joke. She beat me to it. Respect.
So I said whoever makes the donation that gets us to 5,000 can add a syllable to this hammer. So right now it's Mahalanir, but if someone wants to add one more syllable, whoever made that last donation.
It was Shell Moniz.
Okay.
Or whomever that is.
You get to pick the next syllable. As of now, it's Mahalanir, I believe is how you say it, but you can add something to it.
And we will, while you get to
Our
think
version.
of that, we will play another commercial. So here we go.
Ooh, yay.
Do you need to teleport but haven't figured out gateways yet? Are you so desperate to travel far away you don't care if it kills you? You need portal stones, and that means you need portal stones for dummies. This book can't tell you how to use portal stones. No one knows. But we've written down our best guess. There's a 1 in 60 chance that if you use portal stones for dummies, you'll get where you're going, and a 1 in 80 chance that you'll be alive when you get there. Our book has helped hundreds of dummies use portal stones. None of them were ever seen again. But if they turn up, we're sure they'll all say the same thing. Thanks, Portal Stones for Dummies. I love this book. Portal Stones for Dummies. Because you'd have to be a fucking dummy to use a portal stone.
yeah, that's true.
Yep. I like it. That is that's accurate.
Let me welcome back Lesby Nerdy, who is here. So
Yes.
Hi, Lesby.
Hello.
Hi, Jenny. And then our new guest, Vance, the Bard of the Red Hand. Vance, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Vance,
Thanks for having me.
Tell these people who the hell you are.
All right, so I'm Vance, the Bard of the Red Hand. You can find me here on YouTube on this glorious platform. I just recently passed 1,000 subscribers.
Congratulations!
So thank you. That's big news for me and my channel. Other than that, I'm still technically in the past over here in 2021. So I've got another hour before it's actually New Year's for me. But anyway, Happy New Year, everyone.
Well,
say hey, Manny. Say hey, book. Manny about to say. I always forget. Happy New Year.
I don't even know it. No, I have no idea.
Manny about to say. I think.
No, not a thing.
Jenny, I have to tell me. You need to tell me if the book I'm reading is stupid or if this is a real thing.
Okay.
I'm reading a book called The Power of Nunchi. Is that a thing in Korea?
Yeah.
You advance? Like, is that
Yeah,
a...
Nunchi. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It just means like being observant of other people's attitudes or like there's a game actually called Nunchi. How does it go? Where you have to like a group of people are sitting down at a table, and then if you stand, everybody else has to stand, and the last person standing loses. But they have to like watch your body to see when you're going to stand, and if they stand when you don't stand, they lose. Like it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
in my experience, that's usually followed by shots if you lose. So.
Oh, it definitely is followed by shots. Yes. Pretty much all Korean games are followed by shots.
Well,
Yes.
Vance, since we've got you on new here, we've got a new reader here, so keep your spoilers only about the first season, not the books.
Right.
But what were your general thoughts about the season? Like
overall? So, I mean, I think I was pretty positive on it. I've been hovering around like the 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 range for me. I think I've settled on 7 out of 10 for season 1. There were just a lot of like 8s in episodes, like ratings in season 1 for me. Episode 1 and the last episode were both 6s, so that's dragging the overall average down. Yeah. And episode 7 for me was a 9. So it was, I mean, I was very happy with what we got. The loose metaphysics, as we've been calling them the last couple of days, has been probably the thing that gets me the most. But I'm willing to give them time to explain it because I gave Robert Jordan and Brandon Sanderson 14 books to explain it, and a companion, and a world of the Wheel of Time. So I'm willing to wait a little bit.
It's a good point
for them to get that, solidified.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, Brian, ask him your question that we're asking.
What's your favorite part of season 1? And you have to answer. And you have to answer.
You didn't ask me this question, Brian.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
It's about to happen. I'm sure.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Oof.
What was I thinking? It's gonna happen.
All right. So,
you like Brady Bunch?
I know. I'm like, hey.
Yeah.
So my favorite part of season 1 has to be The Man Who Can't Forget. I think it's either that or Weep from Anethrin. I keep going back and forth between those, but it has to be something with those songs. I'm a musician, and the music gets me every time, and I really enjoy the inclusion of those songs in the show. So I keep bouncing back and forth.
We could talk forever about The Man Who Can't Forget.
Mm-hmm. That song has layers and layers and layers.
It is, and it's not a bad song. I just wish that wasn't what they chose to introduce Tom, and I will stand by that
because it's so glum.
Because it's so glum, but also because it was weird that like apparently he's really good and everyone really likes him, and yet I don't think that even came across in that scene. I would have liked to see him just do a fucking number and get everyone in there dancing, or if we're gonna do it sad, have him be really good and have no one pay attention. Have it be no one's paying attention to this dude who's so talented.
Right.
What they did was it was a very bold choice, and I respected it. It wasn't musically bad. I liked, I respected what they did. I don't think it was the best way to introduce that character, in my opinion. But I didn't dislike the song. I just didn't like the choice.
That's fair. That's fair. I actually enjoyed that introduction for Tom. Personally, I thought it was a little less. Tom's introduction in the books to me always comes off as a little, bookish or YA even at times. Like this is where you can get into that YA territory with the Wheel of Time, right? Like it's a little goofy. It's over the top. He's very much a showman, right? So of course he's out there doing everything he can. But for this, I feel like at least for non-readers, this was a solid way to introduce this character. Now the Tom Waits style song with the really gravelly voice, I'm like, I can see how that's divisive with a lot of folks because that's a very modern.
I feel like you
way
could
of
have waited
singing
to do that kind of thing.
Well,
yeah.
Let's ask.
Wait. I have to ask real quick. If someone asked you, based on the books, is Tom a sad character? What would you say?
Absolutely not.
Interesting. I love this question. I think it's a really interesting question.
And you're allowed to be wrong, Vance. That's cool.
That's fine.
To be wrong. Hey, Jess, is Rich coming back? Because I was going to ask him a question.
He is. He had to get his water, and he's here.
And he's back. So, Rich, what did you think of Tom's intro? Like the music and the song? Like, was that a positive? Did that feel out of character? Did you like it?
Loved it.
Loved it.
Loved the song. Like just as a song, it was really cool. I very much like Tom. I'd like. Is there more Tom later? I can't remember. Does he survive the whole? Okay.
I don't know. He looks like he could be dead.
He fought a fade.
Yeah. Well, there's that rule. If you don't see them die, they're not dead.
If you don't,
that's why I don't think. That's why I don't think Agomar died. Like Agomar.
I also don't think he died.
Yeah, his eyes didn't close. Sorry, you got to show me.
No, they were open the whole time. You're right. They were open the whole time.
For sure looked like he was going to get ate by that Trolloc, but
yeah.
Well, like there was that whole part I didn't understand. Why the hell did they spend so much time with Amelisa and Agomar talking about the fucking armor?
Yeah,
because
the checklist done, we're going to find out something about the armor that he was wearing.
There you go.
That he had to survive.
I feel like we had to spend some more time with them because, as it turned out, Amelisa wiped out the entire fucking army. So
yeah,
we needed to spend a little more time with them.
Are we sure she's not the Dragon Reborn?
I know.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? So I've been thinking. Well, this would get into later book spoilers, so I can't say it. Dang it! I want to say it though.
Well, Jenny, we never got a chance to ask you, so we're going to ask you. What was your favorite part?
Oh, okay. Yeah. My favorite part is actually the relationship between Nynaeve and Moraine. That's like my favorite thing on the show. Because, like, honestly, I've been thinking, backstory, I had been thinking about making a YouTube channel for ages. And what got me to make it was, I think 3 people made videos about Nynaeve and none of them talked about their relationship. And it drove me crazy. And so you're one of them. And I was just like, nobody is talking about this. It's so important. And so I started a YouTube channel. I think I made 4 videos before I made that one because I thought that would be enough for me to learn how to make videos. It wasn't. But anyway. But yeah, their relationship, like it's seeing my headcanon about their relationship on screen. Like I feel like, it turns out Rafe and I 100% agree about how Moraine just pokes at Nynaeve's insecurities. Like you see Nynaeve stand up to Swan, but she can't, like, who's literally the most powerful person in the world, but she can't stand up to Moraine. And I love it. Oh, it makes me so happy.
Right.
Plus hot ladies over 40 kissed each other, and that was nice. Yeah.
Wait, Jenny, that's really gay though. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It might be even kind of lesbian.
Wait.
Sorry.
Is that going to get you an extra? Is that going to get you an extra ice cream ticket at the social this year, Jenny? Is that what's happening? The agenda meeting.
Are you talking about the gay agenda meeting?
The gay agenda meeting.
The gay agenda meeting. Yeah.
Or Jenny, do you still want a carpool? Or
I would actually. Could you, if you could, just swing by Korea on your way there? that would be very helpful.
Have the agenda meetings always been on Zoom, or has it just been during the pandemic?
Just during the pandemic.
Yeah.
We actually have our own. We have our own special. Like Zoom is for the heteros.
I got you.
We're doing this for you guys, but
good. I got you. Well, no, I understand. You
actually, this isn't Zoom.
Yeah.
Yes, we have Patrick joining us. Everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick, I have absolutely loved your takes. I totally have.
Everyone does. I'm very popular.
Honestly, we need like a Patrick Rich YouTube channel.
Oh man,
the 2 of them have like a huge audience now. They're very popular.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of fans.
My whole family is really taking off.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's true. Actually,
they're going to be stars.
Come here. I want to go out and say, I don't really know any of you. Nae'Blis, I know of.
You have texted me before.
I know. Nae'Blis and I have briefly texted before. Jess, I hear your voice constantly. It's played in our household. Lesbian Nerdy. I think I recognize you from some of the comments on YouTube videos.
Possibly.
Vance, I know nothing of you.
Yeah, you don't know me. It's fine.
Hands who the fuck are you?
But it is a genuine pleasure to be here speaking with you all this evening.
Well, the pleasure is ours.
It is.
So, okay, we've been throwing this question around because Brian is your husband and he's sitting next to you. He's not allowed to ask you this. I'm going to this time.
I'm curious.
well, it's the same question we've been asking everybody. So let's start with general thoughts on the season. Overall, loved it, hate it, where you at?
I loved it.
Okay.
I think I have picked up the general impression that my view on it is probably not a universal one, but I really enjoyed watching it. I felt we're just sort of beginning to scratch the surface on this very rich world. I'm someone who's very much a sucker for colors. And so just getting to see vibrant colors is always fun. I've loved everything that I've seen. And I think I've had a few complaints about some like pacing things, about some things I want things to move a little bit faster than they are. And I think that's just because I'm enjoying it so much and I want to get into more of it quicker. I'm used to binging things. And so like kind of taking our time to luxuriate in some of the world building while probably necessary. I'm just like, but I want to fight a dragon or something. Like what's going to happen? And so I've been having a lot of fun with it. I've really, really enjoyed it.
Going off of that real quick, like one of the criticisms that the book readers are giving it, I would say, is that they feel like it needs more episodes. They want 10 episodes, and I want more episodes too. But going off of that, like I don't think they made good use of the 8 episodes they had. So I can't say that was like why the pacing is wrong.
It's interesting to me because I'm used to watching. So like, I think my prime example of this is like on the Marvel Netflix shows like Daredevil or Jessica Jones, where they clearly had a mandate for 13 episodes and only had about 8 episodes worth of story. And so like in the Jessica Jones one, like there's this weird thing where they like solve the plot by episode 8 and then have to kind of reset it and release the bad guy unnecessarily so that they can circle back around to capture him again. And it doesn't really do anything except kill time. And I feel like this show has the opposite problem where they only have 8 episodes and there's so much to do that we're trying to do so much in only 8 episodes. And I really wish Amazon gave them 13.
Does anyone know?
Well, that's where I go. See, Brian, because here's where I agree with you. If they were forced into 8, I agree with you. They could have done way better with their 8. However, the flip side of that is I liked the Steppen stuff. The Steppen stuff was unnecessary for the
Steppen's the one who is dead.
Yeah, the warder.
The warder
Right. That died.
It's
right.
My point being like
the dead warder.
If now that we've seen the whole season, like I think they were trying to set up that warder bond and what happens and the depression, but it ended up not being really necessary for the season. Like that was not worthy of 3/4 of an episode. So there, to your point, that's something that I like that it was in there. And if they had a 10 episode season, then pieces of that could have been in there and they maybe could have paid it off better too. But being that we got 8, I feel like that was completely wasted and unnecessary, along with the Amalisa and Agomar stuff.
And I'll say this, it's all really well done. Like all the Steppen stuff is well done and well told and great. I'm like I've said on our show, I just wonder if it's the best use of our time.
I referred to him as the one who was dead because we had a conversation where it's like, but he's dead now, and like there are ways to incorporate that importance without doing it the way they did it. So yeah, it was fine. It was a good episode. It was I liked the episode, but as far as we have 8 of these, I wasn't thrilled with how they used that time. But I loved the White Cloak stuff in that episode. That was great.
What about you, Rich? What are your thoughts on that specific piece?
Well, so I mean, obviously, as a non-book reader, I sort of always want more exposition and more information, and so it would have been nice if they could have stretched it out a little bit. Does anybody know, like for season 2, do we know how many episodes we're going to get?
Same.
We're going to get a season 2 yet?
We are definitely getting season 2. They're filming it right now.
Okay, cool. Do we know what, like, have they ordered X number of episodes, or do we know
It's not confirmed, but it's probably 8.
It's because they had ordered it before the show aired, so they didn't know how, like, if it was going to be.
I see. Okay.
I mean, they could always come back and order 2 more episodes. For that
absolutely,
season, because they're still filming right now.
Right, but they would have
they would have to write.
They would have to to pace things out for the episodes, and if they've already paced it out for 8.
But it's possible, Jenny. I mean, you've seen K-dramas; they do it episode by episode.
Yeah,
in a lot of situations, so it's definitely doable.
I'm not sure how that plays out though on a high CGI, high
Right.
post production.
Yeah.
Like this, so
No, for sure.
So Patrick, back to you on this question because everybody's been asked this one. What was your favorite one moment? You have to pick one from the whole season.
My favorite one moment. Probably the scene where there's that pool of water that's a bunch of different colors and emerges from it. And it's really important, but visually stunning. I think that's my favorite moment. No. Probably my actual favorite moment. You know, it may be the opening to episode 4. Yeah. I think I think there's just this. I think it was very, kind of opens up this world into a much wider way. You know, we get to see what Galen looks like. We get to see, I was telling Brian that I found this thing that's kind of, the show is doing this thing about like show and don't, or telling us, not showing us. And like, we're like, there's several comments about how the world is hard for women. Yet in the world, we seem to see women all in positions of power and running things. And like in the Two Rivers, it seems to be a matriarchal society with women at the top. In Valon, it seems to be a matriarchal society with women at the top of the power chain. And so I was kind of like, is this world rough for women?
They're telling us, not showing us.
Right. But then we see Galen and we see a very male-dominated society, and we see like the king there, and we see, not that we see them do anything bad to women, but we just kind of see, oh, okay, so we're part of this wider world where men here, we're seeing a more typical fantasy male-led society here. And then getting to see the male channeling and the sort of really cool mind, I don't know if we're cursing or not, but mind fuckery thing with the two.
Oh, we're totally cursing.
You're fine. Trying to figure out what's that. Yeah, I don't know who's watching. But yeah, I thought that opened up the world in a really cool way. It showed us a part of the world that we hadn't seen before, but kind of heard whispers about. We got to see, I thought, the effects looked really great. I think that's probably one of the things that just immediately jumps out to me when you talk about favorite moments or memorable moments.
I love that everyone's choosing that. It makes total sense to me.
Oh, is everybody else choosing that too?
A lot of people have chosen
that. Well, then fuck that. I'm picking a different one.
Hey, Patrick, if you keep swearing on my channel, you can fuck off, dude.
Okay.
You want to pick something different?
No, yeah, I'll pick something.
Change your answer?
I didn't know everyone had picked that one. Sorry, I wasn't watching the stream. I don't want
spoilers,
and I figured one might be doing spoilers.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. That's a good cop out.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't want spoilers.
Good excuse.
But also,
I think that's fair.
In that case, I'm going to switch it over to the cave scene in episode 4 where they're fighting.
Okay. The other Logain scene.
I keep on wanting to call him Jarrell, even though that's Superman's dad's name. I don't know why. There's like the names on the show have a weird syllable, like the way they are constructed.
Yes, that's fair.
That keeps throwing me off.
Yeah. Jarrell. Well, it's definitely not Jarrell.
No.
But yeah, that was good. While we're on this, my favorite is Alana in the woods. That is my favorite moment.
Really
of season
good.
1.
That's cool. Yeah,
I loved it. I loved seeing a green in her element,
like blowing shit up. God,
and telling everyone else, go do the other thing. I've got this, and I love Alana anyway. I don't love Alana in the books at all. I love Alana on the show so much.
No,
and watching,
no, you don't.
Like having her be the avatar of the greens,
was
just really
so
fun.
good.
I loved it.
So the Alana in the woods made me think of
Alana in the woods
in Monty Python and the Holy Grail when they come across Tim the Enchanter for the first
Yes.
time.
Yes.
Just causing things to explode in the distance.
That's why I loved it.
Like apropos of nothing, he's just by himself in a desert.
That's great.
Making things explode, and that's what Alana reminded me of in the
Perfect. Perfect.
So, real quick, I want to pose this question because I don't know if you guys saw this.
Oh yeah,
that cannot be an actual.
Definitely saw that.
That's
a real person's name.
Yeah, Jorge Agdashlu. She plays Avasarala in The Expanse.
So it's the
Yep.
Cat Swain
Damn
thing,
good.
right?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What is this question?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Cat Swain is who everybody's assuming she'll be.
Yeah.
But did they not use that name in their exchange? They
No, that's
mention
her. Like
character?
that's the act. Yeah,
No,
yes,
she
they did.
started the tweet thread. Like,
Like,
why do you
me
want me to play
Cad
Cad
Swain?
Swain?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
And
okay,
then
yeah.
And then Rafe
and then
DM'd her.
Ryan-
Wait, say the name to me. Cad Swain?
Cad
Cad
Swain.
Swain.
Cad Swain. Okay.
Cad
Cad
Swain.
Swain.
And then Rafe replied
Okay,
to
who
her
knows what I'll
saying
say.
that he'd had her on his vision board for a certain part since 2018, but he didn't say which one.
Okay, yeah, that's.
We got
Okay.
some
I mean,
major
we all,
echo
we
going
all
on
know
there, by
which
the way.
one, right? Like,
I mean, I
Unless it's a Forsaken.
sorry, Jenny. I'm
I
so
know,
sorry.
I know.
I'm so sorry.
Wait.
Oh, do you have
Jenny's
your-
not ready for Hot Swain. Is what
I'm
it
not.
is.
I have a feeling this is horrible. I feel like I did this to myself because I mentioned it in a video that I didn't want her to play that character because I don't want to be attracted to that character. And everybody started tweeting about it and calling her Hot Swain, and it
Hot
snowballed
Swain.
and
Yep,
it
Hot
got
Swain.
to her. And I feel like I did it to myself, that I've now
Hot
caught
Swain.
somebody really, really sexy to play a character that I don't want to be attracted to.
Yeah, you may have manifested that, Jenny.
I
Yeah.
know.
What if she finds out about it that it
You might
was
be in
you?
trouble, yeah.
I mean, if she finds out about it and I actually ever get to talk to her, it will have been worth it.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, it's crazy because then I
fine,
think
I
there's
know that.
another
I like that
guy
attitude.
that plays Taim, and I don't want to go into who that is, but
Mm.
there's another actor. People were that actor then tweeted out a line by Taim,
I saw that. Yeah.
and it's like, oh, I wonder if fans are gonna, like the show's popular now, so I wonder if it's gonna draw in some of these people that they can get interest in that just want to be a part of it for a
Mhm.
season or something.
Well, people have been talking about him for time for over a year.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that's not something new.
Yeah.
You
And
Right.
to be fair,
Kieran will
I was
show
not
up
the
and
first
sing a weird
person
song
to.
in the show too.
I hope not.
What's
I
that?
really hope not.
What was the question?
Said, do you think Ed Sheeran will show up and sing a weird little song in this show?
Oh, yeah.
too?
I really hope he does.
Talking about collecting weird people or just like getting
Yes.
people interested in being in the show.
Not
Yeah.
until the show gets truly desperate.
And a Starbucks coffee cup.
Yeah, there was that too.
And teleporting dragons.
I was just gonna say I'm not the first person to bring up Shohei.
Mm-hmm.
I had mentioned her because I kept seeing her name come up as a possibility for this character, and so
I might have to
She's
watch
she's
the
been a
expansion.
popular fan cast.
yeah.
Well, she's perfect for it. I mean,
I
literally,
know,
Yeah.
like, I mean, her voice, like the character she plays in The Expanse is Cat Swain.
Is yeah.
Yes,
And
yeah, she is
to-
Cad Swain.
Like,
yeah, to be fair, also somebody pointed out in the comments of that video when I said that whoever they would get to play that role would have to be a commanding woman with presence. And I'm attracted to commanding women with presence. So whoever played that role would
Didn't
like,
matter
really-
who they got. Didn't
Yeah.
matter who they got.
Like
Okay,
other
so-
actors, people were like Helen Mirren. I'm like, oh no, that would be a problem. Okay, Michelle Yeoh. Oh, that
Helen
would be a
Mirren
problem.
would be a problem for
Yeah,
me.
Angela
I could go
Bassett.
with-
Oh, that would be a problem.
both
They would
of them
all
would
be
be good.
problems. Yeah, they would all be
I
problems.
love
for me.
Helen Mirren.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Jenny did not name a bad pick for Cad Swain in that
No.
list. She just listed off.
They're all
No.
just.
They're all
yeah,
great.
They're all great. They all could do it, and they would all just give me nightmares.
By the way, I just don't want to go an entire stream without mentioning this.
Mhm.
R.I.P. Betty White.
Yeah.
Man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I spent most of the day watching old clips of Betty White on Golden
Mhm.
Girls, which
Mhm.
is such an underrated television
It's
show.
really.
Yeah,
Like-
so good.
Know so much.
It's iconic.
I love
Yeah.
Betty White. Anyways, just thought I'd mention that. So let's get a
I
fun
noticed you picked Golden Girls and not her later work, Cougar Town.
Or,
No.
I didn't know
Well,
she
she-
was
I mean,
Cleveland. I was gonna say
She
Hot
was-
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
She was good in
I
Hot
noticed you were watching
Cleveland.
old clips of Hot in Cleveland.
Well,
I mean,
honestly,
she was
she's
good in
still
Hot
funny.
Cleveland.
She is still good in it. It's just not
Yeah.
the Golden Girls. I think is
Is a
Much better
great
show.
show.
Yeah.
It's a
I
great
mean, it was
show.
on when I was young, so like I watched Golden Girls. I loved it. I mean, everybody on that cast is funny.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
Iconic.
let's get a fundraising update here on the Trevor Project. Just so you know, if you're just joining us, we are
Mhm.
raising money for the next half hour for the Trevor Project. We had a goal of $3,000. We have currently at this point raised $5,087.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
We have a couple donations since the last time we checked. We've got an anonymous Happy New Year, thank you. Another anonymous, thank you, but fuck off. But thank you. And then Judy Carmona, thank you very much.
Yay.
In honor of your donations, we will play one more commercial here. Here we go. Hi, I'm Hightower. I run the ferry here in Tarn Ferry, and I don't like you. Seriously, don't bother me with your problems about how badly you need to cross the Tarn, because I don't give a shit. I don't like people in general, especially since everyone started saying I'd die come this November. People are fucking stupid. But if you are rich, stop by. I'll pretend to tolerate you until I drop you off on the other side of the Tarn, and only then will I tell my crew what a piece of shit you are. Hightower's Ferry. Because you're rich, I want your money, and we don't have to be friends. I don't need friends. I need your fucking money.
Solid. I love it. Fantastic.
Good.
Very
Question.
true to the character.
Question, because I watch these episodes way too often, way too many times. Did he survive? Because how else did the Blues know that an Aes Sedai sunk the ferry? There's no, like, his son would have been eaten by the Trollocs if he came. Who saw that happen? How did anybody know?
Maybe his son saw the massive Trollocs and ran away.
Yeah, I wouldn't walk into it. I don't think anybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they had torches and shit, right?
But I don't think he survived. Do they
But
not
no,
have
Hightower's
slime
dead.
magic?
He went down.
Yeah, Hightower's
okay,
gotta be dead.
I absolutely agree with that. But then when I was watching it back, all I could think was, how does anybody know that? Even if his son is from a distance, seeing the massive Trollocs, how does he know that an Aes Sedai sunk the ferry?
Especially a blue. Well, I guess she could have been wearing blue, but it was dark. The other part-
Hold on. I know how they know this. This is not really a spoiler. This is just, it is from the later part of the books, but it's not plot related. There is a ending to a chapter where there's a guy in a building, and he walks out of the building up to a pigeon roost and writes a message and sends it off to the White Tower. Do y'all remember that?
Who was watching?
Yeah, who was watching?
He got the information from somebody else, right? Somebody delivered it to him. Then he went and sent the pigeon.
The murderer?
There's nobody there. There's
maybe
nobody else
Murderer
around.
Dan is secretly a light friend. We don't know.
So the other part of that's stupid. Let's just talk about Hightower for a minute. What a dumbass! What is he
he's
thinking?
dumb.
I get that you're worried about your son or whoever, but across the river, there's 300 fucking Trollocs and a Murderer standing on the banks. What are you gonna do?
I mean, shit that he doesn't even actually believe in, probably, right? Let's be real.
His name was Hightower?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Master Hightower.
Master Hightower.
Master Hightower. The master ferryman of the Tarn Ferry.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't like you.
No.
Wait, he was the master ferryman?
Yeah, he's a master ferryman. He's good at pulling that rope.
And by the way,
that doesn't seem to be a highly. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe there's more to it.
Why the fuck was he sitting outside in the middle of the night? Also,
I assume they came
was he
upon
asleep out there.
Maybe it wasn't the middle of the night. Maybe it was 4:30 in the morning, right? You know how these agrarian societies are. You get an early start.
Well, his son was on his way home. He was probably outside waiting for his kid, right?
But why was his son on the way to help? Why was his son on the way? How many people crossed the Tarn?
How much
ferry?
backstory do you need of what each individual person has been doing?
This is one of those things that only comes
justify
up when you
their actions.
When you think about it too much.
Right.
That was literally my thought of
just like to hang out on their front porch, man. It's not that deep.
When was the last time you hung out on your porch at 3 a.m. sleeping
Hold on.
outside?
To be fair, he was there at night in the book, so that's not that's not on the show.
He was in his house. He was.
They had to wake him up.
No, that's true. That's true. They did go to his house. Maybe he lives there. Maybe he was just it's summertime.
I'm just saying,
springtime.
Master Hightower was a dumb piece of shit, and he deserved to die. I'm just saying.
I still don't see anybody around who watched Maureen sink the ferry. That's also my thing.
Well, there are some people in chat who actually have had some interesting thoughts on this.
Oh, okay. I'm missing that. So.
They think that it was maybe Dark Friend eyes and ears that somehow got around.
Okay, that could work.
Megan,
That could work.
That makes more sense.
The fate
Okay.
could have sent that message.
I like that.
and it got
Fair.
infected or
Fair.
which
They're
made
right
a
here,
lot
they're
more
better.
sense.
Ooh,
That-
Uno's
yeah.
eye patch
They
just
would
said
know
Hightower is a
that
dark
the night
friend.
guy of the Blue Aja, blah blah blah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
Those
possible.
are theories that work. Those theories work because
I-
just like
I'm surprised this scene was in the books.
Well,
it
it wasn't the
that way.
exact same.
Yeah,
It
not the
wasn't.
exact
He
same
didn't
at all.
die.
Hightower doesn't
He
die.
didn't die.
Yeah.
Then I'm really surprised it's in the books.
Well, they had to cross the ferry, or they had
Yeah.
to cross the Terran,
Right.
and
Okay,
so
but
they
like,
had to.
did anything happen when they did it in the books?
Yeah, she sunk
Yeah.
the ferry.
He sank the ferry.
She sunk the
She
ferry.
just didn't dive in like a
Okay.
dumbass.
Yeah, he
She
was
not
really-
only sunk the ferry, she also summoned mist to cover
Yeah.
their escape.
Yeah.
So it is like it was a little bit different and slightly more impressive, I think.
Well, there
She
were
does a lot
also
of channeling to
Drekkar.
get them from one place
Yes.
to another.
Yes, that's why she summoned the mist, so they
Yeah, I
couldn't
wonder
be
if we're gonna
spotted
get
from above.
Drekkar.
Yeah, I hope we do. I love Drekkar.
Yep. Me too. I want them.
But they sound like a good baddie to add for a next season or another season.
Yeah, I can
to,
see
like,
them
Yeah.
layering
Um,
on
we
the
got a
shadow
good-
spawn.
Brian
Yeah,
and
that's
Brian
fine,
and
but-
Patrick, you guys are frozen, although you look wonderful.
You froze well.
You all
You
are.
did.
You all. We have. Can you hear us?
Yes.
We can hear you.
That's
You're just
Well, it's
stuck
really
in one
weird.
position.
Maybe turn your video on and off, but like that's a great little portrait of the two of you.
Yeah, it's lovely.
We're
I like
incredibly photogenic.
Mm-hmm. The Wi-Fi's on.
Well, actually, Patrick, you
Stop
look
our
great
camera
in it.
and
Brian
restart.
looks
Yeah.
very confused in this picture.
Well, that's sort
That's
of his,
nothing new.
That's sort of his
That's
just
my
natural
thing.
state.
Yeah, that's just my face.
While they're troubleshooting, I do want to point out that I have
Yeah.
joined the map club
And then go again.
finally. So
Are we
see
here?
my little map here. It's nice.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
that's
That's
a
very nice
different
map.
one,
Thank
right?
you.
Yeah.
Thank
Are
you.
we back?
Kat got
Yes,
me that
you're
for
back.
Christmas.
We're back. Okay.
You gotta,
I
you gotta
still
order
see
one
y'all
of these.
frozen.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Order one of these.
Can
I'll take
is
over.
that available on shopwheeloftime.com?
That
Nate?
it is.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
Oh, well, it's-
Ah, womp womp. I've got a big ass poster size one that I got from one of the vendors at Dragon Con. There's this God, I can't remember what they're called. Cave art.
Yeah.
Something or other. He does leather embossing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, do you have a Wheel of Time map? And he's like, technically no. But he had a couple spares, so I was able to
Nice.
procure one.
I've got
Maybe
another
at
map
one
you can
point
buy.
in the past.
I will not be purchasing that one.
I don't think I will either. But it is
Like
a
that.
nice map.
The first time he put that up, it was not that
Oh.
long after you left the last time, Jenny. And I was like, oh, that's not safe for lesbians either.
Nope. NSFL. This is not safe for lesbians.
Not safe for lesbians.
But I have seen it enough times. Nae'Blis does love to share it.
Well, okay. It was a good map at the time.
No, it's a good map. It's a good
It's
map.
a good map now. Let's not say at the time. It's still a good map, Nate.
Oh, yeah.
It's an excellent map.
It gets laughs
know if
every
it's
time you
It's,
show it.
it's more of a meta joke though, because the people that have not read don't really know what that's referring
That's
to,
true,
or
that's
why it's
true.
really funny.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's very
they'll
true.
maybe after season 2 they'll get it.
I mean,
Maybe there'll be like a drone shot from the sky of Tarvalin, and everybody will go, yeah.
Well,
You're
they did
back,
make,
we'll talk.
look. They did make the White Tower look like a penis.
Yeah.
They did. They put like 2 globes at the base. Why
know.
did
They
they
did
put
do
2
that.
globes at the base?
Yeah.
It has
It
balls.
was an interesting
Yeah.
choice.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
It's a large penis and balls in the middle of Vagina Island.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, I do like the design of the White Tower with like the pipe work coming outside and going down. I think that stuff looks cool.
It looks
Like
gorgeous.
as a means of like actually showing that maybe they have like water pressure and stuff possibly. Like I thought that was really neat because in the books it's just like yeah they get the accepted to carry the water up 480 flights of stairs,
which makes sense.
Yeah.
Can't they
Would
just
not
use
want to be
magic?
at the White Tower.
No.
Like,
Right.
that makes sense.
So we make lots of jokes about people not being able to find North Harbor.
It was just like they have
Yes.
this elaborate piping system. Can't they just use magic?
It would be easier to have the piping system.
No, it's either they get powers of dick and balls, and the town itself is.
Yeah.
Conversations in
This conversation.
Let me show you the top
I don't know if
selling
you can hear us.
top
You wanna
selling
hear us?
t-shirt.
Okay.
Go. Yes, I know which one it is already.
No, they can't hear us.
They can't hear us.
We can hear you.
No,
We can hear y'all.
Oh,
We
you
can
can
hear
hear
y'all.
us? Oh, okay.
We can 100% hear y'all. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, we're like, they can't hear us.
Like, I don't think they can hear us. Bog.
Crap,
Yeah.
it's not gonna let, it's
Okay,
not gonna
show
let
us
me
the
do it.
t-shirt.
Oh,
I have. It's not gonna let me.
Oh.
dang.
Let's try it again. Can you see it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
Carvel
this
and Harbor Master. I can
this
find
is the
our
top
Harbor-
selling T-shirt on my website.
Yep.
That's very
Wonderful. Love
At
it.
least 50%. Okay.
Yep.
You need to push for 90 there, my dude. But
I was gonna say it's really not that hard.
Well, apparently it is. So
I mean,
Apparently.
you just
apparently
gotta.
it is.
Okay,
So,
I feel sorry for heterosexual
actually-
women. I apologize. Yes.
So speaking of Vagina Island and the geography of it, how do y'all feel about the kind of loose geography of Tar Valon show for the book readers specifically?
Well,
Because
I
it's
disagree
weird,
with you
right?
on it. I
Oh,
don't
you
agree
think
with you.
you don't agree that it's loose? You think they've got it tight?
Well, explain what you mean.
Well, I mean, some folks pointed out that Rand and Matt were coming up to Tar Valon from the east side of the river
Dragon
versus
Mount's
the
in a
west
different.
side.
Dragon Mount is just a little farther north
Okay.
than it is otherwise. Other than that, it's
Yeah.
normal.
All right.
I am not very visual. I'm not very good with maps. So I had several people point that out in my comments, and I was like, this is lost on me. I don't know. No clue.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah.
remember you've said multiple times you don't even think about like visualize what characters look like.
No, not really. Yeah.
I would like to say something about the geography.
Okay.
They all went into the same city.
Mhm.
And then they got separated within that city, and they left that city at different points, but were all headed in the same direction. And yet it appeared they were on different continents.
It did.
Like one was in a desert, one was on like the moors, one was like walking through a forest. Like they all looked like they were on entirely different countries, despite all exiting probably within a few miles of each other at most, and all going in the exact same direction.
Yes. And they deal with this in the books a little differently. They decided to cut out a little ship scene that would have separated them a little bit more. But yeah, it is.
But
there
it
were a
was
couple
little bit
issues
like,
with that.
where were they when Matt and Brand were in the mountains, and then Perrin and Egwene were on like these open
Like
plains?
on this,
like
like they were all like they felt like they were on different planets. Like Star
Well,
Wars
it's actually more accurate than you realize.
Yeah.
Because here's
There
the
is
only-
I can make a canon explanation for that if I want
I
to.
can too.
I could too. Yeah.
They were Perrin and Egwene. That was the most accurate. That was the Caroline Grass.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Mhm.
that's where they were, and that does exist. Now, Rand and Matt went across the river and then somehow went back across the river because the mountains are on the same side.
Rand and Matt is where it seems
Yeah.
weird because they just seem so far into those mountains. You know what I mean? It looks like
Right.
it doesn't look like it looks like it would take a while to get there, and it
Well-
felt like there was something I don't know.
If we're on the nitpick the geography, let's talk about where the fuck the Eye of the World is.
Right.
Because okay, so they go into the ways.
Yep.
Moraine's like, we're a day away from the Eye of the World Waygate, which we never saw, by the way. But okay, they're a day away, and then apparently they're a 5-second jog from the Faldara Waygate, which
Yep.
is also a day's walk.
A day away, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then if indeed that is true, right, and it's truly a day away, does that mean that the Eye of the World is in Malkir?
It
Like-
doesn't appear.
I always thought the Eye of the World was in Malkir to start with in the books because they did not go very far into Malkir to get there.
Well, they didn't go through the gap, but they did in the show.
Yes, that's
So
different.
here, let me shed some light. Okay, so this is Malkir. Here's a map. Aldara is a little further up, like it's actually in the gap as opposed to where it is here. But the Eye of the World is somewhere, north.
Well,
of
in the books, the Eye of the World isn't really in a place.
Right. Yeah. It
Right.
kind of appears as needed, right?
It could be anywhere in the Blight based on what's in the first book.
Pretty
Mhm.
much,
Right.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
so
the Eye of the
it's
World
up
is the friends we
to
made along the
whoever,
way.
like,
Indeed.
I love it.
show up where
I
they
love
are.
it.
Absolutely. Anyways, I just thought I'd show that because they did move Faldara
into the gap, whereas in the books it's a couple 100 miles away or like 100 miles away from it. So I thought that was a good change, actually.
Visually it worked. Like,
I mean, it makes sense to have a fortress right at the gap, right? Like, there's no sense in having it hundreds of miles away.
Right, that's a good point.
So,
I
anyways,
didn't realize that the 7 towers were that close.
yeah, they were.
Yeah.
Well, because they run into them on the first day.
Then they move.
That is true. That's true.
Yeah,
Well.
but yeah, like the canon explanation for like that I can do. The world was broken, so geography doesn't make sense anymore. Like,
but
that's
Malkir died 60 years ago.
Yeah.
Not 3,000.
No, but I was talking about like the different. I'm talking about the different climates. Like mountains are in places. Mountains are in places where they shouldn't be. Valleys are in places where they shouldn't be, which would fuck up the weather. So,
Yeah, but geography like would change, but climate wouldn't.
Well, because mountains affect climate.
Mountains,
like,
mountains 100.
Yeah.
I don't. What am I, a meteorologist?
Did you say a meteorologist?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I never said I
like
was
that.
smart.
I am not a climate meteor. I am not whatever.
A climate meteorologist.
Whatever word you just said. But that is, if I wanted to, that's how I would canon explain the weird geography.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was trying to pull up a map, but I can't find
that
it.
is fine. I love this. Ryan in chat, fucking nerds. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Do you see my name? Look at my name.
I have a map.
Look at my name.
I have these books on display proudly. Come on.
Yes.
Ryan, I do want to say they're the nerds. I'm very cool.
Totally.
Nerdery is
Don't
cool
loop
now,
me in
Patrick.
with these nerds. Fair enough.
Nerdery is
Fair
cool now, isn't it? Right? Please tell me.
Yeah, it is.
No.
I think it's cool.
I'm gonna go smoke cigarettes.
No. Go smoke cigarettes out with the
I'm
cool
gonna smoke
kids.
cigarettes and get a tattoo.
Flip up your
Okay.
collar.
Here we go. We got the map.
Shadar Logoth is. I can't show you. Damn it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I see where it's at on the map.
But see, the Caroline Grass is that gray area, right above Andor. That's where Perrin and Egwene
huge.
were. That's where they walked. But I don't really know where the fuck Perrin or I'm sorry, Matt and Rand went back along the road. So who knows?
I mean, they're going in the same direction. So, you know,
That was the thing that got me, is that they were all moving in the same direction and yet seemed
in different
so
climates.
dramatically different on parts of the planet.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
It's granted there was the river involved, but still, it was pretty drastic.
Yeah.
to be fair, Perrin and Egwene went in the wrong direction for a long
That's true.
time.
That's very true.
And
In
they
the
do
books, that
talk
is
about that in the books. And I feel like that's kind of represented. Like, they're just going straight north for, I think, a good chunk of their jaunt.
I forgot about that. That is true.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Matt and Rand are going more east, which is still not right, because they need to go northeast,
Well,
and
they-
they're going east.
Yeah, in the books they're going
Which
to
is wrong.
Camelin, not Tarvalin. So like,
Right.
that's the difference.
But in the context of the show, like, especially hearing from a non-reader, I think it's interesting to hear just because, like, I can get why someone would think that. I can look at the books and I can even look at the updated map online, and I'm sure maybe it makes sense if I look at it. But I do think, like, it's something to think about for them, like, if they are going to show because it was beautiful, but I kind of think that's the answer. That's why they did it. It was beautiful, and they wanted to show these gorgeous pieces of scenery that they were getting to film in, and God bless, but I think they. Oh, are we frozen?
No,
Can you
you're
hear
not.
us?
You're okay.
While you're frozen, we got another donation. Thank you, Chad Snay. We are up to 5108. Appreciate all of you donating. That is amazing. You guys rock. We will hit here we go. We'll hit another commercial.
Do you want official Wheel of Time backstory? Are you desperate for lore that expands this world? Are you searching for internet stuff that informs you, but also aligns with the show? Introducing What Origins from Amazon Prime. These animated clips have been available for a while, but no one knows how to find them. As a What Origins viewer, you'll receive inside info about the Ajas, details on Manetherin's fall, and descriptions of how the One Power works. All you have to do is find the What Origins animated shorts. which exists somewhere. What Origins? It's free to watch if you can find it, which you can't.
Now, this commercial truly
remember that.
Yep.
Well, Brian, you wrote that and you changed the game because the moment you released that, Amazon put all the stuff on YouTube.
I'm sure that's why they did it. They're listening.
So,
They're definitely listening.
Yeah.
It was all you. All you.
But they're
All you,
not-
Brian.
To be clear, they are not listening to the podcast. They're listening through the Alexa in
Right.
the office.
They're all
It
Right,
records
right,
the
right.
podcast.
Fair enough.
Right.
Good hockey pod.
Makes sense.
Well, Brian's voice work is always dead on Light Helicron. I mean, Brian is like the best voice work guy ever.
Go
I mean,
on.
every one of our commercials.
Sorry. That's sweet. Thank you.
Him and Jess. I just do loyal voices. Okay.
Hasty.
Hasty.
Taviran.
Taviran.
Am I dead?
No, he moved his leg.
Actually,
He's
very
fine.
topical now. Am I dead?
Yes,
He's
very.
fine.
But he's alive.
He was rolling around on the floor in pain. He's fine.
Well, we are T-minus 10 minutes until Jess enters the same year that the rest of us are in.
Hey,
Wait,
and
we're in the
Vance.
future?
And Vance.
Well, we're almost in the future.
No, we're in the future. Jess is in the past.
Oh, right. We're in the future.
I'm in the
We're
future.
in
Jess
the
is still in the
future.
past.
I'm way in the future. I've been in the future.
Yeah.
So
you're
let
right.
me tell the story
right.
of how I first met Patrick.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Okay.
This will be a good time.
Uh-huh.
So back in Jordan Con, we had a lot of fun at Jordan Con. A lot of fun, right? Like
Con of
Vance got
Legends.
the shirt on.
Yep, wearing the shirt, repping.
One night, Brian was doing at the bar, was doing puns of time, walking around with a list, doing puns of time.
It was a good time.
Random people at the bar.
And drinking a lot of white wine.
A lot of wine.
Like 3 bottles.
No, I don't know.
So-
Dariush kept giving them to me.
Yes, he did. I mean, you got his name right now. But
I had to think for a sec, but I'm getting it.
But that he had quite a bit to drink to the point that he disappeared. And then the next morning, Jess and I were like, huh, where's Brian at? And then I get a text from a random number from with a New York area code. Hey, this is Patrick. Is my husband alive? Basically, I'm paraphrasing. To which I said, I'm not sure. And eventually we found out he was. So
yeah,
Brian had a lot of fun that night.
Indeed.
He had so much fun. He didn't answer text messages till around 3 o'clock the next day.
Yeah,
so
I
much
knocked
fun.
on your door a couple of times. I was worried.
I
will
want a hat. So let that be an advertisement to Wheel of Time conventions.
Yes.
Yep.
You should go. They're apparently very fun.
They are.
They are very. Oh, they are very fun. And just so y'all know, Nae'Blis cut out like all the hours of people in the lobby going like, "Where's Recapacidi? I thought Recapacidi was here. Where's Recapacidi?" For hours.
These people with it, you know.
Yes.
People,
So-
you always
even
want
want
wanting more.
Make it interesting.
Right. Yeah.
Now, to that note, the drinking piece, there will be multiple cash bars at WatCon. So,
Oh yes.
And Brian,
Get rich.
you have to come. None of this bullshit about you not coming. How about that?
Me?
Not Brian. I'm sorry, Patrick.
Oh,
I was like, I think Brian is going.
I was wondering, like, why is
really confused.
I was like, why is Patrick looking at Brian like Brian's not letting him?
No
go?
idea.
Like, Patrick, you have to come. None of this bullshit.
If I can come, I will come. I just
That's what he
I
said.
have an unpredictable and a very unpredictable and chaotic work schedule.
Let me know your rates and we'll maybe book you. Okay.
There you go. I would never do that to you. No, but yeah, no. If I can come, if I can make it work, I would love to be there.
Rich, you too.
Right?
Rich, you too.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna come. They
Yeah, I'll
want you
be
to
there.
go to WatCon.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll absolutely be there.
Oh, we're frozen again. Hold on.
You guys are. You've been frozen.
They
pretty much
tell us.
nonstop.
Oh yeah, I can't even see y'all moving.
I long gave up on you guys not being frozen. So
are we connected to the Wi-Fi on the?
I'm telling you, I think it's the cable.
Is the Ethernet cable not plugged in?
No, it's plugged in.
No, it's
it
not.
just
Brian, it's not plugged in. I'm looking at it on the floor.
It fell out.
Oh no.
Okay, while we're waiting on them to come.
Welcome
back,
to our life, everyone.
One more commercial while we wait.
All right.
Is your Halloween costume shitty? Are you ashamed to be at parties in a lame Trolloc mask when everyone else is in full Aes Sedai cosplay? Yeah, you should be. Introducing the Mirror of Mists, or Mask of Mirrors, or even Folded Light. Whatever you call it, our point is, your costume sucks, and there's no excuse. You live in a world where Sidar is a thing. At least get a decent Halloween costume. This weekend at the White Tower, all Mirror of Mist orders are 50% off. They're still insanely expensive, but if you want Aes Sedai help, we need that money, honey. But you will look fierce. The Mirror of Mists, because otherwise, what are you supposed to be? A tinker? So,
are we unfrozen?
You are. You're much better now.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's because we have the internet plugged in now.
Yeah, that would help. So, if you could go as Mirror of Mists and you could get a costume, what would you go as? Like any costume?
Nynaeve.
Well, Jenny, you don't really need a costume for that.
I know, but I want to be Nynaeve.
Fair.
Wait. Swan, that dress. I never wear dresses, but I would wear that dress. Like I haven't worn a dress since like the early 2000s, but I would totally wear that.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. So 5 minutes you passed, people, and you're about to come into the future with us.
Yeah.
2021.
The future.
I would definitely want Mesa Anna's look.
Jess, we have flying cars here.
Do you really? I can't wait.
Time,
Cannot wait.
Yeah, but we're about to get bored with them because we've had them for so long.
Yeah.
We're going to get using them when you get to the future.
Yeah, just so you know, Patrick, like the flying cars came and went here in Korea.
They're very fast.
Yeah, you know.
Right.
Yeah, it is very short-lived.
It's the natural.
We're back to walking now. Actually, we've like rounded the corner. Yeah.
I can't wait till we get to that.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're coming up on towards the end of our stream here. Once we break into 2022 in the Central Time Zone, we will be ending the live stream. It has been a literal ton of fun.
Mm-hmm.
We have raised a ton of money. We've raised almost $5,200. I'm going to leave.
Oh, that's amazing.
It is amazing. And it goes to a great cause. We're going to keep that fundraiser up for anybody that maybe sees this another time, or if you want to share it, or maybe you got to wait till next Friday to get paid before you donate, whatever that is for you. We'll leave this up for a while. The link will be in the description. Trevor Project is a great cause. It's a great charity. So I highly encourage. There's a lot of bad charities out there. This is not one of them. They do great work with some of the most vulnerable kids in the world. So very much a big supporter of the Trevor Project. So, guys,
I'll be proud that look what we did. That's a lot of money. I'm excited.
That is a lot of money.
This is amazing.
Happy New Year. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I would like to take a moment to speak on behalf of one of the bad charities now. I'm raising money for cancer. That's right. I'm donating a bunch of money to cancer.
So instead of donating to one of those bad charities,
see, I'm raising money for child labor. I just want to open a factory.
A lot of bad
I need the money to build the factory for the kids to work
for child labor.
Yeah.
Send your donations to www.fuckthepoor.com.
Yeah. My name is Elon Musk. Wait.
I'm sorry, fuckthepoor.org.
Yes, org. Yeah, org.
Yeah.
It's a nonprofit. Wait.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Jess.
3 minutes.
I'm so tired.
Jess and Rich, we expect some ridiculous PDA when we hit midnight. Like.
Well, now I feel obligated.
Yeah.
I mean, she's looking pretty fine.
I mean, I can play I can play
I married well.
Erotica Sedai's
You
Pleasure
did.
Palace again as a precursor to the PTA, but
Little
I think
foreplay.
we've had enough of it. So yes. Any last thoughts on everything, guys? Like before we end everything?
I'm really happy with Wheel of Time, the show.
Yeah.
I'm just really happy.
I echo that. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
I'm really happy with all the money that Amazon gave me.
Me this evening. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for coming. I honestly, Brian, your takes are fine. Patrick, I've loved your takes. Honestly,
there's a lot more than
That's
he
how it
edits
should
out.
be. I have so many pearls of wisdom that fall out of my mouth every time I open it.
And he edits them out? What the fuck?
I like that. Honestly, I love
Pearls of wisdom.
Pearls of wisdom.
And I'm going to keep saying, I want to write an episode. Rafe, if you're listening, I want to write an episode. I'm writing it right now. You're going to read it. I don't care what it takes.
Mine is just going to be Swan and Moraine kiss,
I want
and then
to
they
write
kiss
an
again.
episode.
And then
What's
they
that?
kiss again. Oh, my episode would just be Moraine and Swan kiss, and then they kiss again. And look,
I love
they
it.
kiss again.
I love it.
I would absolutely watch it.
Okay, Jess, are we on a countdown, or are there no countdowns on TV? Because-
I don't know. We're not paying attention.
or anything, so.
Well, I'm watching my clock here. and it says
I'm
close.
watching it on my watch. Hold on. 20
right.
seconds.
20 seconds.
All right.
Okay, let us know when it's 10 and we'll count it down.
All right.
15 seconds.
Ooh,
dead air
the
is really,
tension.
really good.
The tension.
This is
right,
really
10,
entertaining.
Oh,
9, 8,
7, 6, 5,
4,
3,
2,
1. Yeah, we did it. 2022 in Central Time Zone.
More PDA.
More.
The one time Brian and I kiss a year.
Yay! The one time you kiss a year.
That's
Where's
how
our
wait till
yearly
next
kiss?
year. It's really good.
After tonight, I fade away into the fog of mist, not to return for another year.
It'll be a
That
year.
was some serious PDA.
That
there,
was
Jess
some
and
good
Rich.
Yeah, that was serious.
I'm-
I like kissing, so.
I know I'm gonna send Jess a pregnancy test now. I'm not.
Nae'Blis, we're gonna have a chat after the stream ends.
Yeah.
Just want to clear a few things up for you there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fresh booze.
We're good to go, guys. Thank you all for coming to join. Thank you all for raising the money for Trevor Project. Everybody who came, thank you, our guests. This has been a lot of fun. I think we'll do this again next year.
Oh, yeah.
Make it a tradition.
Yep.
So
I think that's great.
It's awesome.
But we've been on for 5 hours. I think it's time.
Thank you all for your generosity. Did good. Happy New Year.
Yes.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, everyone.
New Year.
Bye.
Bye.